wherever you like, we don't mind, but please use the hashtag European Pulse Forum 2026. I'd like to hand over the stage to Nacho Corredor from our partner organization, B. Bartlett, to give some welcoming remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. We are doing a great job these days in Barcelona. Bon dia, buenos días, bonjour, guten morgen, buongiorno, good morning, everyone. Thank you all. Thank you, Major Collboni. Today, Barcelona is the capital of the European Union, maybe, no? Over 40 global speakers, 10 nationalities, 500 attendees, and 80 media outlets are with us today here in Cosmocaixa, here in Barcelona. We are here to bridge the gap between citizens, institutions, and businesses. My generation is the first generation of Spaniards born in the European Union. Today, the professionals at B. Bartlett stand together with Politico, and our goal is to help European institutions make good decisions, working hand in hand with businesses and citizens at a defining moment for the world. Today, we will present the results of one of the most ambitious studies conducted in Europe in recent years. Over 30 questions, 7,000 interviews, representing 2/3 of European citizens, to find out what we must do in defense, energy, innovation, technology, or inequality. We will do this alongside my experts, colleagues at B. Bartlett, and world-class panel with the Vice Presidents of the European Commission, Teresa Ribera and Stéphane Séjourné, with the Prime Minister of Spain, Pedro Sánchez, and the President of Spanish People's Party, Alberto Núñez Feijóo, with the Estonian Minister, Cristina Kallas, with one of the most pro-European institutional leaders in our country, Salvador Illa, and alongside experts from European academia. And together with business leaders whom I also want to thank for their commitment. Thank you, Martin Wetziller from Mueve. Thank you, Beatriz Corredor from Redella. Thank you, Fina Llados from FP and Pharma Industria. Merci beaucoup, Benoît Tavaca from Google. And thank you to Josep Maria Coronas and Sergi Logni from La Caixa Foundation. Thank you for supporting an initiative that aims to lead from knowledge, mobilize society, and build agreements. From Spain, we want to drive the progress the European Union needs now. So, this year marks 40 years since Spain became part of the European family. It has taken 4 decades to reach this milestone, where a leading European media outlet and a Spanish firm like B. Bartlett joined forces to set the international agenda right here from Barcelona. It took 40 years to prove that we are no longer just following the European conversation. Politico and B. Bartlett have teamed up to be architects of a new reality. Today, Barcelona maybe is the European capital. Today, we are finally closer to Europe. And thanks, Jamil Anderlini, Kate, and our colleagues from Politico. Thank you, Adrian, and friends from B. Bartlett. Thank you all. Perhaps in a few years, when our generation assumes the leadership of a world-leading Europe, we will be able to say that it all started today in Barcelona, hand in hand with Politico and B. Bartlett. And now, we begin the first edition of the European Pulse Forum with the Mayor of Barcelona. Jaume, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone, dear friends from Politico and from B. Bartlett, Kate, Nacho, authorities, amics i amigues, bon dia a tothom, buenos dies. Welcome to Barcelona. First of all, I want to thank Politico and Bibarlet for organizing a forum of such relevance and magnitude in Barcelona. Yesterday, we already witnessed the initial results of the European Pulse Pool, and today you have an impressive lineup of speakers. Today, Barcelona becomes the European capital of debate, of dialogue, of reflection of the direction in which the European Union should be moving towards. And we become so thanks for the vision of Politico and Bibarlet to fresh, modern, and innovative companies that are committed to bringing new ideas and new ways of doing things into the public debate. Innovation, openness, and dynamism are also the key values of the Barcelona of 2026. A city that defines itself as a vibrant, cosmopolitan, and rooted in a strong local identity. A city that is back to the globalist scene with a singular way of doing things. Because Barcelona has decided to put its global capacity at the service of its local identity and its citizens, defining human rights around the world and civil and social rights in our country. That's why we balance events such as this one, where the city becomes a global reference. Barcelona, nowadays, has a clear path to guarantee the right to stay for Barcelonians in their city. It can be reduced in one question. You have done many things to guarantee the right to move freely around Europe. But what about the right to stay where one lives? This main comment has become my main political priority as mayor of Barcelona. Why? Because he's right. The European Union is the best instrument to guarantee peace, democracy, and freedom of movements that humanity has never created before. But it is an instrument that, even with its enormous success, needs improvement. In fact, your poll shows that 80% of Europeans are not satisfied with the cost of life, for instance. So, for us as the cities, believe that one of the most important improvements is guaranteeing the right of citizens to stay where they are born, to stay where they live. Because we must admit, there are forces expelling our neighbors from our cities. Forces such as the increasing price of housing, the lack of economic opportunities, or speculative practices with our dwellings. Forces that threaten the social cohesion of our communities and that erode the democratic legitimacy of our institutions. And we, the cities, are at the front of the fight against such forces. We, the cities, are the truly transformational powers capable of bringing optimism to our neighbors. Because there is no better way to fight populism than bringing hope in the future. This hope in the future in Barcelona is called guaranteeing the right to stay in our city. This means three things to us: guaranteeing a place to live with affordable housing, guaranteeing a safe and excellent public space, guaranteeing economic opportunities where the people live. There is no possible future if we cannot bring economic prosperity in our cities. But as relevant as what we do here in Barcelona is what we do abroad, in Brussels and elsewhere. Because when Barcelona speaks, the world listens. And today, Barcelona is a beacon of hope against populism. Barcelona is a beacon of hope against racism and xenophobia. Barcelona is a beacon of hope in peace against war. Because Barcelona is back. Barcelona is back in Europe to defend citizens' rights as the right to affordable housing. Nowadays, Barcelona leads the alliance of cities that is having a greatest impact in Brussels, Mayors for Housing. Because over the past year, 20 European cities have worked successfully to achieve, for the very first time, a Commission strategy to promote affordable housing. And we are currently working to ensure that the housing plan that the Commission presented in December becomes a tangible reality for our citizens. Barcelona today, and myself, holds the Vice Presidency of Eurocities and plays a prominent role in the Committee of Regions defending the right to housing. And for 2 weeks now, Barcelona is permanently present in Brussels with our representation to the European Union. In fact, we are the first Spanish city to have a permanent representation in Brussels, and we are very proud of it. And we have a plan to continue leading the voice of cities in the EU. Also, last week, we presented in Brussels, in front of some of you, a plan that defines our priorities, housing, funds for local authorities, and a truly ambitious agenda for cities, and set out certain instruments to achieve them. We do all of this because we know our place in the world. We stood in Budapest to stand beside Mayor Caraccioni in celebration of Pride. We stood in Istanbul in solidarity with my counterpart, Mayor Imamoglu, before the very prison where he is unjustly held. And to give institutional form to our commitment to Palestine, we have reclaimed Barcelona's 11th district, the cities of Palestine, in support of the reconstruction of Bethlehem, Ramallah, or the city of Gaza. We have now ceased in our support to the Ukrainian people who continue to endure the siege and aggression of Putin's imperialist regime. So Barcelona is today a moral beacon of the values of democracy, tolerance, and freedom. In fact, in the next week, Barcelona will become the epicenter of global progressism, hosting the Global Progressive Mobilization, an assembly in which mayors and prime ministers from all around the world will join together to our shared resolve to continue leading with hope and optimism towards the future. Finally, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney delivered a celebrated speech at the World Economic Forum in Davos. He says something that I fully share. Nostalgia is not a strategy. Barcelona is today a city that looks to the future with optimism and ambition. Barcelona is today a city that looks at Europe with optimism and ambition. Because today, for us, the future continues to be Europe. Thank you all for making it possible. Welcome to Barcelona. Bienvenidos a Barcelona. Benvinguts a Barcelona.
Thank you, Mayor Colboni, for such a thoughtful way of framing the discussion today. We're excited to have these discussions here in your city, where Barcelona is really at the forefront of many of these issues. Next up, I'd like to welcome Matthew Wolfel to the stage. He is Politico's Senior Managing Director, and he will introduce our next guest.
What a room. Thrilled to be here. I'm Matthew Wolfel. I'm the Executive Director of Politico, and I don't think you need an introduction to this room, but I am thrilled to be joined on stage by Mueve CEO Martin Svetzlar. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, no, thank you for having us here. It's a pleasure. I think we've worked for 18 months together to co-create the first version of this event, and it's fantastic to be here. And probably a good moment to thank all the teams for their hard work, because it's not easy to start these things up.
Yeah, I think we're thrilled to be in Spain and couldn't imagine a better welcome. But we have an entire packed agenda, and we actually have a dedicated panel on energy later this afternoon. Yep. I think it's at 11:30. But I've been in Brussels for 12 days, and I think this could not be a more important conversation. I'm thrilled we actually get to kick this off. But before getting into sort of the what and the why or the how, I want to start with the why. So why is it important, or why was it so important for Mueve to support this event, and what's your agenda with regard to the energy transition that's happening right now?
So the first one, I'd say two things. We live in a very messy, volatile, unpredictable world, and I think every day we're actually quite happy to be European, living in Europe, where there's kind of coherent policy and leadership.
I have no comment.
No, but I also think there's a risk that we take that for granted. I think being European and living in Europe and having those benefits also comes with a responsibility. And if you look at the multiple crises we've been through in the recent past, COVID, Ukraine war, Greenland crisis, now we have Iran. It comes to the realization that this European project has a lot of homework to do when it comes to our defense, when it comes to our finance, and when it comes to energy. And so organizing forums like this, where Europe can come together to discuss the urgency of those priorities and the way forward, and to create the kind of trust and vision to take that forward, I think is very, very important. And why Spain? I think Spain has a lot more to give to Europe. It's gone from seeing Brussels as a good place where subsidy came from, to becoming a full participant in the European project and delivering very senior people into the European administration. But I think Spain can become more of a leader in Europe, have a European leadership agenda. And in that sense, I think there's opportunity for Spain to be much more in Brussels, but also for Brussels to be more in Spain. And so today is a day where we take Brussels into Spain, and hopefully we create that symbiotic agenda between Spain and Brussels to take the continent forward faster.
Well, I think you've just laid out exactly why we're here, so thank you for doing that. But so I want to get into what this moment really means. I mean, in your eyes, just how resilient is Europe's energy supply right now?
In Spanish, they would say fatal. It's in a really.
I got that one.
It's in a really bad place. We don't control our sources of energy. We've traded dependence on Russian gas for dependence on American gas. We hardly produce any oil, but we consume a lot. The price of all these energy sources gets set on the world market without much influence from here, and it's very, very volatile. And so the energy agenda for Europe has to be obviously one where we take control of our destiny, where we develop a lot more local European energy for Europe, which has the triple advantage of giving you the energy security. You're now in control of your sources. It also allows you to avoid all these peaks and troughs of global prices. One interesting example is Spain is a front runner in this agenda, has developed more renewables than any other country in Europe. And as a result, the power price in Spain gets set by the international gas price only 15% of the time. In Italy, it's 90% of the time. So if you develop an agenda of localizing energy production, renewable electricity, but also green hydrogen, also biofuels, you can set your own more stable price levels. And so get away from the volatility and the inflation pressure, and obviously create a European industry, a European energy production industry that we don't have today.
So if I'm hearing you right, you think the Iberian Peninsula, I mean, is well positioned to help Europe get out of this moment, or at least alleviate some of those peaks and valleys in the future.
And it's quite transformational, because Spain has always been an energy island, or Iberia has always been an energy island in Europe, disconnected from the rest of Europe, doing its own thing, importing gas from Algeria, from the rest of the world, importing oil from the rest of the world, but very little connection to the rest of Europe. And what I've said before is the future is one where Spain could be the Saudi Arabia of Europe. There's no reason why not, because it all starts with renewable electricity, for which the Iberian Peninsula has the best conditions by far in Europe, because it obviously has a lot of sun. We should be outside today instead of in a dark room, but it has a lot of sun.
We've got very bright lights.
True. It has a very good wind resource as well, but particularly it also has a lot of space where you can build large-scale renewables projects, and you can produce very competitive renewable electricity in the Iberian Peninsula that you obviously can use as electricity and electrify your system and export to Europe, but you can also turn it into very competitive green hydrogen, help make green biofuels, etc. And so in that way, Spain and Portugal have the opportunity to not just decarbonize and organize energy security for the Iberian Peninsula, but really be a very relevant producer of energy for the rest of Europe. And that would just turn history upside down, and obviously create a lot of good things for the peninsula, but also for the continent.
I think that Saudi Arabia metaphor is an apt one, because it's often sort of, I think, misunderstood that it has to be either or. I mean, it's either oil and gas or it's renewables, and you've just made the case for renewables. I mean, how do you get people to understand that and understand that it's an and that, again, it's essential for the energy transition to happen even when there are moments like this?
I think one of the, this is obviously not a crisis anybody wants, but if you look for the bright spots in the crisis, the bright spot is that everybody now understands the issue of energy security for Europe, and that creating more energy in Europe for Europe is the only way for Europe to become strong and independent. And this agenda around renewables, renewable electricity and green molecules is not just around energy transition. It's been around energy transition for a long time and around decarbonization, but it's also very much about energy security. So I think today, if you have the conversation, everybody agrees. The issue we have is, 4 years ago, everybody also agreed. We had the Ukraine crisis, gas prices, I think, went 6 times, from 30 to 200, 7 times almost. And there was also all this urgency around, okay, now we need to solve this. Let's go build hydrogen pipelines from the south of Spain to the Ruhrgebiet and create a European system. And then when the situation normalized, that urgency went away again. And we're not yet building the pipeline. We're developing it, and Enagás is doing a fantastic job. But we're not where I thought we would have it by now. Okay. We're not even building it yet. So the thing to assure now is that this understanding doesn't peter out if and when the situation normalizes. Unfortunately, we don't think it's going to normalize very soon. And so probably that urgency will stay for a while, but we now need to turn it into irreversible progress on this agenda of European energy for Europe. And of course, Europe doesn't have fossil reserves. Yep. So European energy, by definition, not by ideology, but by definition, is renewable. And so that's what I think we now understand, but we need to maintain that level of knowledge and urgency.
Well, the Commission, took action. It announced the Industrial Accelerator Act just last month. Somehow we're in April. How does a company like Moeve react to that, and how does it help you transition or speed that transition along in its process? How does that continue the momentum?
No, it's hugely helpful, and Europe has layered a number of important interventions on top of each other. The Repower EU after Ukraine was an important intervention, then the Green Industrial Deal, now the accelerator. Europe by nature is, and many European countries by nature, has a somewhat complex and quite inclusive and involved process of developing infrastructure, energy infrastructure or pipelines or overhead lines, and this can slow things down to the point that you miss the window. And so what Europe has done is say, let's make the funds available through recovery funds and others, and we're getting some very decent subsidies to help our case, and let's create through this accelerator a more conducive regulatory environment, so companies can actually get their permits faster and get into execution faster.
So you can build those things.
So we have turned that into a strategy that basically puts all the money that we have available, and we've made some more available because we've divested our oil and gas upstream assets into one of the largest biofuels projects in Europe and the second largest hydrogen project in Europe that we're building in the south of Spain in order to, before 2030, become a really, really meaningful producer of competitive green molecules for Europe. And that's just a start. We want to double, triple that capacity, not just in Spain, but over time across the continent.
So I want to jump in right there because we've talked a little bit about it, but can you help the audience understand the impact that park is going to have, that the Andalusian Green Valley and potentially the partnership with Galp is going to have for both Spain and for Europe?
If you try to create a new industry, you look at Elon Musk for Tesla, it's actually hard work. You need to get going. To create initial scale is hard work. And what the Andalusian Green Hydrogen Valley that we are leading and we've just started to build, and what the biofuels park that we're building both in Huelva and the south of Spain, what it means is you get critical mass. You get world scale installations to get going, to really learn how to do this, and that you can then scale on. And this will be the first place in Europe, in Huelva, where it all comes together, where you have the whole ecosystem of renewable electricity and renewable molecules at world scale. And once that works, I think it will hopefully inspire others to do the same. And it will be scalable in itself. And the relevance of the Portuguese thing, of course, is as we progress our intended merger with Galp, then this becomes a really Iberian agenda. And in Portugal, there's a place called Sines, which looks a lot like Huelva, and that has the same potential. And so you're starting to build really this vision of materiality, of European impact, and I think that's so important.
So are you seeing, you guys haven't waited for this moment. You've been pushing this forward and made these announcements in the last several years. Are there any changes that you need to see or anything else you need to see coming out of the Spanish government or the European government to help accelerate that transition?
Look, indeed, we've taken the philosophy to say, we'd rather be early than be late,
okay,
which is a lesson we've learned from attending many cocktail parties. And so, yes, we are ahead of the curve because we believe that developing this capability and these early volumes will not only be a profitable thing, but also really a strategic advantage versus those who wake up in 2030 and they say, we want the same. Well, now you're 5 years behind. So I think there's a real competitive reason for doing it. But we also strongly, it's a big bet on, obviously, Brussels. If you think about what we need is currently what you're able to do is to build these hubs more or less in isolation. If I could ask for one thing, it's infrastructure investment.
Okay.
Europe needs to connect itself From a hydrogen perspective, we need a pipeline from south of Iberia to Germany. We need power lines that connect Europe. The energy agenda for Europe is very local. And we can never get to a competitive situation in Europe if we don't create a European vision of where to produce energy, where to consume it, and how to connect it. And that's the biggest thing that we need from Brussels and from Madrid.
All right, so we are about to run out of time, but I just want to sort of pick up on that last question. I mean, we have this incredible audience here. We're Politico, we're read by policymakers. I mean, what is the one thing you need from them, and the one thing, you need this audience to take away?
I would say, don't...
We're getting the flashing signs.
Okay, never forget the sense of urgency you feel today about creating a European energy future. Because we all feel it at the moment, everybody agrees, yeah, obviously your story is correct. But my worry is in 18 months, when things have died down, we'll be back to a very incremental, slow process. And that's not what we need. So never forget today would be my request.
Okay. Well, that wraps us up. We're going to hand it back over to Kate Day, but I just want to thank you again for your partnership and for the thoughts you've shared today. Thank you so much.
Welcome to Spain. Politico.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Matthew and Martin. That was fascinating and an excellent way to frame the next discussion. We're going to dive into our first policy topic of the day. Mayor Colboni gave us a little taste of some of the issues, but we're looking at Europe's affordability crisis. What can governments do, and should they do, to ease the pressure on Europeans? Obviously, global instability, everything from Russia's war in Ukraine, conflict in the Middle East, have shocked Europe's markets and helped drive up prices we all pay every day: housing, food, energy, everything else. What should policymakers, both at national level, regional level, European level, do to address this cost of living? To kickstart the discussion, I'd like to welcome B. Bartlett's Gabriel San Miguel to the stage, who will share some more results from our European Pulse poll with you all. Gabriel.
"80 years ago, the European Union was built from the ruins of the Second World War with a clear promise that work and effort would let any Europeans live better than their parents' generation. The question is it holding? In our poll, 52% of Europeans believe their generation has fewer opportunities to succeed economically than their parents. But the picture is not uniform. From one side, there's the great optimistic European, Poland, who only 12% of Poles believe they have fewer opportunities than their parents. On the opposite side, the highest amount of fewer opportunities is France, with 68%. Here you could see how Spaniards and Germans, only 50% of them believe they have better opportunities. And then there's a clear descent in Belgium, Italy, and France. But within all each countries that we analyze, the generation that feels this pessimism most vivid is the youngest one, people under 35%, people under 35 years. Italy, the highest one, has a 93% of pessimism, France, 92%, and Spain, it's 80% of pessimism. But what drives this pessimism? 40% of Europeans have difficulty covering the basic cost of daily lives. Everyday economic pressure. And the first position is energy with 28%, most likely because of the Iranian war. Then it's housing with 23%, and then it's food with 20%. But this pressure does not come only from lowest income. It also comes from, it reaches well into the lower middle class and people who earn up to 2,000 euros per month. All this pessimism and all this economic pressure translate into a cross-class, cross-ideology dissatisfaction with their government response to the cost of living. Here you could see how France has the highest amount of dissatisfaction with 85%, Germany with 82%, Italy with 81%, Spain with 76%, Belgium 68%, even Poland, the great optimistic case, with 61%. As you can see, this is a much harder political problem to solve. We have analyzed the views of Europeans. Now it's up to the institution to respond. The question will be now, will they? Thank you, and let's hear from the panelists.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aitor Hernandez, and I'm a senior reporter at Politico. And during this panel, we are going to discuss the affordability crisis in Europe. In an interview with Barcelona Mayor Collboni, one of the comments that he made to us, which was really striking, was that he identified the housing crisis as a greater threat to Europe than Russia at this point, because it is very much creating that level of discontent that's feeding extremist movements and generally leading to doubts about the integrity of the European Union. In order to discuss that further, and in order to discuss a little bit of the aspects that are affecting Spain in particular as a touristic country, as a country with a very serious housing crisis, I am delighted to welcome to the stage Yolanda Díaz, the Deputy Prime Minister of Spain and the Minister of Labour. Vicepresidenta, quería empezar con una muy buena noticia, que son los datos del paro. No sé si nos podría contar un poco cómo se ha llegado a este hito histórico y un poco el secreto de España en este éxito.
Bueno, en primer lugar, buenos días. Gracias por invitarme a este evento y enhorabuena por el despliegue que estáis haciendo justamente aquí. Bueno, vamos a ver, durante 40 años el paro era el principal problema de nuestro país. Cuando llegué al Gobierno de España, en el año 2019, esto era así. Incluso en las facultades se nos decía que no se podía arreglar en las facultades de Derecho el problema de la temporalidad en España. Es más, hubo 52 reformas laborales en España, hechas por el Partido Popular o por el Partido Socialista, que no arreglaban el problema de la temporalidad en España. Bueno, ahora mismo, sí que ahora les digo que en estos días justamente, de manera real, no desestacionalizada, sí tenemos 22 millones de personas ocupadas en España. Les doy otra noticia. Las estimaciones que hacemos desde el Ministerio de Trabajo y Economía Social es que estos 22 millones de personas ocupadas en España se van a mantener a lo largo de todo el año 2026. ¿A qué se explica todo esto? Pues se explica sencillamente a un marco normativo hijo del diálogo social con acuerdo tripartito que cambió el paradigma en nuestro país. Una reforma laboral que dijo sustancialmente dos cosas. Una, tenemos que hacer de la estabilidad en el empleo la norma y no la temporalidad. Efectivamente, esto se está consiguiendo en nuestro país y, por tanto, cambiar una situación que era muy mala, que era la precariedad. Queda mucho todavía, pero desde luego antes 1 de cada 10 contratos en España eran indefinidos, 1 de cada 10, y hoy tenemos más del 40% de los contratos en España son de carácter indefinido. Por tanto, aquel mantra que decía que la estabilidad en el empleo no permite crear empleo es falso. Les doy otro dato. Desde el año 2019, desde la reforma laboral hasta ahora, hemos creado en España 2,5 millones de puestos de trabajo. Por tanto, el primer mantra lo desmontamos. Segundo, no hay que despedir ante las crisis. A lo largo de la historia española, daba igual quien gobernara, todas las crisis se gestionaban desde el ajuste en el empleo. Lo que hemos hecho desde la pandemia y hoy ya en la reforma laboral, artículo 47 y 47 bis, con el mecanismo red, con los agentes sociales, es que ante las crisis no hay que despedir a nadie. Es decir, tenemos recursos públicos para sostener a las empresas y sostener a los trabajadores. Y en tercer lugar, una estrategia laboral que tiene que ir de la mano de subir los salarios. no devaluar los salarios, por ejemplo, como la última reforma laboral del año 12. Esta estrategia, que ya no se discute en ninguna parte del mundo, la defiende la Comisión Europea, la defiende el Fondo Monetario Internacional o la OCDE, es la que explica que hayamos cambiado el paradigma en nuestro país, y es desde el mundo del trabajo que creamos empleo, pero que crece la economía. Y es lo que explica que hoy España sea la economía que crece en la OCDE y, desde luego, lo haga con calidad. ¿Esto quiere decir que no hay nada que hacer? No, queda mucho por hacer, pero, desde luego, sí es posible cambiar la situación laboral en nuestros países. Fíjese, yo recuerdo la primera reunión que tuve con los 3 comisarios en aquel momento, con el comisario Smith, con Gentiloni, con Dombrovskis, y cuando me dijeron en la reforma laboral el porcentaje de temporalidad que teníamos que alcanzar en España, dije, oh Dios mío, esto no va a ser posible, aunque sabía muy bien la reforma laboral que había que hacer en nuestro país. Y fíjese, hoy España está por debajo de la media de temporalidad privada europea. Por lo tanto, creo que esto es un éxito. Ayer me encontraba con los empresarios de la construcción, un sector que también se había teorizado que era imposible reducir la temporalidad. Pues hemos reducido la temporalidad en un sector, le doy un dato solo, de la construcción, que era a lo largo de la democracia española del 40%. Hoy la temporalidad en la construcción en España es del 14%, 2 puntos por encima de la media del resto de sectores, pero es que la hemos reducido singularmente. Por tanto, este es el camino.
Le quería preguntar más ampliamente sobre el tema de affordability que estamos mirando y, en particular, el tema de la vivienda en España. Primero, a nivel europeo, ¿cómo ven los intentos que se están haciendo para abordar este tema? Sabe que uno de los invitados que tenemos hoy es el autor del informe del Parlamento sobre la crisis de la vivienda. ¿Qué opina sobre ese texto y sobre este approach?
Voy a hacer una primera afirmación. La desigualdad en las sociedades es una decisión política. La primera fábrica de desigualdad hoy en nuestro país y en Europa es la vivienda. En España, de manera singular. Antes dije que durante 40 años el principal problema de España fue el paro. Hoy el principal problema de los españoles y españolas, voten a quien voten, es la vivienda. Es más, hemos subido el salario mínimo un 66% y suben los salarios en España, pero es que no damos satisfecho una necesidad vital fundamental como es acceder a una vivienda. Por tanto, primero, la primera afirmación, es una decisión política abordar el problema central que se llama vivienda. 2, por primera vez este año, lo conversaba con usted antes, en el EPSCO se ha tratado por primera vez en el seno de la Unión Europea del principal problema que tenemos en Europa. Es la vivienda, son los costes de las familias y son los salarios. No olvidemos, son las 3 vertientes que estamos trabajando en el EPSCO en estos momentos. Por tanto, primero, bienvenido que hablemos de vivienda, pero vamos tarde. 2, bienvenidos, estaba hablando ahora mismo con el ponente del informe, con quien quedaré para abordarlo, bienvenido el informe sobre esta cuestión. Ahora bien, creo que el reto que tenemos es uno, y es qué política necesitamos en materia económica y, por tanto, de vivienda para entender que tenemos que dar salida al problema fundamental. Hoy se explican los populismos en Europa y en el mundo por muchos elementos de insatisfacción, pero hay uno que indican todos los institutos demoscópicos que tiene que ver con el malestar de la vivienda, que está generando una enorme desafección ciudadana. La primera cuestión es que hemos pasado de una economía productiva a una economía financiarizada, pero una economía ahora mismo, desde hace ya muchos años en Europa y en el mundo, que es rentista y que permite que se haga negocio, se especule con un actor fundamental que se llama vivienda a través de los fondos de inversión denominados popularmente como fondos buitre. Y da igual el país en el que nos encontremos. Hoy las viviendas en gran parte de nuestras ciudades, hasta las más pequeñas en Galicia, pasando por cualquier ciudad del mundo, da igual en la ciudad en la que nos encontremos, están en manos de grandes tenedores, de grandes fondos de inversión, por cierto, en los que tenemos que actuar. Por tanto, yo no comparto la estrategia que se está haciendo por parte de la Comisión Europea. Fíjese, el BEI está destinando para 2 años 10.000 millones de euros para la vivienda en Europa. Los informes hablan de una necesidad de inversión de 150.000 millones de vivienda. Pero digo más, en nuestro país dedicamos presupuestariamente el 0,1% en materia de vivienda. Necesitaríamos, para abordar de manera inteligente en España, el 1% del PIB destinado a esta materia. Pero hay que hacer algo fundamental, que es actuar sobre quienes son hoy los grandes tenedores de las viviendas en nuestro país. Por tanto, cambiar la estrategia de la política económica rentista, que, permítanme, los fondos de inversión, con todo respeto, tienen una lógica de saqueo. Son fondos de inversión que no pagan impuestos. Podemos hablar de socimis y demás, de este tema nunca se habla. El resto de las empresas españolas e internacionales pagan impuestos. Ellos no, o lo pagan de manera casi, permítame, yo qué sé, sin importancia. Por tanto, lo primero que tenemos que hacer es desarrollar una política pública en materia de vivienda que vaya destinada a la generación de un derecho fundamental. El artículo 47 de la Constitución española, el constituyente español cierra ese precepto prohibiendo la especulación en algo tan fundamental, como es la vivienda. Por tanto, ¿qué tenemos que hacer? De manera inmediata, no mediata ni a largo plazo, sino inmediata, reducir el precio de la vivienda. Esto es clave en España, es clave en una ciudad de Galicia, es clave en el barrio en el que vivo yo en Madrid, en cualquier barrio de Barcelona, en cualquier barrio de Extremadura, es clave en cualquier ciudad europea. Por tanto, reducir el precio, porque la gente no puede pagar un alquiler hoy y, por tanto, tenemos que garantizar que esto sea posible. 2, redistribuir la propiedad. El fenómeno fondo de inversión, fondo buitre, lo que está pasando es que está distorsionando completamente la construcción de un modelo social en el que me van a permitir ya, hablamos de manera casi caduca del ascensor social como un factor, ¿no?, de que los hijos e hijas de las clases trabajadoras no pueden acceder a la universidad y a otros sectores, pero es que ahora mismo ya de manera transversal el ascensor se quiebra porque no se puede acceder a una vivienda. 3, estoy en Barcelona con ejemplos de políticas públicas muy importantes y soy ministra de Economía Social y Cooperativismo. Hay que hacer una apuesta firme desde España, lo estamos haciendo, aquí hay ejemplos de ello, desde España y en Europa por el fomento del cooperativismo. Hay ejemplos magníficos en Austria y en otros muchos países en el que el cooperativismo y también el cooperativismo en la cesión de uso es clave para que podamos dar salida al problema de la vivienda. Ahora bien, una estrategia basada en una política rentista, de acumulación capitalista, lo va a distorsionar absolutamente todo. De tal manera que, como decimos en el EBSCO, podemos actuar en el mundo del trabajo, podemos actuar en los salarios, pero como no actuemos en la vivienda, entendiendo y contribuyendo a la función social que tiene que cumplir la vivienda y defendiendo, que no hablamos de esto, no hemos hablado de esto en Lisboa, que recuerden ustedes, en Porto, sí, que hemos salido de Porto sin una declaración, la subsanamos después en un EBSCO, pero no hay Europa social sin abordar el derecho fundamental a la vivienda.
A la vivienda. Pues, vicepresidenta, nos ha hecho una apertura perfecta para el panel que vamos a tener ahora. Le doy muchísimas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. Ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy Prime Minister of Spain, thank you very much. And now we're going to move on to our panel. bring them on. And now I'm joined for our panel discussion. Joining me on the stage is Damaris Barajas Sanz, Director of Strategic Planning at Provivienda, Carmen Dura de la Sota, researcher at the International Tax Observatory, and Borja Jiménez Laras, member of the European Parliament and author of the report that we were discussing before. Before we get into the wider topics, I wanted to ask you guys, what were your thoughts on the survey? What were the big takeaways for each one of you? So maybe we'll start at the end and move this way. Carmen?
Yeah, so I think, thank you very much, Aitor, first, for having me over. I think there is a clear crisis across Europe, and that's shown in the survey. Most Europeans cannot afford basic necessities, and we definitely need to address this quicker rather than slower, especially in terms of the housing crisis. The longer we wait, the worse and more long-lasting the consequences will be. One thing that perhaps is maybe not that central to the poll, but I found quite interesting in terms of housing, was that there was a very widespread support among the citizenship of Europe for expanding public and social housing in this context of the housing crisis. And so I think that this is definitely going to be part of the measures that will need to be taken in order to not only get out of this housing crisis, but also perhaps prevent future ones. And yeah, it was quite unexpected. I also saw that it was particularly supported in countries like Germany, Italy, or Spain, where there's very, very little public and social housing. So I think Europeans are asking for a reversal in this sort of marketization of all of the housing assets. I think they want some public and non-profit intervention in the housing markets.
Borja, what about you? What were the big takeaways for you?
Yes, first thing that I would like to point out is that we observe clearly that housing, energy, and inflation have increased the financial pressure on the citizens, but the poll points out something that it is key, that it is that the pressure, when we talk regarding the housing, is structural, and in the other cases it is cyclical. So we have to take decisions, structural decisions, to face this crisis. Another important point for me that I would like to point out is that there is something that catches my attention, and it is that 75% of the Spanish are dissatisfied with the response made by the government just regarding this matter of the cost of living. And when we talk about the policies they are developing in the area of housing, for example, 20% of Spanish people consider that the rent controls are not a good idea. 20% think that the tourist rental regulation is a good idea. Only 20%, I want to say, sorry. And however, nearly 70% believe that building more houses, public and private, is a good idea. And this is completely in line with the proposal and the plan that we have defined and developed at European level.
Damaris.
Well, I see a strong mandate, specifically in the Spanish population, on average, but it's very interesting how it is significant in Spain, because 2 out of 3 Spaniards are asking for more social and public housing, and I think that is strong mandates. And the Spanish are more concerned about expanding supply, probably, than capping prices, but both measures are complementary. And one thing that also raises our attention is that in some of the results of the poll could think that the average is okay in some terms in Spain, in terms of anxiety about affordability and prices. But the problem is what is hidden behind that 32%, I think it was, that is on average okay, but that hides a population that is overburdened by housing costs, and whose situation is catastrophic in terms of affordability and guaranteeing rights.
Right, because we're focusing a lot on how the crisis is hitting the middle class, but there are a lot of other people who are being affected by this situation. Borja, I was wondering, could you tell us a little bit about your report? What are the main points that you would highlight in terms of the Parliament's approach?
Yes, first of all, I think that we should talk about the diagnosis that we have made. The reality is that during the last 15 years, the rent prices have increased 30% and the housing prices 60%. So this is a completely disaster. 11% of the citizens have to spend more than 40% of their income on rent. What we have found is that behind this situation, what there is a clear lack of supply. When we talk about the European Union, we need to build 10 million houses to meet the current demand. And in the case of Spain, according to the Bank of Spain, they established that we need to build 700,000 houses to meet the demand. And in this situation, what catch our attention is that during the last 5 years, the building permits have decreased 20%. So something is happening in the European Union, and we have to know what kind of measures we can take. This is what we have analyzed, and we have made some proposals with this clear objective that it is to try to boost the supply. Maybe I can tell you later about this measure.
Let me ask the other panelists. So Carmen, I saw your face twitch there. Do you think the solution is to build?
Well, I think that there can be some cases in which building more can be beneficial, but I'm pretty sure that building alone will not solve the housing crisis. I'm going to focus on two reasons that I think are important to mention. The first one is the time dimension, right? We have a crisis right now, and as I mentioned, the longer we wait, the more impact it's going to have in our societies and in our economies in the long run. So waiting until new buildings are completed is not a response to a crisis. The second thing is that even if we have those new buildings, they're going to be located mostly in the outskirts of our big cities that are already very, very saturated. And it's very unclear that they will bring prices down for existing housing. And this is something that we've also seen, especially in this country, in the past. And let's be clear, solving the housing crisis requires that prices go down because they're currently completely detached from the real economic capacity of the residents of the cities. So I suggest that we move on to other types of solutions. I don't know if I should discuss
Sure,
it now.
please.
So I think one of the tools that has been under-discussed and underused is the fiscal system. The fiscal system has benefit that it can act quite quickly, and it could change incentives for people to act in certain ways. And so one of the things that we can use our tax system for right now to increase supply is to ensure that the housing that already exists in housing markets that are saturated is actually put to be used as a primary residence.
Are we talking about empty homes or secondary homes?
Both.
Both.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So we were talking about empty homes, secondary homes, and short-term rentals. I'm going to start with the first two. This is not at all a fringe phenomenon. In Paris, for example, in central neighborhoods, over 30% of apartments are empty most of the year. This is housing that is already available, that could be put in the market tomorrow, in a month, in 6 months, even if it needs some rehabilitation. And then we have, of course, the problem of short-term rentals, which, there is an option to regulate them, as some cities have chosen to do. It's also possible to overtax this kind of returns on short-term rentals in dense cities to disincentivize the transformation of usual homes into secondary residences. And if I'm allowed one last point, please. I think one last thing that we can do, and we should maybe look at doing with the tax system, is try to reverse a little bit the increase in concentration of housing wealth that we've witnessed since the 2008 crisis in Europe, which has been very dramatic and which is certainly part of the ingredients for this crisis. And what I'm talking about is that home ownership rates in Spain, for example, have gone down among the young generation from around 60% or over 60% in the early 2000s to around 30% today. And meanwhile, we've seen an explosion of multi-property owners. 80%, I think, of rental income received by individuals in Spain goes to the top 10% of income earners. So it's a huge concentration. And the tax system can be a very useful tool in addressing this and facilitating more people can afford to buy their own homes.
Tamaris, what are your thoughts?
Well, we in Provivienda, we say that the solution is already built. So we agree that we have to build more houses. But Spain doesn't have a problem of quantity because we have the highest number of dwellings per inhabitant in the whole European Union. The problem is allocation and how we guarantee that the most vulnerable and not only the middle class access the homes that are already built. And we think that the model, and we think also that the citizenship is demanding a shift in the model because of that dissatisfaction that Borja was talking about, and that's the problem of democracy. So we need a change of model. And in the case of Spain, there is a model that is already working, and it's, for example, the non-profit sector entering in the ecosystem of the housing markets and providing a solution, a long-term solution that can balance the market and that can act as an actor, professional actor with the private sector and with the public sector, because the citizenship is demanding more public and social housing. And I think we have to pay attention to that. So we can mobilize because we have the highest number of dwellings, but also nearly 4 million of empty homes, which probably not all of them are usable or are near employment centers, for example. But we have tools to mobilize. We have proven models that work, that incentivize the use of residential units, and that can create trust between the tenant and the owner. And we need policies that do that, guarantee rights and guarantee access to rights to everyone, and not only the ones that already can pay homes.
What are your responses?
Yes, first of all, regarding this matter of the empty dwellings, when we talk about Spain, there is a figure that talks about 4 million of empty houses, but the question is, where are these houses? Because maybe they are in places where people don't want to live. So this is the first and a very important problem that we have. Let me insist in the idea that a very high demand and a short supply push the prices up. This is the reality. This is a law. So if we need to build 10 million houses at European level, this has to be our priority, to build, and to renovate more houses. And now I think that it is also the position of the European Parliament, as it is in line with the report that was approved by the large majority of the Parliament, but also by the European Commission, that it is defending this line. And what are we proposing? We want to launch a simplification package. We know that now, in this moment, there are some regulation at European level that it is affecting the construction sector, for example, in the environmental area, so we should try to simplify. We need to speed up the permission, the permitting. This is something very important. We have included the principle of a positive administrative silence, and also the goal of 60 days for having done this kind of, we want to reduce taxes, but also for the construction of houses, always when they have a social policy objective. Also for the renovation. This is really important to promote innovation in the sector, but we need to build and renovate more. And we need also something very important that now in Spain we are seeing that we have several problems with this, that we need legal certainty in the construction sector and in the housing sector, because this is really important to give safety for the investors. And we need money. And we can talk maybe later now about the necessity to attract public money, but also private money. If we need to build 10 million houses, the problem is that it is not enough, the public money. Our political party and also the European Parliament, of course, we are completely in favor of promoting affordable housing, public affordable housing. But the question is that we are aware that this is not going to be enough. So we need to build massively.
Carmen?
Yeah, so first, maybe starting with the end, on the effectiveness of public and social housing, I want to point out that one of the strengths of this kind of measure, if it's done correctly, that is, if it's spread out throughout the city and not concentrated in some ghettos and some outskirts, it can actually benefit not only the people living in this type of housing, it can moderate the prices of the market. And this is what we've seen, for example, with the case of Vienna, which has over 40% of public and social housing, and which has not nearly experienced as severe a crisis. So it is a very, very big part of the solution in the long run, although it is something that will require time, and as Borja pointed out, a lot of investment. In terms of the investment problem, I think one of the reasons, perhaps, why there is not so much investment in new construction is because it's been very, very profitable to invest in existing units, purchase existing units just to put them up for rent. And this is, as I was saying, been reflected in a higher and higher concentration of housing wealth and a few wealthy individuals and companies over the last decades. So we should maybe disincentivize investing in existing housing and therefore reconduct some of those funds to new construction, to innovation, to renewable energies, to more productive sectors than just housing assets.
Damaris?
Well, I think if half of the tenants are already overburdened, increasing supply alone will not solve the access, and we could even reinforce inequalities. In the booming years of construction in Spain between 2008 and 2018, millions of homes and units were built, and the prices kept rising. So that alone is not the solution. We need to guarantee access for everyone and the control of inequalities. And in that case, again, I think the non-profit sector is a good actor because it could be a long-term solution with different profits, but specialized in accompanying vulnerable groups and middle-class groups, and be that balance in the market.
Is this, as the Deputy Prime Minister was saying, a political problem that requires political solutions?
Exactly, yeah. It requires political decisions, and the problem is not over-regulation, but what happens with those that are overburdened and are under-protected. So we need policies that protect them, and that's a mandate, as we see in the poll.
I have a question for all three of you. It's clear that this is a problem that's being recognized across Europe. In terms of finding the solution, do we require a real mind switch? Are public policies really prepared to address this problem in a totally different way? Because clearly what we've been doing until now has not worked. Is there a possibility for that shift in mindset that, for example, Commissioner Jorgensen talked about, finally recognizing that we cannot continue to see houses as commodities?
Yes, as soon as housing is a right, we need to act and regulate the market, having that as objective. So it's guaranteeing rights and developing different policies, and that's a European possibility on how to channel funds, whether private and public, and do a catalytic approach, so that we can, the European policy can, for example, regulate investment according to GDP and increase that. The minister was saying that. So it's a change of mindset, but in the case of Spain, we can copy what is working in Europe, and we have a completely different model. So our share of social housing is the lowest in Europe, and
why is that, by the way? Like, why is Spain the exception in the negative sense, in that sense?
Well, probably because we stopped building public housing, and because we allowed that housing to be sold in the private market. So we lost the control of all that housing market that could benefit in a situation of crisis the majority of the citizenship. So the market is not balanced as it is in Europe, where the share of social and affordable housing is higher. So it can act as a balance to regulate markets and to allow all the actors to participate in the market, but guaranteeing rights.
What about you, Borja? Is there any country that you look at and you say, these guys have it right, this is the example we should be following?
Now we have two models that I could say that at least what they are doing is quite positive, and we can talk about the case of Netherlands, where they have a plan to build massively. They talk about
the Prime Minister has promised to build, I think, 13 new cities. And
yes,
yeah.
so this is in our line, because what it is clear is that the population is growing, so we need to build more, and this is the only way to try that the prices decrease. And also in Germany, they have a good proposal to reduce the bureaucracy and
Right,
in
to cut the red tape.
in all the process of construction. So this is in the line that we are proposing at European level. So I was telling you, for us, another important chapter it is when we talk about financing. And for me, it is clear that we have to advance in this public housing park. And in that sense, the European funds and the role of the European Investment Bank is going to be key. But from our perspective, we want to insist that it is really important to attract private capital, to flexibilize the access to credit for the private companies. And the only thing that I would like also to point out is that this is the only way to try to find a solution, because what we are observing at European level is that all these interventionist measures, maybe Barcelona, I think that it is a clear example. We have here the mayor of Barcelona, the deputy minister, they explain their views, their position, and from my political perspective, I want to say something about what it is happening. We talk about the price and rent controls, and it sounds great. It sounds really good. But the problem is that it is not working. It is not working in Barcelona. I think that the city hall knows it, but it didn't work also in Berlin, and they had to delete this policy. Permissiveness toward the phenomenon of illegal occupation. This affects the legal certainty. And this is a big drama because, in the end, exacerbates the lack of stock. The reserve of 30%, it didn't work also. The reserve for social housing here in Barcelona, it didn't work. The problem is that this disincentivizes the investment, and this is a problem because what we need is to attract more investment. And also, another important point that we observe here with the Spanish government is that they have announced the construction of 267,000 houses. The problem is that they have built in almost 8 years 10,000 houses. So yes, we can talk all the time about promote public housing, but the problem is that you are governing and you are not doing your work.
I'm going to turn to Carmen in a minute, who's shaking her head vigorously. I do want to ask you, because you mentioned it, and it caught our attention in Brussels as well. You mentioned the phenomenon of occupation. How big a phenomenon is this?
This is a reality. This is something that it is completely unfair. Of course, there is an important percentage. Now I don't have the figure, but in the case of Barcelona, it is quite high. You have to know that now in the Idealista here in Spain, there is a specific filter about the houses that are occupied. This is something that it is a scandal.
I want to turn to either one of you, because I feel that you're about to respond. Carmen, if you want to grab that first.
I think maybe Damaris has better numbers for Barcelona, but I think the numbers in Spain are below 0.01%.
So it's a minority issue?
Well, the reality is that in Idealista, there is a specific filter with houses occupied, and this is something that everyone can check.
But realistically...
how many? And there is also, the problem is that this is deeply unfair, and at the same time, the problem is that it is affecting very seriously the legal certainty. And when this affects the legal certainty, there are people who decide not to put the apartments in the market because they are...
But is this really a problem that we can say is affecting Europe? That we should be worried about occupations of homes? And
well, this is in Spain. It is clear that this is a problem. This is a clear concern regarding this topic, and also in other countries, as it is, for example, in Italy and Malta.
Yes. Carmen, I'll turn to you because I know that you were trying to get in before.
Yeah, no, just to respond to some of Borja's points from earlier, I just want to insist again that there is no foundation, at least in economic research, that building more in the places where we can build will lower prices. So we should stop maybe thinking that this is going to be the case. And then I want to go back as well on the fact that you mentioned Netherlands as an example. And actually, Netherlands is interesting because I think in the 2024 law, they actually expanded the amount of rent-controlled units massively within the market. And they saw one thing, which was that institutional investors, large investors, started to pull out from the market, again, of existing homes. And the residents were able to become homeowners, or were able to buy those houses from the markets where these investors were exiting. So in some cases, it can also be beneficial. And I would also want to point out that recent research, at least when it pertains to France and other European experiences of what is called second-generation rent controls. These are more flexible than the first-generation ones. They're not fixed cap. They're just moderating the growth. They've been proven to be quite effective, and there hasn't been any visible decrease in supply. So I think it can be part of a healthy mix, especially in the short run, if it's well designed and complemented with other types of policies.
Damaris?
Yeah, I think the examples that you've mentioned in Denmark or Germany and all the construction booming is being done hand in hand with housing associations, which I think is an actor that helps regulating the market. I think there are millions of investments and equity funds in Catalonia hand in hand with housing associations already operating in Spain, which are not regulated. We are demanding a law that gives us a framework to operate with the rest of actors. But I think we can attract funds that work and that incentivize mobilizing construction and delivery of units and managing of units.
Well, we could clearly talk about this for hours, but unfortunately our time is up. So I do want to thank our three panelists today, Damaris Baraja Sanz, Director of Strategic Planning at Provivienda, Borja Jiménez Larraz, Member of the European Parliament, and Carmen Durer de la Sota, researcher at the International Tax Observatory. Thank you all very much for being with us.
Thank you.
And now I will turn over for a short segment from Google, and then I will be back with you all.
Thank you.
Dear Vice President Teresa Ribera, Minister, members of the European Parliament, dear friends, imagine you are all in 1883. There is a dust of like a big construction site everywhere, and you are standing there. You are standing there and you see a young guy, Antoni Gaudi. He has a blueprint in his hand. It's so complex, so radical that he knows that he was not able to finish what he's starting to build. He was not building like a church. He was defining like what could be the future. And it's clear that the force of Gaudi was a trust. He trusted the craftsmen coming after him, having the right skills, the right vision, and more exactly, the right tools to finish this masterpiece. Buenos dias, bom dia a todos. Today, we are standing more or less in the same city and at a similar modernist moment. AI is our new raw material. And finally, just like the Sagrada Familia, we are just in front of the future work in Europe. It's a masterpiece currently under a massive construction, and we need to work on it. It's bold, it's transformative, and to some, the foundation are a bit uncertain. AI is here. AI is here to be used. It's not this kind of like a distant maybe, it's a no. AI is not just like a new random technology. When it comes to the future work, it is the defining technology. It gives us like a massive opportunities that we did not see before. We expect that in the next 10 years, we can bring 8% of GDP to the European economy, 8%. We are talking about 1.2 trillion euros in the next decade. And of course, Spain will have to play a role. Unfortunately, AI adoption is not, I would say, like quick, or at least it's a bit patchy. 55% of the large companies are starting to use AI in Europe, but only 30% of small companies, 30. And you know, the small companies, the SMEs, are the backbone of the European economy and the Spanish economy. I think it's 99% of the company here, so it's huge. So we cannot plan for any kind of Spanish adoption of AI without accounting with all these kind of small companies, from the winemaker in La Rioja to a bookshop here in Barcelona, or any kind of craftsman, in the south of Spain. For these businesses, AI is not about replacing them. It's about providing real tools that will help them to compete in the new digital landscape and to seize all the opportunities they could capture. As you can see, it's quite interesting because the ones that could benefit the most from AI are not using AI. And that's why we need to focus on them. We made recently a survey with INCO, it's an NGO. It's quite interesting. They made an analysis of all the job posting right now on the internet, and specifically in Spain. They made an analysis of 2 million job posting. And what's the conclusion? 22%, 1 out of 5, the entry-level jobs. They ask AI skilling. Meaning, like, if we want now to enter into the labor market, you need to have AI skillings. So that's why we need to focus on students and young professionals. I know that for many of you, like me, the word AI comes with like a very concrete question. What will happen to my job? But if you look back, history gives us like a lot of examples. History is not a story of I would say replacement or subtraction. It's a long, long story of expansion. And of course, when you look back to the starting point of the conference where we said like French are very skeptic about everything. I'm coming from France, but I will bring some optimism. When it comes to AI, clearly, we will not lose our work. We will reinvent our work. And the truth is the technical shift is already there. But it's not a challenge we can face alone. It's a collective mission. And at Google, we are committing, of course, to place the power of AI between the hand of all the businesses here in Spain and to be sure that they can shape the next century. That's why today we are not talking about the future, we are talking about the present. We are talking about the tools that will help people to succeed. And I'm proud to present AI Works for Spain. We are contributing to placing this kind of power or the defining technology between the hand of everyone that will shape what could be the next century here in Spain. And our commitments focus on 3 pillars. The first one is the next generation. We are partnering with tens of universities across Spain to ensure that students and young professionals, but also teachers, are not just like the observers of this AI revolution, but will be active participants. Starting this month in cities like Salamanca, Granada, Rennes, and also Sevilla, we will hosting master classes to be sure that we will reach thousands of young people before the exams and to be sure they are equipped. And of course, we are not stopping there. We are coming soon in Catalonia. In addition, a $1 million funding from Google.org will provide advanced AI skilling and career coaching to 6,000 university students to help them be prepared for all these kind of AI translated jobs. And we are starting with Seville, and the goal is to extend everywhere in Spain. I said the first one is the next generation. The second one is the current generation, the current workforce. We need to be sure that they are fully equipped and fully comfortable. That's why we are launching a new professional certification in Spanish next week, starting in April 15. And this launch is powered by our very tremendous partnership with Funday, with whom we already deliver more than 10,000 scholarships since 2021. We are adding 1,000 more scholarships, and the goal is to be sure that we are giving to Spanish workers all the support they need to lead all of us to the new AI age. And third, the SMBs. We need to be sure that those SMBs are ready, and that's why we are launching dedicated programs to help 3,000 entrepreneurs, small business owners, to be sure they can capture and be prepared for the AI revolution, and it's starting in May. Of course, as I said at the beginning, it's a collective journey, and that's why I have also 3 asks for all of you. 3 requests. The first one, please, give people permission to experiment. Regulation, we know that is necessary. But now we must provide very clear guidelines to everyone about what they can do, and not only about what they cannot do. 2, we need also to prioritize AI literacy at scale. Everyone, every worker from the factory floors to the ministry department, they need to know when they can trust AI and when human judgment is needed. And 3, SMB. We need to focus on the SME readiness. It's not enough to give them the best technology. They can use Gemini, is one of them. They can have LLM, but what they need to be prepared about the messy and very impactful organizational changes. The 3 asks, permission to experiment, universal AI literacy, and SME readiness are not just technical goals. They are the foundation of a new social contract for the digital age. Gaudi once said, tomorrow's world will be much more beautiful than today's. If we invest in the small business in Seville, in the students here in Barcelona, in Madrid, everywhere, we will not just automate the past. We will build a future that is more productive, more inclusive, and above all, more human. The tool is in our hands, and more exactly in your pockets. Now, it's time to build this kind of future all together. Gracias. Thank you very much.
Next up, we'll turn to a fireside chat between 2 figures in Europe who are driving the conversation about European competitiveness. They really need no introduction. We've got European Commission Executive Vice President Teresa Ribera and former Italian Prime Minister Enrico Letta. Please welcome my colleague Laura Greenhouse and Teresa Ribera to the stage, and we'll be joined by Mr. Letta online. Laura, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Laura Greenhouse, Politico's editorial director for European policy. And what a time to be tackling the topic of Europe's competitiveness with 2 fantastic speakers. As we heard through the conversations yesterday evening and this morning, there is a really strong desire amongst those that we've spoken to for the European Pulse survey to build a Europe that is stronger and more independent, fueled in part by an understanding that the relationship with the United States has fundamentally changed. And of course, the competitiveness of Europe is being tested right now with the energy crisis. Commissioner Ribera, we hear a lot that part of the solution to Europe's competitiveness is the single market, and in particular a real capital markets union, energy union. I guess my opening question for this discussion to you is, are those plans, are they seriously going to happen?
No, that's a very nice question, but look, I think that the decades that have gone since the very beginning, the very starting point of the European project, prove that we are able to overcome difficulties and to keep on deepening in our integration. And I think that now we are experiencing one of those moments where we realize that it is either further integration or falling apart. And falling apart is not an answer for the challenges of today. So yes, I think this is absolutely needed. And of course, it may be difficult, challenging to identify how we can overcome the barriers that still exist in many critical sectors that are very close to our heart at the member states level. But this is very important, and I think that Enrico was very right when he said in one Europe deserves one market. And we have lots of strengths. We have overcome lots of very difficult challenges, and it is time to keep on going. We have done a lot in a very short period of time, how we can address a simplified model for small companies willing to count on a 28th regime, something that counts in all member states with the same rules, how we can simplify and avoid overlappings, how we can get into a much more connected Europe, how we can think of a single telecom market instead of 27 national telecom markets, how we can speed up if the complementarities of our energy systems, how we can build a broader concept of security that also allow us to step up in subjects that we did not expect to be facing in the time to be, as how we can create a common approach when thinking about security and defense. So yes, I think that we will keep on going all along these lines, including what about a single capital union, how we can improve the capacity to provide different financial solutions at an affordable cost for those willing to thrive, willing to grow in Europe.
So that's a very optimistic message, and I think, you mentioned you see the latest crisis is kind of bringing countries together. I want to take this opportunity to bring you in, Mr. Letta. Obviously, it's 2 years on from your famous report, and I wondered what's your main message for European leaders at this moment?
First of all, good morning from Washington, D.C. I'm very sorry not being in Barcelona today, but I'm very happy to try to contribute. I think Teresa perfectly set up the scene of the topic. I saw a big and important acceleration in the last 2 months. Since the European Council meeting, the retreat that the leaders had in Aldenbiesen, February the 12th, until next week European Council that is supposed to take place in Brussels, 2 months of acceleration on this, on how to land on the One Europe, One Market project, as Teresa just rightly said. I have to say that I see today, if I have to be very, we say, short in focusing the main problem. The main problem today is the mismatch between urgencies and structural problems. We are talking about structural problems because the 3 main issues that you, Laura, and Teresa mentioned are issues, so the lack of an energy union, the lack of capital markets union, and the lack of interconnectivity union is something that is lasting from 35 years, because we didn't create the single market at the beginning on these 3 subjects. And then we postponed, always because of one topic or one crisis until now. But it is clear that to get these results, we need structural changes. And structural changes are deep, profound, complicated, and they give results not the week after.
And at
the same time, today we have urgencies because of the war. So the raise of the cost of energy, and so we need immediate answers. This is the big mismatch, and it's not easy for the Commission and the European institutions to set up the structural new single market with this One Europe, One Market, at the same time give answer to the urgencies that are today the main problem. I see this as the main political issue today.
Thank you, and I guess, you mentioned the urgencies, and I guess it's not irrelevant that the last European Council actually postponed a discussion on competitiveness in the single market because of the new crises. So that balance is very live. Commissioner, I mean, turning back to you, and I guess looking at the kind of short-term energy crisis, one of the ideas that the EU's been talking about is relaxing state aid rules in order to give countries more room to support. And I wondered how much room you see for this, and whether you support this as a really strong solution to the current crisis.
Well, I think that when speaking about state aid, using public money, we need to take into consideration that whatever response we provide should at least fulfill a couple of criteria. First of them, we should be addressing the root cases. So, of course, there are aspects that deal with solidarity that are beyond state aid rules, because it is just social policies, and that's something that is very much in the political willingness of European governments. Europe has been crafted, shaped as a continent that takes care in a balanced manner of a market-based economy with high social standards, social considerations and environmental grounds. And that's part of our DNA when thinking in national politics. State aid is trying to cover market failures, so to accelerate, for instance, the deep decarbonization of our industry, the deep transformation of our energy system, combining public money to ensure adequate leverage of private money. This is not going to be handled just by public budget. We need to ensure that we crowd in private investors in the right direction, and that's a combination of smart use of public money with adequate regulation. And the third thing I would say is that what we are trying to fix is this structural change around what it was defined at the very beginning of this mandate, the competitiveness compass, the clean industrial deal, the clean industrial state aid framework, so that everybody knew what could be used by other member states to ensure transparency and not breaking the level playing field in the internal market. We don't want distortions in this single market that has been so important and still needs to be deepening. But at the very same time, yes, it is true that there is this short-term demand to react, how we can facilitate the adequate support for people to survive this shock in the very short term. And this is where we are trying to work to identify the very focused short-term emergency measures that, to the extent possible, should be trying to identify responses that do not deviate for the long-term structural transformation that we are entailing, because we don't want to waste public money. We want to ensure that this facilitation goes along the lines of the deep transformation.
So you believe that the relaxation is not incompatible with the long-term transformation?
I think that what you may call relaxation is what I would call the need to ensure to the Europeans and to the European business community that we care about our performance. And of course, there are more limits in terms of fiscal space. We are not placed in a moment where we can spend whatever. But we are also stronger. We have learned from the previous crisis, and it's been a period full of crises. COVID crisis, Ukrainian invasion, and we have been able to identify what type of measures are more effective, perform better, and provide the right incentives to ensure that we are increasingly resilient without undermining this direction of travel that we want to facilitate and support.
You also mentioned the clean transition, and I mean, we saw overwhelming support within the Pulse survey for shifting to renewable energy. I wanted to ask you, I mean, does speeding up the green transition essentially mean that the EU has to accept a degree of dependence on China?
Well, I think that there are different ideas that you inspire. First, I think that it is good to understand that there are many countries in the world with similar intentions to provide comfort and prosperity to their people, to boost competitiveness in their industrial schemes, that understand that science, research, effectiveness, efficient use of resources make sense. And that was the case of China. And I think that that's, broadly speaking, a good thing. The bad thing is that it should not mean that our companies in Europe that comply with high standards in environmental rules, in social rules, to consider that there is a non-level playing field when others may try to sell their products in our internal market. So we need to ensure that we can reconcile the internal and external dimension of this very open market economy that we have in Europe. At the very same time, we have lots of strengths, including from the industrial perspective, from the skills and the training of the educated population that can provide additional results, that can thrive in innovation and giving new results, that can count on the existing infrastructure to boost our economy. So I do not accept this message that sometimes come from the United States or from China, like telling you Europeans are old-fashioned. It's not true. We have the capacities, we have the strengths, we perform well, and we can perform much better. And this is where remaining united is important. So I think that, yes, we need to learn that we cannot rely on sensitive dependencies. We cannot think in strategic terms without paying attention to the risk of increasing our vulnerabilities, fragilities, or high reliance. The concept of being resilient, being autonomous, rebalancing global and local, facilitating a much more diversified portfolio, trying to build our trade relations, our external relations, the soft power, that is also part of power, to build different partnerships is very important. And we know how to do it. So we need to update the way we do it. But I would not say that we need to accept high dependence from countries that produce fossil fuels, or alternatively, high dependence of countries that produce clean tech. We can produce clean tech, we can find solutions, and we can rebalance the relation with many other players around the world.
Thank you, very clear. I mean, moving on to technology and digital, because it would be very remiss to have a conversation about the competitiveness of Europe without tackling those topics. Mr. Leto, I wanted to bring you back in briefly because you mentioned the 28th regime, which was obviously a model that's been launched by the EU designed to meet the demands of startups. There's been plenty of criticism so far of the proposals that they won't necessarily meet the needs of the startup world and, for example, tech startups. What are your thoughts?
The proposal from the Commission, the EU INC, I think, goes in the right direction. It has two problems, but the two problems are related to the treaties. And the two problems, of course, are the fiscal issue and the labor issues. There are limits related to the treaties. So the Commission has to work considering these limits. But it is the beginning of a discussion. And in my view, what is very important is that the Commission presented a proposal that is not limited for tech startups. It can be broader in terms of application. So now it's time for Member States, the Council, and the Parliament to take the topic and to go forward. You know, the main issue is also for what Teresa just said, the word scale. Scale is the main mission for Europe. We need to integrate the markets to scale up. We need to have new rules like EU INC to scale up. We need a strong, united capital market in Europe to scale up. We are too small because of the fragmentation. What I would like to say is that fragmenting in 27 national sovereignties means sending gifts to the Americans and the Chinese and the rest of the world. If we want to be sovereign, we have to be sovereign at European level. Today, this is the role, and EU INC goes in that direction. It is the beginning, and we have to work. And the entire mission is to scale up, because it is what we didn't do in the last 30 years.
Commissioner, you visited Washington and Silicon Valley recently. What were your takeaways from that trip as it pertains to Europe's place in technology future?
Well, I had a very interesting mission to Silicon Valley, San Francisco, and Washington and New York. And I think that what it is important is to understand that dealing with digital and AI, that is so much in the scope today because of the very relevant systemic role in the whole economy and the way we understand in our houses the information we get and we make up our minds. So it's also relevant not only in terms of jobs or in terms of performance at the economic level, it's also important in the way we frame our understanding of the world. I think that one of the main aspects of this mission was to try to show to what extent many of the expectations of an average European citizen matches the expectations of an American average citizen in terms of how we can track the information, how we can comply with an ethical approach of this management, how we need to prepare ourselves to what it is coming, how we need to preserve this level playing field and to ensure that new developers can challenge the traditional incumbents, and how this means mutual respect in terms of obligations and enforcement of the law, but also an opportunity to have an open, forward-looking, strategic understanding on the huge challenges that all these new disruptions may mean in our world if we want to stay living in a democratic context with opportunities for all.
Yeah. You mentioned two things there, the level playing field and enforcement of the law. I mean, I guess an obvious question is, where are you at on enforcing the Digital Markets Act? You know, can you point to any success stories or, you know, the flip side of that, why is it taking so long to bring some of these decisions through?
Well, I think that it is a story of success. The DMA, Digital Markets Act, started to be enforced 2 years ago, and we have completed the first cycle. We will be opening this review process to understand what it has worked and what it has not worked. It has allowed people to ensure interoperability. I think that...
Oh, sorry, we've lost a mic here.
This must be something related to the enforcement of the DMA. Now, I think that there are lots of things that have happened. The two main goals of this ensuring the level playing field in the digital markets is ensure the interoperability so that people can choose. This has been largely improved in the recent years, in our phones, in our services, in the access to the platforms, and the access to the data, so to ensure that it is not because there have been companies that have been very successful up to now and count on this access to the data. There can be no new players that can train and develop new proposals, new services in the time to come. So I think that it has worked, it has been working, it still works. It is a complex reality. We have tried to combine something that is provided in the rules, so specifications, how you should identify what are the obligations to do or not to do when you have been defined as a gatekeeper because of the importance, your share in a given market. And this ensures that there is this learning process, which is very important. Of course, it cannot be a known-end story. We need to ensure that through the specifications, through the regulatory dialogue, we achieve the goals of the full performance of these obligations. So yes, there have been also infringement procedures that have been open. We respect the law. We consider that being reliable and playing according to the rule of law is a very relevant asset, and we Europeans want to stick to these assets. The procedures take time because we want to take decisions based on evidence and after having allowed anyone under this procedure of infringement to defend their case. But yes, we have fulfilled some of these infringement procedures, and still there are quite a lot that are
And
open.
just as a final question, you mentioned the regulatory dialogue. Are you talking with your US counterparts about, for example, the Google decision and other sort of big cases coming through?
I would say that there has traditionally been a very fluent and important dialogue between the Department of Justice in charge of antitrust and the Department of Trade, that also has competence in antitrust aspects, and the DG Competition. And it has been very fluent. And in fact, the whole development and adoption of the DMA, the Digital Markets Act, was taking quite a lot of time and developed in full, I don't know if participation, but at least very fluent dialogue with the US administration in Trump 1 period. In this little bit more than 1 year since Trump turned back to the White House, we have kept this very important dialogue. And I think that this is key. I mean, the ideal thing, even if the systems are different, and in their case it is mainly the courts that state whatever, and in our case it is the DG Competition that states and enforces the law, it has been quite fluent and quite consistent. And for the time being, what we see is that there have been 2 very recent statements coming from courts in the United States that provide a kind of sense of to what extent, as I said, the type of concerns that average Americans may have when thinking about their children, the education, the information, the traceability, the reliability, may be quite similar to the type of concerns that average European citizens may have. I still have a great relationship with the acting boss of the antitrust authority in the Department of Justice, and I think that this is key, to keep this dialogue open. This doesn't mean someone telling to the other what to do. Of course not. Okay. We are sovereign in taking our decisions, but this means that it is important to keep the dialogue open.
Thank you, and so much more to discuss, but we're going to have to leave it there for today. Thank you so much, Enrico, for joining online and waking up so early in America. And thank you, Commissioner, for your thoughts.
Thank you.
We're going to hand over to my colleague, Jamil Andolini, for the next session.
Thank you all, and thank you to Laura, thank you to Executive Vice President Ribera, to former Prime Minister Enrico Letta, joining us from Washington, D.C. so early in the morning. It's great to see him and great to be here. I'm joined, my name's Jamil Andolini, I'm the Regional Director for Politico in Europe. I'm joined here by Fina Yados, who is the President of Pharma Industria, which represents here in Spain innovative pharmaceutical companies.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Great to see you. And thank you all for being here. It's such a great audience, a great conference so far. And as soon as people have stopped moving and settled down, we'll get into it. This topic is hugely important, not just in Europe. The pharmaceutical industry is crucial for European competitiveness, European growth, but it's also incredibly important here in Barcelona and in Catalonia. I understand that there are tens of thousands of jobs just here in Catalonia that are involved in the pharmaceutical industry. And so this is incredibly important for all of us in Europe, but it's incredibly important for this city and for this province. Unfortunately, Europe has gone from being a global leader in biopharma innovation as recently as the 1990s to third place today behind the United States and China. So I want to ask you, Fina, why has this happened? How do you explain this shift that has happened from us in Europe being such a leader in this area to now being third? First, we were overtaken by the United States in the 1990s, 2000s, and just in the last few years, China has overtaken us as well. So how do you explain this?
Yeah, sure. First, bon dia, good morning, buenos dias. I'm very happy being here, and congratulations for choosing this amazing city for having this event. And we unfortunately have gone through a journey that we don't like so far because we have lost competitiveness in the last 20 years. Actually, in these last 20 years, we have lost 25% investment in research and development. In the last 10 years, we have lost 1/4 in clinical research. Why? One of the things that I think it's important to know is that we have been very successful initially in having a very solid researchers, leaders around the world that were located and allocated in Europe, but at the same time, we have not been very successful to set up a solid end-to-end from creating an idea and transforming that into a product or a medicine that can also save life. And this continuum of needs that we need in all the blockchain has been not really well developed.
So we have like very, very good researchers, very good scientists who come up with very innovative ideas, but that chain that takes the very good idea, the very good concept, scientific breakthrough, and takes it to a product, that's where we're falling down. And is that because we've lost the funding in that sort of middle stage? And why is the funding so much less?
One of the things that we have been not very smart in the way that we have not prioritized really investing, having public investment at the magnitude that, for example, has done US and also is doing today China. And this has created not a full line of from end-to-end process there. And this is what impacts us currently with the situation that we have now in US as an example. They try to attract now investments there with the most favored nation piece, and it's even kind of attracting more investment there. So one of the things that we need to think about is how we overcome this situation. What are the opportunities that we have now to really make sure that Europe remains one of the key partners and we surpass the situation where US is doubling our research in new advanced therapy for the future, and China is multiplying by 3 what it has Europe. So that's the thing, that the duty that we have today.
So without sort of suggesting we just copy America or China, what is it that they're doing? Is it the same thing that they're doing in both places that is leading to the success, or are they following different models? I mean, I spent a long time in China, actually, myself, working there. And in China, it's much more state-directed, isn't it? I mean, it's the state that is saying, invest here, invest there. They're sort of picking winners, and they're picking, whereas the US is more capitalist, let's say, more laissez-faire. But how would you say each one is winning, and how can we maybe
I would
learn?
say that the beauty of the thing is that just having a good public investment and transfer of technology from ideas to realities, but also a partnership with the public and private, and making sure that we create the environment that we have incentive to innovate in Europe. And I think US has gone through a model that it's more a private piece on and making investment, but also publicly US has made a lot of investments also to really empower researchers going there and getting their investigations and getting products and connecting that with the companies. And China also, it's doing that very, I think, powerfully now, and having a lot of public investment. In Europe, I think we need to just follow what Draghi tells us in the report, saying biotech,
Letter.
and also Letta, they have told us, okay, biotech and biopharmaceutical is one of their strategic sectors that we need just to make sure that we empower, and getting the best of each of the models in US and China, but we have all the elements to be successful here, and is what we need just to execute, and making sure that we deliver and we act fast with appropriate legislation at the European level, and we have opportunities there.
I want to ask you about that. So, and I want to ask you just very directly, what do you need today? You've got many policymakers online in the room, both at the EU level and at national government and even regional government. What are you asking for from them? What are the sort of most important things that you need from the regulators, the policymakers, the legislators? What is it that they can do that can help Europe to become competitive again in this space?
There are three things, being very pragmatic, that are on the table now. There is the Biotech Act, that is new legislation at the European level. This is...
Are you happy with it? Is it good? A good act?
This is now the opportunity we have to write the future biotech in Europe. And this is currently starting the first conversations, and we need to ambition what we want to be in Europe and how we want to lead the way for biotech in the future. And thinking about that, this legislation and how we write this will create more innovation in Europe. And if we are restrictive and we have not the vision on that we need more incentive to make sure that we incentivize the researchers transforming their ideas in startups. The companies that we already established, we are motivated to keep our research here, and also really registration molecules at the European space, and just incentivize that this vicious circle, we won't get anywhere. And we have more pressure than we had 6 months ago, because US is trying
I wanted to ask you about this. So Donald Trump, we know, pays a lot of attention to Politico. He may even, maybe not at 5:30 in the morning, but maybe he's watching, or 6 in the morning.
Hope he doesn't.
He may be watching us. So if you, on behalf of Spanish pharmaceutical industry, if you had sort of your message to Donald Trump in your argument against his policies, or to convince him to change the policies he's following right now, what would you say to Donald?
Well, just if he calls me, okay.
Yeah.
I would say that innovation is for everyone. So we need to be innovative around the world, especially when we're talking about health. That's one thing. I'm very proud what US has done in the past, really empowering the innovation in health. I would tell that we in Europe, we have a lot of innovation, and we are committed to keeping the innovation and evaluate the innovation to reach the patients in Europe. For that, we need making sure that we do that together. And I would say that applying tariffs, it's not the best idea in terms of that we can really increase costs for medications, and this can have an impact on access for the patients. Having said that, Europe has a commitment that we need to innovate more, we need to put laws in place, and we need to commit to pay more for innovation. It means to evaluate appropriately the quality of innovation that we are providing to the patients. We need to rethink the value we bring to the society. If we think about sometimes we have the challenge that, and we have the opportunity in Europe that we have universal health at the same time. If we think the investment in one medication to a patient, it multiplies by 4 the benefit in economy, and sometimes we are not thinking this way. So I think we have duties also at the European level to rethink how we empower ourselves to be more competitive in innovation, but also that we evaluate the innovation at the level that it's required.
There you go, Mr. President, looking at the camera. If you heard that, if I was to summarize it, Mr. President, we're saying drop the tariffs and we promise to spend more on innovation here in Europe. Thank you very much. So we've talked about all of the challenges, we've talked about all the things we need to overcome to get back to a more competitive sector here in Europe. But what do you see as the opportunities? Where do you see some optimism, perhaps? We should always end on an optimistic note. I'm thinking in particular about the role of AI in drug discovery, clinical trials, things like this, and maybe bring it to Barcelona, to Spain a little bit. What do you see as a cause for optimism?
I'm always optimism. I also think that the health is the most important thing that we have in our lives. So the Europeans and also the world demands health. That's the first thing. Artificial intelligence brings us a great opportunity. I've been doing clinical research for many years, and I always say that today, sometimes I don't understand what the scientists are doing, which I feel that we are advancing at a high speed. Artificial intelligence plays a great role. The way we discover molecules now, and using artificial intelligence allows us to go faster to understand the physiology of a disease and understanding genetics, and to find molecules, personalizing what's needed for specific mutation as an example, and really designing molecules through computer science and just having a predictable model and to land to a more successful molecules and being more faster and more efficient. In clinical trials also, we try to identify the populations that we need to really research, but minimizing the population that we exposed to a new medication, because we can't just try that with artificial models. We're using artificial intelligence. And also in diagnosis, we can get the patients being diagnosed faster, which is one of the things that we are trying to get there. So faster, accurate molecules to be successful, and also being very efficient in getting the solution for the patients.
Wonderful. So some optimism at least, and as I said, Barcelona is really a center, Catalonia really a center of some of this exciting innovation. So that's what we have time for. It's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining me here. Our next panel, my colleague Aitor Hernandez Morales is going to be talking about energy security in Europe, which is obviously such a very important topic and urgent topic at the moment. But for now, thank you so much, and great to see you, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Jamil, and thanks, Fina. That was a fascinating discussion, and I hear Donald Trump gets up very early, so you never know. Next, we'll turn, as Jamil said, to another key issue in Europe: how to secure safe, independent, affordable energy for Europeans, which of course has been on all of our minds as the conflict in the Middle East has unfolded in these last few weeks and has thrown doubt on Europe's ability to receive oil and gas supplies necessary to power this continent. B. Bartlett's Alejandro Leolanda will share some key insights with us from the European Pulse poll, and then introduce the panel discussion. So please join me in welcoming Alejandro to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure and a privilege being here in Barcelona with you. Let's see about the energy. We've discussed this yesterday and this morning as well. We are in the middle of an energy crisis that is affecting our families, our industries, and is testing the capacities of our institutions and our companies. The European Pulse Poll was performed after the conflict in the Middle East started. So it offers the view of the European citizens as how we should respond to this crisis. And here on the screen, we have the first headline of the results. 94% of the European citizens think we should produce our own energy. More than 95% think we should invest in infrastructure. However, we see the first gap in the results, because only 54% think their supply is secured ahead of the following crisis. Let that figure sink in. That means that the majority of the European population, even considering that this was done after the Iranian war, thinks or is not sure about the supply, is considered even feeling energy vulnerable. Going to solutions, and this is, well, again, we have the optimistic Polish, again, that are a little bit more happy with the results, but this is a figure of uncertainty along the European continent. And going to solutions, we can agree or we can think that green transition can be one way to make Europe more resilient ahead of the following crisis. And here we are divided as well. Only 40% think we should either go slower or go for the cheapest option. 40% think we should accelerate, and 20% think we should maintain the pace as it is. We are still divided. And one thing that is interesting from these results is that this division it doesn't happen also by not only by ideology, which we showed yesterday, but also by income. And in some funny way, because not all the countries and not all the societies think the same. In Italy, for example, the lowest earners, those who earn less than 1,000 euros a month, the majority of them, 55%, think we should accelerate the energy transition. So they don't see it as inflationary. In the other extreme, in Spain, less than 19% of the lowest earners think that we should accelerate. They see it as inflationary, as a burden for families. And it more or less happens in the different countries. Italy, France, and Poland have the same kind of behavior. They think, lowest earners think that we should accelerate, and Germany, Belgium, and Spain think we should decrease our speed. And now, let me just let the floor to Politico and the speaker so we can answer the question, how can we secure the energy, European energy in this unpredictable world?
Good morning still. My name is Aitor Hernandez Morales, and I'm a senior reporter with Politico. And now we're going to turn to the matter of energy, which is obviously extremely relevant at this moment of global turmoil when we're seeing energy prices spike to levels not seen since the 1970s. Now, while world leaders are looking for quick fixes, Europe has led the way to a certain extent. We'll be digging into that in a moment and discussing everything from the securing of supplies, the reinforcement of the grids, and also the fundamental energy infrastructure that we have seen in countries like Spain really making an impact. Joining me to discuss this fascinating topic is Beatriz Corredor Sierra, chairman of Redeia, Andreas Goldtau, over there, the director of the Willy Brandt School of Public Policy, and Michał Szczerba, a member of the European Parliament for Poland. So I want to start directly with the poll and the poll results that we've seen, and just get your thoughts on what you see there in terms of the European sentiment toward energy right now.
Thank you. First, I'm chairwoman, please.
Please.
We don't see you at all, because it's like a dark room in front of us. And us, as a representative of the TSO, the Spanish transmission system operator, we are dealing with these 4 issues. We are dealing with energy supply, we are dealing with energy security, with energy efficiency, and with decarbonization. So for us, there is everything of this is our business. So I think that for Europe, in this context of geopolitical crisis, the most important thing is that we should keep our path to the energy transition. We are focused, well focused, that we need to switch to fuel and to gas and oil to the renewable sources. And I think Spain is a good example, because there are many think tanks that recently have delivered some reports, as Ember or Bruegel, and they say that Spain has decoupled the prices from gas and fuel. And this is because we have been deploying energy, renewable energy in a very efficient way since all the new century, for more than 25 years. And when I say in an efficient way, I mean that renewables is very efficient because we are integrating up to 98% of the energy that is produced in Spain with very few curtailments. And this is technology, and this is politics as well. No? And we used to say that Spain and Portugal, we are more an island than Ireland, because we are less connected to the continent than the Iceland or Ireland. But Europe do need the renewables coming from the Iberian Peninsula for fulfilling the competitiveness issue, the renewables and efficiency issue, and the independence in the energy sector. So yes, we are willing to get Europe what they need, that there are renewables in a very efficient way, and at low prices.
At lower prices, exactly.
Yeah.
Sir.
So it's very important to discuss this polls and results because we have to make sure that we are living in times of uncertainty, and also energy connects directly to security and defense. So what we should focus on, first of all, it's we need regulatory simplification. I'm presenting this as a representative of the European Parliament. We need to have a grid expansion, security of supply, and technology neutrality, especially on nuclear. And this is also a Polish experience and a part of our mix we are working on. Friendshoring, joint purchasing, and of course Ukrainian integration and infrastructure protection are not inspiration. They are necessities. So we need to remove disputes and go to the transition, which will accelerate naturally.
Of course. Yes.
Right. Well, first of all, thanks for having me. It's and for having me on the panel. I think I take away 3 things from the poll. One is most Europeans feel insecure when it comes to the current energy situation, one way or the other. Second, they support a transition towards non-fossil alternatives, that's renewables, and that's across the board, wherever you look. And third, they want governments to do more. I think that's the key takeaways I have. Now, the question really is, what is it that governments want to do, and what is it that they can do? And here, I guess, it's good to recall what Letta said on the other panel. He talked about the difference between urgency and structure. If you ask governments to do more at the moment, then very often people think about prices at the pump.
Yeah.
Gas prices, electricity prices, bring them down at all costs. But the problem is, if you take the wrong step here, it might hardwire existing patterns into a system that you need to fundamentally change, and that's the structural bit. So I guess, the key point here is essentially what is it that European governments make of the current situation, not only of the poll, but also of the crisis, and I guess that will determine our system, but also our energy future for decades to come.
Well, you set up a very interesting question there for all three of you. Do you think that Europe is responding adequately to the current energy crisis and to the Strait of Hormuz crisis? Are the right lessons being learned?
I would say, to be perfectly honest, no. We're in the second major energy crisis within 4 years. We, to some extent, have a crisis that is a lot more severe than the crisis in 22 and 23. In 22, we lost maybe, 1.5, 2 million barrels of oil. Now we lost 15. In 22, 23, Europe lost 150 billion cubic meters of Russian gas. That's right. But there were options to replace, and that's gone at this moment in time. And what you see is essentially prices reacting. At the TTF, the European hub, prices went through the roof, came down a little bit. Oil prices did the same. And at the moment, my feeling is that a lot of European governments sit there on their hands and watch things unfolding. Because what they don't see at the moment is the structural consequences of high gas prices in a couple of months' time. Oil is something you see immediately. You see that the price is at the pump. Gas is something you see only later, and that's going to come back haunting them the moment we go into the fall, the moment prices pick up also for consumers, for industry, for households, and once we need to replenish reserves that are empty at the moment. There is not very much that I can see in terms of coordinated response, neither on the demand side, which we need to take care of right now, nor on the supply side in terms of possibly talking to other big demand centers out there, saying what can we do in order to collectively find an answer to the current crisis and deal with the existing supply that's there. So I think there could be a lot more could be done.
Sir?
Yes, I just want to make it clear that there is no European security without energy security. Mm-hmm. And of course, I would like to come back what you already tackled. Dependence on Russia was a mistake, and let's not repeat it with others. So the transition must also be secure, and what is important for me as a politician, it has to be affordable. Otherwise, it will be rejected. And so energy resources are now pure geopolitics, and also the lesson learned. We have to learn this lesson from the Iranian war. So energy resources are now pure geopolitics, and Europe cannot import its energy future. We have to work on this. And Poland is also an example of a country which is we have no dependency on Russian oil or gas anymore, and at the same time we are investing in nuclear energy and also on renewable projects.
I may say that I think the European Union is acting, and I used to say that we all should be optimistic but activist. And from this point of view, I think the grid package and the energy highways initiative, they are going in the correct way, because the grid package mean that the European Union should be more joined. Enrico Letta, in his report, they focus on this claim that is one Europe, one market, and he always highlights that one market regards as well energy market. And I think the design of energy market should be, in my opinion, redesigned, because now the energy market in Europe is not the same as when it was settled. And of course, every country has its own sovereignty regarding their mix in the energy. So we all should be able to join our forces. You have different sources of energy than us, and then we should join it together. But the main and most important thing for that are interconnections. If we don't have strong interconnections between each other in the levels that the European Commission has settled, they have said, at least you should have 15% of the interconnection regarding the installed capacity you have. Spain and Portugal, we are under 3% of interconnections to the continent. And this is very bad for us because we cannot export as much energy as we should, but it's bad for Europe because they need our renewables to complete the energy mix that they are aimed to have in 2040 or 2050. So interconnections are very important. And now the Green Package has a responsibility to join the resistance of the national governments to who is the one that is better for planning these interconnections. Are the national governments, or is the Commission that should decide what are the main steps that every country should accept? Because interconnections are only in the national responsibility, then every country is going to be looking for their own, of course, their own citizens' benefit, but the citizenship should be thought in a European and continental way. So interconnections, not only in electricity, but in electricity, most of all, should be a European issue. And this, I think that the grid package and the energy highway that have selected 8 infrastructures very important for this, and among these 8, 2 are new interconnections between the peninsula and the continent. So I think we are in the correct way, but you should act in a more joint way. And Recoleta and the €1 market claim, I think, is the base for this.
I have to ask you on the interconnections issue. I remember probably a decade ago being a journalist in Lisbon and attending a conference with then Prime Minister Mariano Rajoy, Antonio Costa, and Macron, announcing the grand interconnection that was going to happen, which to this day...
The last interconnection happened in 2015, and the next is going to happen next year in the end. And even with this new interconnection between Spain and France by the Gulf of Biscay, we are going only to be 5% interconnected. With this new interconnection that is very important, so we need more. And it's not because we have plenty of renewables to send to Europe, and our prices, by the way, are 40 euros per megawatt, the cheapest in Europe, but because they need it. They need it. Even France, that is a nuclear power, they need our renewables sometimes because the climate change is changing, the stational temperatures, the weather.
And the demand and everything.
And the demand, yes. And they are very interconnected because you are in the center of Europe, you are interconnected with everyone, but the peninsula, as Ukraine and Poland and the Baltic countries, they are in the streams, in the edges, and then we need all the continent to be balanced. And this has very much to do with the...
But I have to ask, here among friends where no one can hear us, is the problem then Paris? Are they blocking your plans?
No, because I think that some countries are reluctant to join the other countries because they are protected, they are industry, and
they're looking out
energy
for nuclear
resources. Yes, and not only, but the peninsula has the right to send their own powerful resources and renewables to the continent. And for this, we should make interconnection through France to the rest of the continent.
Sure, to be able to balance it out and prevent...
That's it, because France is there in the middle, and we are in the stream. So if you are a continent, and I do think that Europe is the more beautiful human creation regarding institutions. We are the more privileged around the world. And we should be very concerned about what's happening to us because of our actions, actions. And energy definitely is the main issue, because if you don't have energy, you don't have anything. Nothing functions. And as TSO, of course, I know perfectly what I'm talking about.
Gentlemen, I'll pass to you in 1 minute. I do want to ask you one more question. You're mentioning the importance of interconnections. One of the crucial things is that when we have a more interconnected Europe, we can avoid situations like blackouts. Now that the report is out, can you tell us a little bit about what happened last year?
First of all, the blackout in Spain and Portugal had nothing to do with renewables, because the share of renewables that we are integrating in the grid as an average is 60% of our mix. But we have days of with 80 or above percent. So it's nothing about renewables. We are integrating in a very efficient way. The report that has been delivered by the expert panel coming from Europe and other expert panels that have been studying this event for a year, they are all have a consensus about what happened. What happened was a perfect storm with many root origins or causes that are based on the unfulfillment of some compulsory rules that our regulator has implemented since 2000. And these compulsory rules has to do with the control of voltage, that is compulsory, and some of the power plants that were disconnected when the tensions were on the ranges that were regulatory permitted. So nothing to do with the renewables, nothing to do with inertia, nothing to do with the synchronous potential, nothing of that. It has to do with we have a multifactorial, unprecedented, and unexpected issue all over Europe, and we have learned that the issues regarding the control of voltage are very sensible for all of us. So we should implement several tools and big devices, and shunt reactors, as the synchronous compensators, as many things that we should, by the way, produce ourselves, because we should not only, energy is not only the sources, but the infrastructures we need. And it's not only the cables, it's not only the towers. There are these transformer reactors, and we need to be self-producers of this. So, lesson learned, control of voltage, and to be very clear, if we compare the electricity system with a human body, the TSOs, we are the brain and the spine, but this body has already a heart. So this body can die because of a heart attack. And it's nothing to do with the TSO, because these generators, they have as well, they have obligations to fulfill to secure the system stability. And if they don't fulfill these regulations, the system is weak. So we should implement more supervising to these actors in the electricity system, even these very small power plants, because in Spain, for example, we have 8 gigawatts of small power plants on the roofs. 8 gigawatts is more than all our nuclear power. So it's very important to have this kind of supervision tools. But to end, nothing to do with renewables, nothing to do with the TSO, but with some new issues that we should be aware of all around Europe.
Gentlemen, if I can ask you guys precisely about this. Yeah.
I just wanted to agree with you that the infrastructure is the backbone of the system. So we need to concentrate on this. And in the European Parliament, we are working now on the legislative package on military mobility. And of course, we are also concentrating on strategic military mobility corridors. We declared 4 of them. 3 in Poland, 1 in Spain. It's not a secret information. But what we have to do, we have to invest. So for energy security is now part of military security. And without stable energy, neither the economy nor the armed forces can function. And of course, we have to invest in grids, as you said, and in interconnectors. And without strong transmission networks, the transition will not remain. Will only remain on paper.
Is there sufficient conscience? Because I used to be on Politico's energy team, and the running joke there was that grids are the most boring thing in the world until you have a blackout, and then everyone's suddenly fascinated with grids. When it's not an emergency situation, are we paying enough attention, and are we investing enough in reinforcing the system?
We should pay attention to this, because it's about resilience, it's about readiness, it's about also protecting our critical infrastructure. And the Spanish, let's say, example or case was also. It had an importance, let's say, in our governments, in the
wake-up call,
in the discussions within the European Parliament. So this is extremely important, and so security is built with pipelines, terminal storage, not declarations.
Andreas, I don't know if you have anything to add on the grid issue in particular, if you want to take us more to the broader perspective of what Europe needs to do to reinforce its energy security.
Well, look, I mean, there's a couple of things the European Union is doing and various countries are doing, and Spain is leading the way. And that's essentially about, it's all about decarbonizing the system, one way or the other. And decarbonizing the system, it comes in two ways, right? One is to decarbonize the energy system. That's electrons mainly. So here we're talking renewables, here we're talking solar, wind, green electrons feeding the grid, and that's exactly where all the infrastructure components come in. Just a quick number here, the Germans, every other day in the summer, they run on 120% renewables.
Yeah.
You know, a $5 trillion economy can do that. And trouble is prices go negative, and that's not good. So you need that continent-spanning grid, and I totally second what has been said. But that's only electrons. Electrons is 20% of the energy demand. We need to think about molecules as well.
Yeah.
And that's essentially where the bigger problem comes in, and that's where the European Union hasn't done that much, because we rely on markets that are volatile, fossil, and give us a massive headache every now and then. Think about Hormuz.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, don't call us a wake-up call. We have been there. You know, we should have done more. And so the question really is, how do you reduce your vulnerability and exposure to volatile fossil fuel markets? And the answer is, well, in part you electrify what you can electrify, that's transport. Just do away with combustion engines. That's the past. 40–50% of European oil demand is in transport. If you electrify that, you have half the job done. But the second part is you go for green molecules, and that's exactly where hydrogen, power-to-X technologies, and these kind of things come in part homegrown, in part we need to import them. And that brings back energy infrastructure questions, such as the hydrogen core grid and these kind of things. But that's exactly what the European Union should do a lot more, because at the very end, I mean, that's a truism, but you know, the best insurance against volatile fossil fuel markets is homegrown renewable energy supply, and that's exactly where we should be going.
Let me just ask, because you mentioned that transition, it looks like there's broad agreement that this would be very positive for Europe's energy supply and to help us a bit more autonomous with that. And yet it is one of the things that's been most controversial the past few years and gotten a lot of pushback. So how do we square that circle? How do we continue making that transition happen that will ultimately make us stronger, but also bring the public with us, because they do feel like they're being removed from that conversation?
I'm tempted to pivot here and give that question to someone from politics, but we
can start with you, and then
I guess I guess I would say two things. One is a change the narrative, right? This is not about cost; it's about economic security. And the moment you change the narrative, second point, your investment is not one that drives up prices. It is one that brings them down in the long run. And because the marginal cost of production for renewables is zero, once you have the infrastructure there, you produce at zero marginal costs. And that's exactly where you want to be at some point, ideally very soon. So I guess these are the two things I would bring forward. And maybe just to quote Churchill here, old white man, you know, never let a good crisis go to waste. I mean, we have a wonderful opportunity right now to put structural brakes into the European energy system. Invest in things that yield a great return on investment in a couple of years down the line. Power-to-X technologies, grids, expansion of renewables at home, all these kind of things. Electrify transport, put a Made in Europe clause on it so that European car makers will profit and not Chinese ones. These are the kind of things you can do. But for that, you really need to change the narrative. And I think that's sorely missing at the moment, because we all focus on high gas prices.
I would like to add to this that the transition is a geopolitical project, not just a climate one.
Yeah.
And this is not about CO2, it's about sovereignty, it's about competitiveness, about Europe's security. Yeah. And of course we say yes to transition, but socially responsible. And we cannot carry out the transition at the expense of households. Otherwise, we as politicians will lose also public support. So CO2-related taxes directly translate into higher prices for end users. And we have this debate within the European Parliament on ETS2. Because citizens are exposed to anti-transition, this can influence our citizens, and these taxes can go directly and transfer into higher prices for end users. So So the speed of transition must reflect security needs also, and the question is not whether to transition, but how to do it without risking blackouts, but also, what I want to add, price shocks.
Right, right.
And I think it's very important to be aware that our infrastructures, they do impact in the territory where communities are living. So this effect of not in my backyard
The NIMBY phenomenon, yeah.
is real. It's an NIMBY effect, and we are very aware of this because our infrastructure should be deployed on the territory, and they are big and not very pretty. But for engineers, they are very pretty for engineers. But for the people, they are legitimate to ask for anything else. So you have a rentability, you have a profit, not only because of you are a company, but because you are talking about the sustainability, about efficiency, about the prices. But what about my neighbors? If you're a mayor, of course, they ask, what about my neighbors? And for their neighbors, you should ask as a company, how can I help? How can I do it better? How can I get that when I left this territory, the territory is better than before? And this is very complicated for a big company because you should be very locally. And to go very locally implies that your organization in the company should be aligned to go to the territory very close to the people. But I think this is, we should choose two main bottlenecks for the deployment infrastructure. One is this, and the other is permitting. We haven't talked about permitting, but they are very linked, because for permitting, you need a mayor, or you need a region. Then you should say to these people, this is going to be better for your neighbors. How can I help? If not, they should be not in my backyard. Go there.
I'm perfectly familiar with the example that you're mentioning. A couple of years ago, ahead of the election, I was in Aragon, and there were people outside of Teruel who were saying this exact thing.
But not only Teruel, it's around
all
Spain.
All over. But they were saying
and I think
that
Germany and Netherlands and Poland and
exactly,
everywhere.
and that a solar company had come in, set up their panels, no one had
What
benefited
about me?
from
What
it.
about
and,
me?
and not only that, they had abandoned the material there. And what the mayor of this town was saying was, I'm not anti-renewable, but I'm anti-this. This has not benefited anyone in my village, and on top of that, now it's even harder to reconvert that land. Is this a space where the government or regulators should be interfering versus leaving it up to a company to decide?
Yes, because our company has decided that we are going to do this. There no economical profit without social profit. This is our claim. But we need the regulators to accompany us, because we are a listed company. We are not we are a public company regarding the stock exchanges, but we are a private company. So if you go with this kind of initiative to share with the community, it's more expensive for your project. So the project profitability is low. So for us, this is not a question, because this is existential for us. We should go together with the community, but the regulators should have in mind that the standards of all the devices of the materials we need, and the standards for innovation, because the grids and the infrastructure should be technological avant-garde devices. Innovation, social acceptance, this is not for free. So all the regulations should have in mind that we should accompany the community, and the best for the community is not always just to get a lower price for the system, but the system should be sustainable, should be innovative, should be social acceptance. If not, we are not going to be there. So this is for all the regulators in Europe, that we should have some standards that are common regarding the prices, the devices, the origin of the infrastructures, and then social acceptance and technology.
Yeah,
if not...
I agree with you, and we need this smart regulation on the European level, but also on national level, and sometimes on local level. So the regulation that protects the interests of the citizens, but also makes the system stable. But also, let me add at the end that we have a new priority, which is protecting critical infrastructure, and it should be treated the same way we treat military infrastructure.
I think the European Commission is about that, yes.
Yes, we are sure about this.
Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have. I would like to thank you all for being with us. Right before we do a quick stage change, I would like to let you know that my colleague Jan Chensky will be up next, and he's going to bring you up to speed on Europe's most strategic industry, cars. First of all, thank you very much to the panelists. And before we welcome Jan, we will have Ramon Mateo up to look at those exclusive polling results.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ramon Mateo, and I'm partner and director of analysis and regulatory impact at Bartlett. And well, as you see, Europe is facing an ecological transition. And you have seen before one field in which we have consensus, energy. I will talk to you about another field which have more division, that is mobility. Let me show you with some data. As you can see, we ask if Europeans support investment in public transport. Even is important, even if it requires a tax increase. And you can see that 65% of Europeans agree with that objective. But at the same time, we ask about the ban on petrol cars, which you know is fixed in 2035. And you can see that 58% of Europeans oppose the ban. So one of the conclusions we can take from the data is that people in Europe agree on the objective. Even they agree it could entail more cost to take, but they don't agree to assume personally the sacrifice it requires. So maybe that is a call to action for public decision makers. You can also see that this position is consistent across all the states we analyze in both policies. And maybe you can think that this is a question of partisanship, maybe a question of country, social. Well, you can see you have here an important political gap. In fact, an astonishing fact is that this gap is the biggest gap we found in our poll. You can see there, 93% of green voters in Germany support the ban on petrol cars, but only 1% of AfD voters support it. And you can think this is some party or political family issue, but you can also see that, for example, in France, La France Insoumise voters, 70% oppose the ban. While, for example, in Podemos, 80% support it. So maybe there is a deeper phenomena, deeper sociological phenomena. Two more things. Apart from that is the most important. We also ask for Chinese electric vehicles. We ask if Europeans see as an opportunity or a threat. And you can see there is also a divided views. In some countries, they see more like an opportunity, and others a threat. But both sides have a strong position. And another question we ask is about autonomous vehicles. And as you can see, we ask if Europeans are comfortable or not with the autonomous vehicle, and we see that 57% still feel uncomfortable, which could be reasonable given it's a disruptive technology, but we'll see in the future. That's all. Now I let you with Jan Chensky of Politico and the rest of the speakers. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for those insights into our poll. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jan Chański. I'm Politico's senior policy editor, and one of the areas I'm in charge of is mobility and transport policy. And in today's panel, we're really going to be digging into the future of the European car industry, which is a very big subject for half an hour. 7% of the EU's GDP, 13 million jobs, but facing huge problems with American tariffs under Donald Trump, sputtering transition to EVs, and rising competition from China. So for this panel, I'd like to welcome Dolores Montserrat, who's the Secretary General of the European People's Party and a member of the European Parliament. Welcome. Mark Rosendahl, who's the CEO of EIT Urban Mobility. Over a little bit. Agnes Schunemar, who is the Associate Professor at the University of Budapest's Institute of Global Studies. And at the end, we have Sander Salmu, Deputy Secretary General for Mobility at the Estonian Ministry for Environment. I'd like to begin with what we saw in the poll results, and one that really jumped out at me was that the polls show a strong majority in favor of keeping combustion engine cars, which is at stark variance with the EU's drive to end the sale of combustion engine cars or CO2 emitting cars by 2035. However, when you contrast that view with sales data, you can see that the sales of diesel and gasoline engine cars are collapsing, and the sales of EVs and hybrid cars are rising very rapidly, so it doesn't quite seem to match. I'd like to begin with Dolores. Your party strongly backs a revamp of the 2035 EU law. Why is that? Are you sort of backing yesterday's technology here?
No. Look, EPP is agree with the majority of the European citizens. In the last term, we voted against this ban of the combustion engine, and we lost for just 7 votes. And now in this term, we are the ones that we are leading to maintain the combustion engine in Europe. Because, look, fight against the climate change, we can do it, of course, but never against the industry. And I think, and I'm going to be honest, first, the automotive sector in Europe, you were explaining 7% of the GDP. Here in Spain, 10% of the GDP. In Europe, 14 million of jobs in automotive sector. In Spain, 2 million, because automotive sector is the second economic sector in Spain. So let's be honest. I think that, the Green Deal that was led by Timmermans, Vice President in the Commission, Socialists, Netherlands, was not a climate plan. It was, for me, a deindustrialization plan. And now we have a sector with a crisis and without predictable legal framework. So what we are doing, EPP, now in the European Parliament, the same that we did last term. We believe in the freedom on innovation. I think that we can share in our market to have electric cars, hybrid, combustion engine, but sustainable combustion engine, and then, leave the freedom to the citizens to choose all these cars. Now, the problem is that the society, they don't know what they have to buy. So we have to give predictability in the legal framework. And EPP is proposing this predictability, that we are going to have all different kinds of cars in Europe, and then, the people will choose. I think that, we have to have a constructive dialogue with the sector. We did. Then we have to invest and defend and protect them, of course. And then, of course, we have to invest in Europe, and we have to put it easy. How? Less bureaucracy, more flexibility, not to put so much burdens that are putting a lot of cost to the industry.
That's a good point about predictability. Aren't you actually undermining predictability? The EU, in a very fraught and convoluted process, agreed 2 years ago on the 2035 phase-out. That's the rules. Car makers like Volvo say, okay, fair enough. this is the rule, we're setting for that. And now, thanks to political and industrial pressure, the EU is revamping that rule. Volvo is furious that they've made these investments, they think this is the track, and now potentially it could change. So aren't you actually undermining the predictability by putting in these last-minute changes?
This is the reason that we are doing a constructive dialogue with all the industry, and it is true that now in this semester, this package is already in the parliament, and we are going to, I'm sure that we are going to have a good solution for who? For the industry, because we want this industry to lead in the world, the automotive sector. Second, we want that the consumers, that are all the European citizens, to have the freedom to choose, which car sustainable they will go to buy. And third, of course, the next generation funds, for example, they have to be used to put infrastructure. Because I have to say to you that, for example, here in Spain, we just start to have a plan of batteries in Sagunto, now, in a few months in Aragon. But then, if you are looking the data, Spain is behind a lot of the European countries. We don't have the electric charges in our cities.
No,
so
that is a
I mean,
complaint.
you are
Yeah.
pushing all the people to buy electric 100% cars, but then you are not putting as a government the infrastructure. So we have to manage all of this, and I think that EPP will deliver because we have the clear ideas about this issue.
Mark, are you as optimistic that that this makes sense to reopen an issue that had actually been settled a couple of years ago? And is there a danger that, I get the argument from the incumbent car industry that this is a technology which Europe dominated for a century or more. It makes sense to try to hang on to that. But if you look at sales, especially in non-European markets, Morocco, Brazil, Thailand, they're going electric very fast. Is Europe potentially isolating itself by not moving aggressively in the same direction that the Chinese are?
I think your first comment was that the sales figures show that the uptake to electric is good. I'm part of EIT Urban Mobility, want to drive the sustainable mobility transition in cities. So one thing is, it is good that customers decide themselves to change from ICE towards an electric vehicle. But just replacing a car by itself is not sufficient enough. We work with over 220 cities already in Europe, and they face a huge challenge, right? 70% of the population is already living in urban areas, expected to grow towards 50%, towards 80% in 2050. That means just replacing cars by cars is not the solution here. We have talked for decades now about creating the model shift. The model shift is important, so you need to provide, as cities and society at large, a proper alternative, stepping away and moving away from cars.
So a more radical rethink than, as you said, rethinking powertrains, but rethinking the whole concept of mobility.
We talk a lot about innovation within Europe, but we talk mostly about innovation in product, services, and new technologies, which we are, by the way, pretty amazing in. But the systemic innovation that is needed across the board, also from policy perspective and innovation procurement perspective, that needs to change radically. And I'm convinced that with new technologies like AI, quantum, and later on probably we will talk about autonomous vehicle, technology can help us, can help cities, can help urban planners to move away from car-centric design towards more people-centric design. Just more cars on the road means more congestion in the cities. That is not the solution for the full problem that we as a society face.
Is that not, I did sort of quote at the beginning the data of the weight of the car industry for the European economy. Are you not endangering that by that sort of a radical rethink, that, I guess, cycling, buses, very green approach, but then you end up wrecking 13 million jobs? Is that not a danger?
Yeah, but it's not something from today, this discussion, right?
Okay.
This has evolved over time, and it is the position that you take as a car industry. Am I against the car industry? Definitely not. But moving with new technology, new initiatives, and also looking ahead what is happening in the global market, and make sure that we in Europe are better in innovation, and not just innovation at the early stage, but scaling it up towards the benefit of society, not just the benefit for having the industry And it is, of course, important to protect the jobs, but the jobs will remain depending on what the industry will look like in the future. But have the eyes open. The fact that we are dominated by other continents into Europe with competitiveness, we should be able to do better as Europe. And I'm happy to at least see, I'm a part of the urban mobility market. It's not just what I heard earlier, 27 member states. I'm faced with 800 cities, or over 800 cities in Europe, that all have different regulations. So if you want to attract investment in Europe, some kind of harmonization of regulations need to be there. We say we are a single market, but we are not always a single market.
So something for the EU to work on to...
Exactly,
great.
yeah. And we are trying our best to do that, because we are all, in 6 years' time, we only exist 6 years, we have built the largest innovation ecosystem in Europe when it comes to urban mobility, bringing university, research institutes, industry, and setting in the heart of the center the cities, because they are the enablers and the testbeds, providing the testbeds and the solutions. And then we can talk about the industry, we can talk about the cities. Let's not forget citizen engagement. They are the ones that need to adopt, accept new technology, new changes. Either is it new electric vehicles, or is it autonomous vehicles at large? Anyhow, it will happen, either forced by the industry.
And on the citizen engagement, we certainly saw that in the poll that you've, that for now, they seem to be keen on combustion engine cars. Agnes, you've been to China, you've looked at the Chinese car industry. What's your take on are we focusing on an older technology by this effort to ensure freedom of choice when it comes to the future of what propels a car? Or does Europe need to be more aggressive to look to China as a model of both tech change in the car industry and then actually building it out in cities?
I don't feel the power of deciding what Europe should do, but at least I could see that China acted aggressively and acted early. And as a result, in major Chinese cities, not just the big ones on the eastern coast, but even in the middle of China, like in Sichuan province, in the city centers, only electric vehicles allowed to go in. Therefore, the noise that was there, the pollution that was there is slowly but surely disappearing.
So you noticed a sort of a
qualitative
difference between European cities?
I've been visiting China in the past 20 years, almost on a yearly basis, and there's a huge change in this regard, where Europe is certainly lagging behind.
Great. You'd also mentioned the issue of and I think this sort of comes through in the poll question, there's a lack of charging infrastructure in Europe, especially in some European countries as well. And I think that drives some of that fear of that, or that need to hang on to combustion engine cars, because there's the range anxiety, where I'm going to charge my car. Do you see that as a problem as well?
Yeah, I heard about a few positive examples, such as Belgium, Brussels, for instance, where there are lots of charging opportunities. But when it comes to Central and Eastern Europe, when it comes to Southern Europe, it's very difficult to find actually charging spots. And without that, people won't be buying EVs, because they would have to face some difficulties in charging their vehicles.
Sandra, you were saying that in Estonia you've got huge numbers of charging stations, but very few electric cars. Why is that? What's going on there?
Well, I think it's mostly fear going over to new technologies. Yes, we have like 6 charging stations, 1 charging station for 6 cars. It's well above the usual what is expected or recommended to have. So the companies are ready to provide the service, but the people are not coming over. But I think it's mostly fair. If you look at combustion engines, how many stations do you have? Yep. You don't have a station in your home. You don't have a station in your backyard. You charge like weekly, bi-weekly, because most of the driving is done in cities. Yep. So you go to a normal petrol station, you charge your EV, you drive a whole week, and if you look where the charging stations are, they are in many more places than usual combustion engine or gas stations. So I think we need to explain that, and you can have a charging station, basically a fuel pump in your home, and charge basically free electricity during daytime if there's solar panels. So I think there are many, many advantages on EVs.
So do you think it's a communications issue that the governments and the EU should do a better job of explaining the advantages? Or is there something more fundamental that's kind of holding people back from making the jump?
In Estonian case, I think it's the whole ecosystem. If you look at the polls, what is the average support for green transition, going more environmental friendly solutions? It's the lowest in Europe. It's like 40% of people think we need to do it.
Even though it's a very tech-oriented society.
Yeah, I think it starts from there, that we don't think we need to do this transition, not only in EVs, but as a whole. And I think that's holding us back. So a lot to explain.
Thanks. Another thing that jumped out at me in the poll was, I guess unsurprisingly, a majority favored importing Chinese cars, which I guess if you look at the quality-price ratio, it makes economic sense. That's not great news for the European car industry. I think Chinese cars are getting close to 10% of new car sales, according to the latest figures. That seems to be something that would be quite a danger for the European car industry. Agnes, what's your thought on how the European car industry should respond to that Chinese challenge, or can it respond?
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, we often describe this process as China challenge, which sounds as if it was a pure external pressure, but actually we have some internal difficulties in scaling innovation, and that's another issue. And this duality is reflected quite well if you take the example of Chinese investments in the EV sector in Europe.
Because Hungary is a big player in that.
Hungary is a big player there, but not just Hungary, Spain as well, for instance. Right. So on the one hand, we have speed, we have capital, we have technology, which helps accelerating the green transition. But on the other hand, that creates certain dependencies in critical sectors, such as batteries or upstream technologies. So I would say that the real vulnerability lies in not who is manufacturing cars in Europe, but who controls technology, who controls raw materials, and who controls the ecosystem behind all these.
That's an interesting one, because you've got, I guess, a few decades ago, China was keen to attract European investment to gain the technology. Now you see European countries trying to attract Chinese investment to gain Chinese technology. I think your Prime Minister is on his way to Beijing to see if he can score some more Chinese deals. Do you see a danger of Europe essentially becoming a working shop for China, that the tech will be Chinese, there'll be some assembly plants in Europe, but that the core intellectual work of developing cars will move to China?
For me, one thing is clear. First, we have to be proud to be Europeans and what we achieved until today. Second, we are still leading in the world, the automotive sector, and we want to continue to lead this sector. Third, when we're looking to China, China is not it's not a democracy, a liberal democracy, and they are putting all the state aids and all the state budget to promote this sector. So they are doing, competence against us. So what we have to do, let's see, and let's ask what we have to do. So the first thing, it is the simplification. We have to reduce all the bureaucracy, all the burdens that they are putting a huge cost to all the sectors, not just the automotive sector. This we are now delivering in these first 2 years in this term. Second thing, very important, it is flexibility. Of course that we have to arrive to the climate change objectives, but to arrive there, don't put so much requires bureaucracies and cost. Put flexibility. Give flexibility to the industry. Third important point for EPP is the technological neutrality. To arrive there, each company, the sector, the economy, will choose all the innovation and the technological neutrality to arrive there. Fourth, for me, it's very important, a real single market. We are 27 countries, and we have a lot of burdens internally still in Europe. If we are cutting all these burdens, we are going to reduce all the costs for the companies, and we are going to be a competitive economy. But this, we need the governments, the prime ministers, that they believe to cut and to do a real single market. European Union, Parliament, Commission, EPP believe on that. And we put on the table the Industrial Accelerator Act. Second thing, the Regime 28. That means, for the people that they don't know, means that any company can register today a new company, and it's going to be a company in all 27 countries. With the same legislation, it's going to be applied. So this means a real single market. We have to be strong internally to be strong externally. And then the fifth key issue, it is the trade agreements. Now we are doing the agreement in India, in Indonesia, Australia, Mercosur. What means 2.1 billions of consumers that we can sell and export our goods, in this case, the automotive sector. So we have the tools. But then we need prime ministers that they believe in these European tools to create our economy to growth, to give opportunities to the young people, because we have a huge talent. But we are expelling the talent out of Europe. And we have the talent, we have the universities. So come on, let's do it and believe in Europe.
So basically, looking, I guess, to the governments and to the EU to sort of change the rules of the game. Sandra, what's your view on, is the Industrial Accelerator Act, as Dolores mentioned, the tariffs against, not very high, but tariffs against Chinese EV imports, some Chinese EV imports. What else can the EU be doing to, I guess, protect and promote the car industry? Is there more that you're expecting from them?
Yeah, I think we need to look for the future that the car industry is not just an industry that's producing cars, but it's a tech companies, because we are already seeing now in Estonia in 2020, Volkswagen made their software development company just to be ready for the future. And if you look, yes, Commission presented last year the autonomous or the auto industry action plan. We say that we need to develop AI softwares, and we need to scale up. But it's only halfway, because we are still talking about pilots, testing. We legalized testing in Estonia 10 years ago. We have done numerous tests over the decade. We need to scale up as service, and that is the bottleneck. We can have all the technology, we can have all the companies, we can already have a company in Europe, but if we cannot scale up in Europe, we have 800 cities, 800 regulations. It is not the matching up to US and China, and we are seeing already today that Europe companies are partnering with US and Chinese companies because there is no technology available in Europe. So that is the bottleneck. We need to have a single market for scaling up services. And
are you talking
services
specifically self-driving tech or
Yeah, if you're talking about self-driving services for
right.
In cities, for example, we need to have common rules to be scaling up the same way in all the cities, because otherwise it's impossible to do it.
Well, generally, I think the EU follows UN rules and is much more conservative on self-driving tech than the Americans and the Chinese. So I think there's a regulatory issue there as well as to how to tackle that.
Yeah, even if we have all the technical rules and regulations the same, we can produce the cars that would drive the same in all of Europe, but we need to have services to provide, because I think the people will not start buying self-driving cars. It will come from the service side.
Mark, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, we should not always look from just one angle. And that was a bit of my introduction as well. I think, like autonomous vehicles and the introduction of autonomous vehicles, is it just a technology, or is it a mode of transportation? No, it should be looked at as a holistic view on public transport and how it can fit into the mobility at large. So if we only look from the automotive perspective and protect the automotive sector and make it more competitive, maybe you come with good solutions, but it will not fix the issues where citizens in the cities face on a day-to-day basis. Maybe autonomous vehicles and autonomous solutions can finally also help us in all the pilots that we have done over time in demand-responsive transport. How do you make sure that people that are in need of mobility but don't have transportation, either due to poverty or due to disability or elderly people, all the demand-responsive transportation solutions and pilots that we have tested, they are not economically viable. Well, if autonomous technology could help into that, and if it can be a seamless first and last mile transportation into bus, metro, train network, that makes sense. So let's not only focus on automotive sector, let's not only focus on the technology sector. The core DNA, what we do within my entity, is bringing public and private sector together in the dialogue. And yes, that can be hard discussions, but at least you get sometimes the risk-avoiding element from public sector with the risk-taking element of the industry. That brings creative new solutions. To your point before, we must be proud of what we are able to do in Europe. We are good in research. We are good in innovation. We are really bad in scaling it up. And the 28th regime, it is a
quickly,
first
because our clock is clicking down. I'm just going to ask Agnes. Hungary has been a big recipient of Chinese investment, and also has European investment in. What's your assessment of which is providing more value to the Hungarian economy and to Hungarian R&D? Is it the Chinese companies or is it the Western ones, or is it pretty good wash?
I would say neither, because they are bringing assembly, pure assembly activity. Both the Germans, both the Japanese and the Chinese. And here in Hungary, I would say that it's not a technological and industrial question, but more of an economic and social issue now, because it creates lots of environmental degradation and social tensions.
We're out of time, which is really too bad. I'm going to ask a very, very quick question, and I can't see most of you because I've got massive lights flashing straight into my eyes. But I'd like to ask, if we can get a show of hands, including the panelists, who owns a EV or a hybrid car? You put your hand up. It's not too bad. I have a diesel, so I'm going to keep my hands low. Second, final question before we leave. Would you buy a cheap and well-made Chinese car, or is that a total no-go for you? Yes.
Well, and Jan,
not too much.
Jan, the third question is, who doesn't own a car at all?
Oh, there you go. Okay. Thank you very much to all the panelists for a really good panel. And my colleague Kate Day will be coming up on stage right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan, and to all of our speakers. That was a fascinating discussion, and I very much enjoyed the show of hands at the end. Special points to all of you who have concentrated so well in this dark room. We are very nearly at lunch, you'll be glad to hear. We'll have a 45-minute lunch break till about 1:55 after our next speaker. But of course, we are delighted to welcome our next speaker to the stage, and he is really someone who doesn't need introducing in this room, but please allow me. Alberto Núñez Feijóo is the head of the Partido Popular, the leader of the Spanish opposition. Mr. Feijóo, the stage is yours.
Muy buenos días. Muchísimas gracias, en primer lugar, a nuestro anfitrión, al presidente de la Fundación La Caixa, y muchas gracias a Político y a Viva Arlet por esta oportunidad. Hago uso de ella en mi condición de candidato a la presidencia del Gobierno, pero también como líder de la segunda delegación del Partido Popular Europeo en el Parlamento. Una responsabilidad que llevo con orgullo porque demuestra la fortaleza del Partido Popular Español, pero que también asumo, por tanto, con el sentido del deber que me corresponde. La familia política que hoy lidera Europa, el IPP, mi partido, cuya secretaria general ha hablado, Dolors Montserrat, anteriormente, tiene ante sí retos vertiginosos a los que debemos de responder. La gente siente que el mundo está enloquecido y ante eso los líderes responsables estamos obligados a actuar con sensatez. En este sentido, quiero decir que no estoy aquí en representación de un partido que está a la espera, sino del gobierno que está por llegar a este país y que tendrá muy claros los valores que va a defender en Europa. Intentaré condensarlo en 10 reflexiones breves. La primera y más importante es la condena inequívoca a la deriva belicista que recorre el mundo. Esencialmente, Europa es un proyecto de paz y la sensatez nos obliga a proclamar insistentemente, como ha hecho mi partido desde el primer día, que la contención, la desescalada y la diplomacia es el único camino en el que Occidente se reconoce. Todos los países, todos juntos, debemos empujar para que la mesura sustituya a la barbarie. La barbarie se vence con sensatez. Eso es Occidente. En segundo lugar, creo que no hay que elegir entre criterio y convicción. Tener razón no justifica actuar sin ella, por supuesto, pero la razón también nos interpela para defender sin matices nuestros valores, sin equidistancia. Los regímenes que matan a los disidentes, que vulneran derechos, que persiguen mujeres, que oprimen a homosexuales, tienen que tener una condena sin ambigüedad. No existe el derecho internacional sin derechos humanos. La tercera reflexión sería, con los autócratas, toda Europa debe de tener una actitud de firmeza. Es lo que nos corresponde a los europeos por nuestros valores. No cabe buscar acomodos en las tiranías. Y ningún país europeo debería aceptar felicitaciones de organizaciones terroristas ni de dictadores, sin abochornarse, sin revolverse o sin desmarcarse. La libertad se defiende sin excepciones y de forma expresa asumo el compromiso de hacerlo en Hispanoamérica, donde a España le corresponde por responsabilidad histórica un papel protagonista. El lugar de España no es al lado de Nicolás Maduro ni de Delcy Rodríguez, ni al lado de los populistas que la han amparado durante décadas. Nuestro sitio está con la paz, con la democracia, con la libertad, por tanto, con Edmundo González y con María Corina Machado, que espero verla próximamente. La cuarta reflexión, quiero trasladarles mi compromiso de una España partícipe en las citas europeas en las que se decide todo. Para mí es tan inaceptable que el Gobierno de España se autoexcluya de ellas como que no sea convocado a ellas por falta de confianza de sus socios. La España que quiero no será espectador ni lastre para la Unión Europea, sino un socio leal que respete, por tanto, sus acuerdos, sus objetivos y sus aliados. Desde esta lealtad hago la quinta reflexión. Será contribuir a Europa con el realismo imprescindible de este momento histórico. Conceptualmente, Europa es el ideal al que seguimos aspirando, pero su construcción política requiere abandonar utopías, quizás plausibles para otras épocas, pero no para esta. Ucrania, entre otros países del este, son muchos los que llaman a nuestra puerta. Hasta Canadá, con su propia historia e identidad, se lo plantea. A veces nos parece antigua, pero lo cierto es que la sala de espera de la Unión Europea está llena. Y está llena porque somos un proyecto de paz, de libertad y de prosperidad inigualable. Pero no seamos ingenuos. La Unión Europea también levanta recelos y por eso requiere reformas. Más que nunca, porque más que nunca es necesario proteger el europeísmo de sus debilidades y de sus enemigos. Los hay. Hay enemigos, fuera y dentro de la Unión Europea. Sin ir más lejos, en España hay partidos antieuropeos y anti-OTAN, incluso en el propio Gobierno de España. Cuando precisamente ahora el compromiso de toda Europa con la OTAN debe ser inequívoco. Quiero dejarlo claro. La OTAN es el mejor instrumento para garantizar la seguridad a los dos lados del Atlántico. Y todos, y digo todos, debemos de preservarla. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos amenazados. Nuestro proyecto de paz por guerras de agresión en nuestro entorno. Nuestro proyecto de prosperidad por nuevos aranceles y nuevas guerras comerciales. Y nuestro proyecto de vida y nuestros derechos por populismos y autoritarismos de todo signo. Y porque apostamos por el multilateralismo y la contención y de pronto se pone en duda qué significa la palabra aliados. Por tanto, proteger el atlantismo es proteger a Europa, es proteger España. La sexta reflexión que quiero compartir con todos ustedes. La autocrítica es la mayor garantía de seguir siendo líderes. Para que Europa pueda ser un actor decisivo en el mundo y no se vea relegada por su falta de capacidades, tiene que abrir los ojos a algunas verdades desagradables. Por ejemplo, que nuestra seguridad ya no está garantizada. Que nuestra autonomía estratégica es inaplazable para que terceros países no se aprovechen de nuestra dependencia. Y que Europa puede ser un gigante medio en lo económico, pero sigue teniendo pies de barro en lo geopolítico. Asumir que no estamos libres de reproches, que hemos llegado tarde a nuestros deberes en materia de seguridad, que el ritmo de los acontecimientos exige celeridad en la toma de decisiones y no estructuras paquidérmicas, y que tenemos o que hemos boicoteado nuestra propia prosperidad, regulando hasta la asfixia a sectores económicos concretos. Esto ha sido, en mi opinión, el gran logro de las últimas elecciones europeas, el darnos cuenta de nuestros propios problemas. La victoria no es para mayor gloria del Partido Popular Europeo, sino para que el Partido Popular Europeo cumpla con su nuevo compromiso de garantizar un nuevo rumbo que creo en el que estamos ya embarcados. La séptima reflexión. Me comprometo sin ningún género de dudas a contribuir desde el Gobierno a los nuevos retos, preservando la unidad de Europa. Sé que a muchos de nuestros socios les inquieta que España haya abandonado nuestros aliados occidentales, especialmente con nuevas alianzas tecnológicas que contradicen lo acordado por la Unión Europea. El PP no cometerá este error. La Unión Europea no es solo una moneda, no es solo un mercado, no es solo un pasaporte, es un compromiso. Es un compromiso que se respeta a las duras y a las maduras. Como me dijo un primer ministro, cuando uno abandona Europa, se convierte en un traidor a Europa. Octava reflexión. España debe de contribuir a un modelo basado en energía, limpia, barata y con garantía de suministro. Me comprometo también a ello y a que se siga demostrando y desarrollando nuestra potencia renovable con el mantenimiento de las tecnologías que aportan potencia firme y eviten apagones, como el que ha sufrido la cuarta economía del euro, España, hace un año. Casi toda Europa se ha dado cuenta ya del inmenso error estratégico del apagón nuclear y tiene mi palabra de que España no lo cometerá. Noveno y penúltimo. Europa debe ocuparse de su realidad demográfica, porque no hay Europa sin europeos. Y sé que nuestros socios comparten que la solución a este problema no es el descontrol migratorio. Lo comento de manera expresa porque muchos colegas europeos me han trasladado su preocupación por la regularización masiva que está impulsando nuestro país. Y es verdad que con ella España está exportando un problema migratorio al conjunto de la Unión Europea. Debo aclararles que la decisión de regularizar masivamente, sin condiciones, a más de 1 millón de inmigrantes irregulares, se está adoptando contra el criterio común de Europa, pero también contra la voluntad expresada por la mayoría del Congreso de los Diputados y del Senado. Y en consecuencia, me posiciono muy claramente. Yo quiero que España y, por tanto, Europa tengan capacidad de decisión sobre quién entra y en qué condiciones. Quiero que España y, por tanto, también Europa tenga controles suficientes sobre algo tan obvio como los antecedentes penales y policiales de las personas que van a convivir con nosotros. Que vengan con disposición a trabajar y que nadie abra las puertas masivamente a inmigrantes irregulares. Y quiero para España y, por tanto, para Europa que recuperemos el control de nuestras fronteras. Y última reflexión. Quiero asumir un compromiso expreso con el Estado de Derecho. Reclamado o reclamarlo para todos los países del mundo. Está muy bien. Pero reclamarlo para todos los países del mundo obliga a practicarlo en el país donde lo reclamas. En los últimos años en España se han deteriorado las instituciones, se han multiplicado los abusos de poder y se han tomado decisiones que no corresponden al interés general. Pero España también se está dando cuenta de esto, porque somos conscientes de que es precisamente el paraguas europeo el mejor antídoto contra la decadencia institucional. Sin Europa, el deterioro del Estado de Derecho en España habría llegado probablemente aún mucho más lejos. Por todo ello quiero concluir trasladándoles una certeza. Tengan la certeza en la España que ingresó en el euro, de la mano del Partido Popular. Tengan la certeza en la España que una década larga después evitó la intervención de nuestro país y logró mantenerse en el euro. Tengan la certeza en la España que puso un sello en la integración europea en todos los ámbitos. Y en ella, Europa siempre encontrará al Partido Popular Español, con un europeísmo militante, con la defensa de la libertad, de la democracia y del Estado de Derecho, y empujando una Europa dedicada a la paz y a la prosperidad de sus ciudadanos. Es la fórmula en la que creo, para que España recupere su rumbo, para que Europa mantenga su protagonismo y para que el mundo recupere su equilibrio. Y todo pasa por lo mismo, por hacer que la sensatez prevalezca. Muchísimas gracias por su invitación. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon and welcome back. If you're tuning in online or just coming back from lunch, our room are just returning from the networking lunch, but we wanted to kick off the next bit for those of you online, and also because we have a very packed day, so there's lots to get through. We had a packed, fascinating morning of discussions, very much enjoyed the debate. And once again, I'd like to thank our sponsors for making this possible, our leading partner Mueve, presenting partners Generalitat de Catalunya, Ajuntament de Barcelona, FPA, Redea and Google, and our networking partner, the Cassia Foundation. We're diving back in this afternoon in a moment with a discussion about the future of security policy and what the EU's growing focus on strategic autonomy means for EU defense. My colleague Jan Čenský will talk about some of those big picture questions in a moment. But first, we'd like to draw your attention to the screen for an interview between Politico's Jacopo Barragazzi and European Defence Commissioner Andrius Kubilius, recorded earlier this week in Brussels, especially for this forum. So thank you very much.
Commissioner, thanks for having me, and I will get started with a question on a figure that I think can make you feel vindicated. Because in the question whether citizens from these countries support the creation of a common European military force operating alongside national armies, 69% say they support this idea. You have been calling for an EU army. Do you feel vindicated by this number?
Well, I was calling when I knew some data also from previous opinion polls. So again, those data are very good, very strong, and definitely they send very clear message to the leaders of the European Union, to national leaders, that the voters have very clear opinion. They want, first of all, Europe to be much stronger in defense. And second, they want to see some kind of, not only symbol, but also, a real military force on the side of European Union. And I think that our voters understand that just combination of 27 cannot bring, that value which we need to have, that quality which we need to have, which can be, brought by establishing of European Rapid Reaction Force, or we can call it European Army, and especially if we are taking into account that American long-term defense strategy means that Americans will start to diminish their presence on the European continent, including presence of their military personnel. So that is why this, clear position of our citizens, I think this is a very strong message. And I hope that really our leaders will take that into account.
Then there is another thing that strikes me reading this data. On this question, for example, regarding the conflict in Ukraine, do you think Europe is currently providing too much support, the right level of support, or not enough support? And here there is Spain. Spaniards, they say not enough support, 42%. And this is also interesting because we're talking about a country that is far away from Ukraine. It's not Poland that is there at the border. And at the same time, a country that didn't commit to the 5% spending target of NATO. So what does this figure tell you?
Well, first of all, if you look more deeply into those numbers, which are very interesting and very important, and to look into two columns, one is what you mentioned, that Spaniards are saying that support to Ukraine is not enough. Another column is called about the right level of support. I mean that people agree that what is now given by their government is more or less, it's good, it's enough. But if you combine those two numbers, it appears that majority of the countries which are, which went through opinion polls, have the same combined number around of 70%. It's the same with Spain. If you are looking into Spain numbers, you are getting the total, what I call positive towards support of Ukraine is 72%. which is really quite a strong, again, signal for all the governments, around, that support for Ukraine is considered by our citizens as very important strategic, priority. And if the countries, governments are not delivering, again, that is what perhaps voters in those countries are not very happy. And that is why in Spain, really, we see quite a strong, high number in terms of where people are dissatisfied. They're saying support is not enough. So again, that's, looking into long-term policy of European Union and member states in the support of Ukraine, those numbers are really quite positive.
And then there is another point that comes from the next set of questions, that is, that shows a different relationship now of citizens with NATO and the EU. Because it seems from this data that it's easier for Europeans to actually defend a country that is under attack within the EU than within NATO. Because ask if a NATO member state were attacked by a foreign power, would you support sending your country military forces to defend it? 37% say yes, definitely for NATO, but 40%, so higher, say yes, definitely if we were talking about a European member state, not a NATO member state. So it seems that it is easier for European citizens to defend European member states than NATO countries. Here, I got to ask you two things. First of all, what does it say on the perception of NATO? And secondly, whether you think that this means that the common defense clause that there is in the treaty, Article 42.7, the Common European Defense Clause, will be actually easier to be triggered at this point, looking at these figures, than its NATO equivalent, Article 5.
Well, it's really, again, very, very interesting numbers. Perhaps they need to know some kind of more complex even analysis. What does it mean? I would look also into the numbers about how Europeans are looking, for example, into United States, which then perhaps has an influence also into how Europeans are looking into NATO. Because if the trust in transatlantic partnership is going down, then really that damages also NATO perception. That is one thing. Second, again, remembering some earlier opinion polls, I was really quite surprised when the question was very simple: whom you would prefer to take care about your defense? European defense with European army, national army, or NATO? And European defense was featuring very high among very similar countries with 70%. And NATO had only 12%. So it means the trust of Europeans into themselves, into their capability, into their, what we can call independent capability, is becoming quite high. Definitely, we need to look with our transatlantic partners, how to strengthen people's trust in transatlantic partnership and into NATO, which is really, symbol of transatlantic partnership.
Last question. Here in the survey, there is a question on whether citizens agree or not with the statement, Europe must develop its own defense capabilities. And here, those who agree are 86%. It's a point on which the Germans and the French seem to agree, because for once, the Germans, 89% are in favor, and in France, 83%. Does this figure give you more ammunition to push for more integration of defense, for a more single market, to have a less fragmented defense market?
I think, again, this is a very important, very strategic shift into public opinion in Europe. And I remember still, something like 7, 8 years ago, before 2020, before invasion into Ukraine, there was much deeper division inside of Europeans and even in our countries, in the Baltics. There was skepticism about Europe, starting to become more involved into defense, because it looked like that this is, contradictory to NATO. It can, weaken NATO and so on and so on. Now it's very clear. Europeans are saying, yes, we need to develop our own capabilities. And that is perhaps, one issue where we have clear agreement with our partners, transatlantic partners, Americans, who started to speak about so-called NATO 3.0, where they're saying Europeans should take responsibility on conventional defense of Europe. Americans will shift more and more towards Indo-Pacific and towards Western Hemisphere, playing only secondary role in defense of Europe. And for that to happen, in order to make this NATO 3.0 strategy realistic, we need to develop our own capabilities, which are really below that level which we need to have. And that is what we are trying to do. And Europeans are saying, yes, go that way. Don't expect anymore that, as it was during the last, 30 or 50 years, that we can enjoy peace dividend and all our defense will be taken care by Americans and they will use their taxpayers' money, in order to take this responsibility for European defense, forever. It's gone.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks a lot.
And Europeans want an army. But who's going to deliver? So we asked Europeans, and they said, 70% of them said that they want a European army, although only 18% of them said that they would personally join. Now, that's a real trench. However, mandatory army service is on the rise. 66% of Europeans now claim it. However, is being pulled by baby boomers, which of course they would not be called to arms with conscription. That's a surprise. In any case, 86% of Europeans want strategic autonomy when it comes to defense. But are Europeans willing to foot the bill? Well, it's complicated. Roughly a third of them say that Europe is spending enough, and another third say that we're not spending enough. But you know that Europe's enough is not quite NATO's enough. And speaking of NATO, how's NATO doing? How's the Article 5? Well, it seems to be fine in the eyes of the Europeans because 75% of Europeans say that they would defend a NATO ally, although they would rather defend an EU member. The EU outperforms NATO in almost every country, especially in countries like Italy or Spain. And maybe this is something to do. It seems that the Iran war is not the Europeans' war, because 66% of Europeans disapprove of it, especially in countries like, no surprise again, Italy, Belgium, or Spain. But if Iran's war is not the Europeans' war, I guess the Ukraine war is. And is there war fatigue? Maybe. There's a three-way split. Roughly a third of Europeans say that we have helped Ukraine too much. And this is one of the funniest questions in the entire poll because in this one, the far right and the far left go hand in hand. Roughly another third say that we have helped just enough, and roughly the other third say that we could do more, especially in countries like Germany or Spain, which, as a Spaniard, makes me hopeful and proud, up in the 40s. So, if you found that interesting, you can read about the entire report on the defense section on the website, and of course we're going to hear more about it now in the defense panel, led by Politico reporter Jan Chisky. So Jan, over to you.
Thanks, Mark, very much for sharing those poll results with us. My name is Jan Chański. I'm a senior policy editor and in charge of defense policy as well as mobility policy earlier this morning. And we're going to dig into the future of European security in a changing geopolitical climate in this panel. We have Javi Lopez, the Vice President of the European Parliament, Vsevolod Chensov, who's the head of the Ukrainian mission to the European Union, Camille Grand, who is the Secretary General of the European Aerospace Security and Defense Industries Association, and Martin Sklenar, who's the former Defense Minister of Slovakia, and he's also a distinguished fellow with the Future of Security program at Globsec in Prague. Thanks very much. And we also, thanks for the interview with Andris Kubilius, the Defense Commissioner, who's become something of a friend of the show. I think we talked to him 2 weeks ago, so he's waiting for his political accreditation to come through. I'd like to start with one of the poll results that really kind of jumped out at me was, and we've seen this elsewhere as well, that a growing number of Europeans see the US not as an ally, but as a threat or a competitor. And this comes at a time where the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has just been in Washington. Donald Trump was railing at NATO, denouncing the disloyal allies who aren't helping him. There's talk of the US shifting forces in Europe, potentially of even thinking about withdrawing from NATO. And I'd like to maybe get a sense from the panel, what's your read of the state of the transatlantic relationship and where America is? Is America an ally? Javi, maybe I'll start with you.
Unfortunately, I would say now the current administration is not acting as an ally. I think the people is quite smart, recognizing what is happening in Washington. And the reality is now Trump's administration is putting a lot of pressure to our sovereignty, our capacity to decide, pressure to our security, pressure to our democracy. We see now the elections this Sunday. And this
the Hungarian election.
The Hungarian elections. This is what we are seeing. And sometimes I will say people realize the changes that we are living before the politicians. And this is a good poll showing that. We want to have the best possible relations with Washington and with the United States, first. Secondly, we have a long list of rank of areas of cooperation that we can continue working with. Third, the relation that we have during the 20th century has changed forever. And this automatic worldview that we shared during the 20th century probably will not be there anymore.
Between Europe and America.
Between Europe and America. And this means we have to de-risk. This means that we have to reduce dependencies, and especially dependencies coming from security. The wars are more critical, but not only. Also in digital, technology, innovation. This is the reality, and we have to adapt to this new reality.
Thanks. Camille, you've both been in NATO, and now you're with the ASD. What's your sense of the relationship? Is the tone out of Europe overwrought, that people are seizing on some of this is the view that you get from Washington? It's like, cool it Europe. This is just Trump blowing off steam, but the fundamental relationship is just fine? Or is there something that's seriously wrong that we need to rethink the security architecture?
Well, Jan, as you mentioned, I happened to have been at NATO during the entire first Trump term in the senior leadership. And in that environment, I think at that time it was fair to say, don't pay attention to the tweets or the comments and focus on the policies, because there was not much change. I would argue that we are in a different situation now. First of all, because we have a multiplications of crises or shocks that point at the diverse views across the Atlantic. Of course, tariffs, a serious debate over Ukraine. The Europeans are extremely frustrated of the direction on the push for the negotiation in Ukraine and the way it's been handled without proper consultation. You add to that the Greenland episode.
Greenland seems to have really been a thing that kind of broke Europe's back, in a sense.
I think for a number of countries it was very much indeed a sort of tilting moment. And then if you add to that the issue of Iran and the renewed threats to withdraw from NATO, even if it's going to be extraordinarily complicated to implement, I think we are indeed in another era. Meaning in an era where the nature of the relationship is likely to evolve profoundly. Most Europeans, and I think all Europeans, prefer to be allies with the US and will want to salvage what can be salvaged. But on the other hand, I have to recognize that they have to be much more responsible on the world stage for European security, for the defense of Europe, as they become much more responsible for supporting Ukraine in the past year.
Martin, you also overlapped with the first Trump administration when you were the defense minister in Slovakia. Do you concur? I mean, is there something? Does Europe just need to be much more cut and dry about the relationship with the U.S. that it needs to do more to stand on its own?
Europe needs to find a way, Jan, how to deal with the new U.S. Right? Because if the question is U.S. an ally, I would say yes, but a very different ally than what we were used to. So Europe has to find a way how to deal with this new situation. If I just oversimplify it for the sake of making a point here, the relationship used to be, and the profound basis of the relationship for the past 2 decades at least was Europe should do more on defense and security on its own, and the US will not be there all the time to provide everything that is necessary. And the Europeans said, yeah, you know, I mean, we're doing here, we're doing there. We just did enough so that the US would, you know, come at peace with it and then say, okay, you're done enough, and then next time we'll come back to that situation or to that discussion again. But that has changed now. What the US expects from Europe is coming up with ambition, coming up with a plan, coming up with an understanding how to deal with the situations. And yes, I think they would be ready to help Europe deliver on things, right? If Europe came to the US and said, this is how we want to structure the European defense, this is what we need from you, Mr. President, please provide these strategic enablers, it's another kind of discussion than what we are used to. And the Europeans don't know how to talk to the US this way, right? Because it was always the biggest ally and the leader in NATO.
Although I guess you could see Trump is again threatening Greenland now in the last couple of days. So you sort of wonder, to return to the question, is this an ally? I'm Canadian as well. I had a visit from some Canadian friends a week ago, and I haven't been in Canada for a while, but I was astonished at how viscerally anti-American they are. These are conservative guys, and they were like, would not go into an American car dealership, would never travel to the States. It's something fundamental has shifted. I'd like to ask Vsevolod, I asked you last because you're in a slightly different position, and it's a more delicate question for you. Would you say that America is Ukraine's ally?
Well, indeed, we are in a quite special position because we are fighting Russian aggression, and indeed, America is an ally for Ukraine.
They don't give you any humanitarian or military aid.
But still, Donald Trump is leading the peace efforts, and EU and member states, they're playing their role, and we still rely on US help on air defense, and it's critical for us. What we managed to do is to develop a Ukrainian drone domain, and not only, to develop so-called kill zone, and we're really advancing in that regard. And we are building stronger cooperation with our European allies. So we are in a very difficult situation because we cannot project how we're going to do it tomorrow, because we need this support from both sides now, on one hand. On the other hand, Ukraine can also deliver and help both US, and it was, we faced a situation in the Gulf quite recently, and Ukraine was ready and indeed helped sending its experts and instructors to help, and also to help European partners to redevelop their industrial base using Ukrainian experience how to fight Russia, how to contain Russia.
I was really struck by that, where in the early years of the war, Ukraine was more of a, I guess, a security taker. It needed help. It would not have survived on its own. It needed external assistance. You're now shifting to being more of a security giver, which is Zelensky's deals that he's signed in the Gulf. He was talking just a day or two ago about a new security architecture for Europe, where Ukraine would play a pivotal role, I guess, together with Turkey and the UK, as a broader European structure. So how important are the tech advances that you've made in being able to offer assistance, and the battlefield experience that you have in being able to offer concrete assistance to European allies?
Well, I think it's quite realistic, and the Ukrainian experience is actually valued by the European industry, by the governments, because our products, they are battle tested, and it's a new type of war. And unfortunately, it's only Ukraine and Russia today, they know how to fight this war. So on one hand, but on the other hand, if we unite our forces with Europe, because we are talking about the immense technological possibilities which European companies have, and also the speed of the Ukrainian innovators, also financial resources which Europe can bring, and also Gulf countries, and I think they will be ready to contribute. So if we put this together, we will be really capable to counter any Russian aggression.
So there's a synergy there that you can work out. I was struck. I saw a video clip of I think it was a British training exercise where they had this tank rolling through and a squad of men running behind the tank. And I was like, and everybody was saying, if that happened in Ukraine, the tank would be blown up almost immediately, and all those guys would be hit by drones, and in 5 minutes that would be the end of that whole detachment. So just a different way of fighting. Camille, do you see the value that Ukraine brings to the European defense industry? Is that something that your members understand, or are they still sort of stuck in sort of an old way of thinking, where they're developing tech and equipment for a war that's not the war that's being fought right now in Ukraine?
I think many of them are adapting, and are adapting quite fast, often in partnership with Ukrainian colleagues. There are a number of European companies that have invested in the relationship with the Ukrainian companies and have a presence in Ukraine and have very close ties. And I think this is being more structured than it was in the even 2 years ago. So I think we're moving into that direction. I think of course, you want to look at different domains. Obviously, in the domain of drone warfare, there is an enormous set of lessons to be learned. The establishment of something that really did change warfare. I remember not so long ago being lectured by a senior NATO general who said, the last 200 meters haven't changed much since Waterloo. That is no longer true, precisely for the kill zone that the ambassador was referring to, and the fact that now the battlefield has become much more transparent. So our industry needs to adapt to that, to offer solutions. Some of them are very guided by the Ukrainian experience. Others might be more driven by some of the tech experience that pre-existed and that needs to be pushed further.
Well, we had that quote, the unfortunate quote from the head of Rheinmetall, who was talking about Ukrainian housewives building drones, which he got sort of smacked down pretty hard for.
I think it was unfair to housewives, Ukraine, and a few others. But the point, and the colleagues from Rheinmetall sort of corrected it afterwards. But the interesting thing is that indeed there is a novel way of warfare. There's a novel way to do industry. I think the European industry is adapting relatively fast. It was an industry that had a tradition of being quite cost effective because it didn't benefit from the sort of large market that your US counterparts had. And now the issue is, how do you insert that experience? How do you insert those lessons into the way we do warfare, which might ultimately be different from what happens in Ukraine, because of course, and that's to their credit, the Ukrainians are fighting in an extraordinarily difficult environment with, for too many years, restrictions to the type of equipment that were delivered by Western partners, that, for instance, didn't allow to use the full scope of air power that European armies would use. But having said this, and it is indeed an era of massive transformation in defense technology, lessons from Ukraine, but also introduction of novel technologies in terms of combat cloud, artificial intelligence, you name it. So we're in a very interesting moment from a defense technology standpoint, and there are companies all over Europe that are adapting to this, some faster than others, but it is quite fascinating, including the emergence of new players that are becoming key partners in this.
Javi, Camille mentioned the need for amalgamation of the European market. Where are we on the Defense Commissioner Kubilius has talked about the need to create a European common market for defense. That seems to be a huge problem, the market fragmentation, each country procuring largely from its own industry, multiple iterations of tanks and fighter jets and rifles and everything else. Is there a role for the European Union to play in trying to sort this out, to make procurement more sensible?
Yeah, completely. And probably, well, the European Union, here we have clear competence to do that. No? Maybe not in other areas of defense, but on industry we have clear competence, and we can do it. The single market is probably our biggest asset, a geopolitical asset, but also it's a huge instrument in terms of security. We have been doing a lot during the last 3-4 years, I would say. EDIRPA, EDIP, financial instruments saved. We need more cooperation. We need interoperability. We need to use our scale in terms of European size. We can do more. We are spending more after 3-4 years of Ukrainian war. I would underline the comments made by now the Ukrainian army probably is the strongest in Europe. And then there, it's not only at stake our security and our freedoms, the basic principles in Ukraine that enable the peaceful coexistence in Europe after 45, also it's at stake the most important army in Europe. No? And, but coming back to the single market and the fragmentation, we need more cooperation. We need to spend, obviously, more. We are spending more, all of us, also here in Spain, but we need to spend it better. And this means use the European scale. This means better cooperation. This means interoperability. This means things in European capacities, not double, triple capacities, but also after to have holes in some areas related to this new warfare that we are facing. And we have to spend not only better, we have to spend more European. And this means to reduce our dependencies, obviously coming from outside. And here, the European industry plays a pivotal key role to ensure our security and our sovereignty.
Although that does sort of run into political issues. You're certainly seeing that in Poland, where the SAFE, which seemed uncontroversial, the 44 billion that the Poles are borrowing from SAFE, ended up creating explosive politics because they were, the government was accused of favoring German and West European industry. Martin, how do you see that? I mean, this is a difficult political issue for countries.
That's exactly
Slovakia
right.
has a big industry. What happens if you amalgamate but you don't get much of a pie, cut of the pie out of that?
That's exactly the point that I wanted to make on this. There seems to be two things going in different directions, right? The defragmentation needs to happen. I mean, the industry is much more fragmented to actually be working in an efficient way to deliver it quickly and at the capacity that we actually need for the time when we need to be ready with all the capabilities and capacities. The bottom-up trend, we already see that, and maybe Camille can confirm or correct me, but we already see the big companies trying to integrate, buy, however you want to call it, the Rheinmetalls, the KNDSs.
I think Spain has lost a lot of its defense industries now owned by Rheinmetall. So.
Right, so that's going on, but then the top-down will never be there because the politics will always interfere and will always look at this as a way to talk about the jobs and, where do you tax the income. This is going to be so much more important for the region, for the national politicians to overcome, and this is not something that the Commission even can push through, right? So if we have expectations from Kubilius on this, I don't think that we are, being fair to him, because this is a very political issue that will need to be solved among the national government, so in the European Council, not in the European Commission in this sense, right? To make a positive spin out of it, Slovakia is one of the countries that produces most cars per capita than any other country in the world. None of those are Slovak cars. They are all, coming from abroad, but we just produce, the companies own the factories, and the relationship is fine. So it's possible to do this also in defense, I would argue, but it will take a long political sensitive discussion.
So should the Commission ease its competition rules when it comes to defense mergers and allow for big tie-ups of defense groups across Europe?
I don't think it's the Commission who's being on the preventing a quicker integration or defragmentation. I would argue it's the national politics and talks about sovereignty and the supply chain sovereignty type of approach that can preclude most of the defragmentation.
Well, you wanted to hop in on that?
Yeah, just three quick thoughts. The first one, really to stress that yes, we can. There is the European industry masters 98% of defense technologies on its own. There are fantastic companies across the continent. Some of them, Indra, to quote a Spanish company, just won the entire market for redoing the FAA radar system in the United States. So that's a $500 million market that was won by a European company because they are better at doing this. So I'm not worried about our ability to deliver this from a tech perspective, and now we have the budgets. But we need to move faster. The second thing is on this defragmentation. Of course, it's a complicated market. We have 27 different customers that are nation states, that are ministries of defense. So the pure logic of the single market is difficult to apply. It's not like let's have a single phone, service across the continent. It's, there are not 450 million customers of defense goods. And the politics of it, as described, are super important. But what is striking me is how fast things are moving. You look at something like the Czechoslovak group. That group hardly existed a couple of years ago. It was a series of local arsenals. It's now one of the biggest producers of ammunition and land equipment in the world. It has made its way in the top 100 companies in the world. It's in the top 10 in Europe. So we see lots of things happening, including in parts of Europe where we don't have the tradition of having super large defense industries. And I think it's very, very interesting to see that movement, that will generate, I think, some interesting consolidation afterwards, sometimes combining old-fashioned primes with newcomers. As an example, Airbus just partnered with an Estonian company to do a drone killer. That seems to be a very interesting project.
Ukraine has, for understandable reasons, been reluctant to export weapons at a time of that it's fighting, but also the defense industry in Ukraine complains that the government doesn't have enough money to fully utilize its production capacity. Is there an answer to that? Is there some shift on the part of the government to allow more exports? Is that the way forward for the industry, or what's the best way to capitalize on the experience that you've gained, but also get the tech and the weapons that you need?
Yeah, we are moving forward, and now hopefully we will unblock this 90 billion loan, and 60 billion will be around 60.
The 90 billion that's stuck in there. Yes. Well, we'll see after the Hungarian election what happens with that.
So the logic is to spend during 2 years about 60 billion for defense. So it means that we will be able to get our industry busy. Also, we already discussed briefly SAFE. Ukrainian industry has a possibility to participate in the projects. So
as the same as any EU member country, you're on the same.
Exactly.
Same.
So it will give an opening for Ukrainian industry, and also we try to develop this policy build with Ukraine, meaning to create joint ventures to build in Ukraine, in the EU, and indeed we need to create a very clear, let's say, algorithm how Ukrainian companies can do business outside Ukraine, and how the government is going to control this process, because there is a risk that many companies will really shift on.
There's been some worry of technology leakage outside of Ukraine, and then I guess as well for safety and other reasons of setting up production outside of Ukraine. But then what happens to the relationship with?
Exactly, we need to find a proper approach. How, on one hand, to protect the interest of the companies, also of the government, because many of those products they have been developed together in Ukrainian companies, EU companies, American companies, and Ukrainian government. So, but I'm sure we will find a way out. Very short comment on Ukrainian housewives. So they're really doing a lot of things, inventing and building drones, fighting on the front line. But if we are serious, so what is important? That we can supply efficient weapons, and the discussion was what to do in the Gulf, how to protect the Gulf countries. We can produce efficient weapons and cheap weapons. And it's the first time in history that you have interceptors, which is cheaper when the missile or airplane. So in Ukraine, the interceptors now cost about 5,000, and you have very simple choice.
So even against a Shahid, which costs 30 to 50,000, you're still
exactly. Or you use Patriot missile, which costs 1 million, or 10,000 drone or interceptor.
Super. We don't have very much time, unfortunately, on this panel, so I'm just going to ask a quick question of everybody. The poll also showed that while America is, the opinion towards America is shifting, there's overwhelming recognition that Russia is a threat. It's an enemy of the 6 European countries that were polled. Intelligence and military people have been warning that Russia will prepare to attack a NATO or EU member country very soon. Starting with Javi, are we aware and ready for that threat?
I think so. I think we are aware. Also, the public opinion shows that we are building a real European demos with this kind of awareness of the threats that we are facing. I think people is aware about the new geopolitical reality with Trump in the White House and what it means for Europe, and obviously Putin in the Kremlin with an explicit, direct threat to European democracy and European freedoms. But we have to adapt to the new reality. And the new reality means with this threat and with this uncertainty in the other side of the Atlantic, I would say, we need to take charge completely of our security. And this means to do one step in our sovereignty. This means European capabilities. This means more European defense. And not only that, also to learn better how to defend the European interest and to have a real strategic autonomy on security, on energy, on industry, that this will be the best protection that we can do. But the first step is the line that we have now, the front line that we have on Ukraine, because if Ukraine is able to win the war against Russia, it will be the best defense, possible defense that we can do for the future of the Europeans.
Thanks. Vsevolod, you're sitting in Brussels. What's your assessment of how seriously Europe is treating the Russian threat? how ready it is for a potential Russian attack?
Well, the attitude definitely changed, and Europe is getting more and more serious. And what we just discussed, this readiness to invest, it's the best way to answer this threat. And I think we are capable if we join forces, because we know now exactly how to tackle this threat if we are talking about
with Ukraine's
Russia.
help.
Exactly. Yes.
Camille, we ready? Not ready?
I think we are, and we are getting there. The one thing that struck me in your poll is that I think the people are sometimes more aware than at least some fractions of the political spectrum that continue to deny the Russia as a threat. And I think what is really important is how fast we move to put ourselves in a position of preventing the next crisis by having the right set of deterrence capabilities. And that is, just doing it and being able to demonstrate to the Russians that even if America stands aside or is not interested in the crisis for any reason, or is busy elsewhere, the Europeans can handle it.
Martin,
I think we're pretty aware of the fact, but I don't think that we assess enough the urgency and what it means, and how we should act then, and what should be our decisions in terms of how quickly we need to move and how much we have to do before we get in a situation where the deterrence might not work, right? So I mean, we have to do a lot very fast, and for that we need much more awareness than what we have now, even though the numbers are encouraging. But we see in some of the polls that Globsec does, we see also other approaches to this, because in some of the countries, Slovakia, but also Bulgaria, Russia is also seen as one of the true strategic partners, right? Which then creates different kind of decisions. So you try to build a relationship to prevent any kind of conflict, not deterrence, which might go counter the main flow.
It's flashing at me. Time out. We have to stop. I'm really sorry. That was a really good panel. Thanks very much. Next up, we'll dive into tech policy and the impact of AI on society. We're going to do a quick stage change, and then my colleague Max Guerrero will moderate a discussion about the results of, after de Bartlett's, Paloma Torres shares some analysis of the European poll results on tech policy. Thanks again for taking part in our panel. Thank you. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paloma Torres, and I'm a director at Bartlett. I am pleased to share the findings of the poll regarding technology and AI. AI is transforming our societies, our interactions, and our economies. While EU regulators are working on the framework about technology, we have asked Europeans how they perceive this disruption. According to the data, overall 62% of Europeans are concerned about are not concerned about AI displacing their jobs. This trend challenges a general assumptions regarding digital natives. Those under 35 are at 56.5%, seeing more risk than benefits than those over 65. Public perception is almost perfectly divided regarding benefits from AI. 50% is foreseeing more benefits, while 49.9% anticipates more risk from AI. Spain leads the optimistic bloc at 62.7%, while France anchors the skeptics at 64.1%. Why do Europeans trust with their personal data? Here we can see that trust remains local. European tech companies are the ones leading this bloc with 50% of the trust, followed by national governments at 44% trust, while US companies have a 16% trust and Chinese companies 7% trust. Even if European tech generates the least distrust, to secure a true social license to operate remains a challenge. Finally, when we speak about access to social media, 73.8% of the survey Europeans believe and support a legal minimum age. Half of them think that this should be limited to 16 or older. Our challenge as companies is to build an economic European innovation which combines social protection with economic growth. I will now give the floor to the panel discussion on AI impact on society and the future of work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paloma, for sharing those results. Hello, everyone. I'm Max Guerrera, politics reporter at Politico, and in fact, the one Catalan in the newsroom. So it's a pleasure for me to be back to my hometown. Today, we have a stellar panel to talk about the future of work. Of course, AI has erupted in our societies, and now we need to figure out how to implement them and what the future of the labor market looks like. We have the Minister of Education of Estonia, Kristina Kallas, who, by the way, before you Google it, is not related to the EU's High Representative. We also have David Bach, President of the International Institute for Management Development, and Stein Brücke, Senior Economist in Digital Skills and the Future of Work at the OECD. So the first question would be for Stein and David, reacting to the data we just saw. Clearly, it seems the French are very scared of losing their jobs to AI, while the Spaniards, the Poles, are a bit more optimistic. So how do you explain these results? Perhaps, Stein, you can start.
So the results struck me. People are clearly worried. It's about 40% of people who are a little too very worried about losing their jobs. We did a study about 4 years ago where it was 20% of people. So, I mean, the studies are not exactly the same, but clearly there's a growing anxiety and people are worried. You're right, the French seem to be more worried, the Spaniards less. It's hard to, I mean, there's also cultural differences in how people perceive risk and perceive themselves and how they are in society, but maybe that there are a few possible explanations. It tends to be the case that countries that are more exposed to AI tend to be countries with more high-skilled occupations, more high-skilled sectors. So, you know, the more higher skilled the country is, the more exposed they will be to AI, and so possibly why people are more worried, even though the evidence that we have so far does not show that necessarily exposure is a bad thing to AI. It could be a very good thing, in fact. Another potential explanation for these results, like I saw Spain, people being less worried in Spain, it could be to do with regulation also. In Spain, I think you're quite advanced in terms of regulation around algorithms, for example, much more than in other countries. And maybe this is another reason why people feel less worried. But certainly there's a lot of anxiety, and I don't think, if you have people like Daria Amodei saying that AI is the general substitute for labor, that in 5 years' time we will have no jobs left, then of course there is anxiety, and this sells newspapers. But we don't see this in the data just yet. I think, in fact, more exposed occupations are the ones where we have seen more employment growth so far.
David, what's your take?
Well, look, I mean, we've seen at other moments of this gathering that there's a lot of pessimism in France, and the survey or data shows pretty clearly that if you're optimistically inclined, you actually see more opportunities, of course, even in something like AI. I'm surprised that the findings are as positive when it comes to employment and when it comes to benefits. We should talk about that a little bit more and unpack it. Look, we're not seeing it in the statistics yet, but the predictions are pretty stark, right? So the CEO of Anthropic saying that 50% of white-collar jobs could be at risk over the next 5 years. We're seeing dramatic declines in entry-level job opportunities in roles like accountancy or junior legal positions and so on. I agree with a colleague from Google who said earlier that technological revolutions tend to augment employment while at the same time boosting productivity, but they also create a whole lot of disruption. And I do think that people are justified in being worried that perhaps they might not lose their job tomorrow, but the work is going to fundamentally change, and there will not just be winners in that process.
We'll talk more about that, but first I want to take a quick detour to get a reaction from the Minister on the polls regarding the social media ban. I know you have a strong opinion about it, against a ban, so could you share with us why that's the case?
I have a strong opinion about banning things that will not work. I mean, the bans will not work. So I grew up in Soviet Union, and during my childhood, when I was a teenager, a lot of things were banned. And what do you think? Most of the day, we were just trying to figure out how to avoid the ban, how to just get over those things. So I don't think that social media, I think that social media is harmful. It can be harmful, and especially at a very young age, if you get introduced to social media at the age of 6, 7, 9, 10, that could be very, very harmful. But the way to approach this, to me, is not to make kids responsible for that harm and start self-regulating, that the kids have to be able to self-regulate themselves at that age. I think the regulation responsibility is on the governments and on the corporation side. I think we really need to work with the corporations when it comes to the social media. And Europe has a big power, big market power. And I think Europe pretends to be weak when it comes to big American and international corporations. I think this is a little bit pretense. We should really understand that it's a huge market and it's a huge power, also huge political power. So I would like to see European Commission and European Parliament and European legislators and European Council to actually take this power and start regulating the big American corporations when it comes to the social media thing.
We're seeing some countries perhaps going forward with a potential social media ban. Spain, France are considering. Should there be an European approach? Has this been addressed yet?
I mean, we can debate it, but I think it's a little bit one-sided debate. I mean, the questions behind the debate of the social media ban are the questions of mental health, questions of the young people, anxiety, switch in values. We have this manosphere issue going on, and we see this in schools being expressed by young boys, behavioral questions. So there are a lot of other things that we try to cover with the question of social media, as if we do the ban on social media, these things will disappear. No, these things are much deeper and coming from very, very diverse aspects of life. And I think we need to address those things honestly, rather than just saying that, okay, let's ban social media and then that will be solving our problems. It's not going to actually solve the problems. And I think kids will find very quickly the ways to go around and to still use social media. So I think that the focus, I'm a Minister of Education, so I would rather keep the focus on what do we do with these young people in the schools and how our education systems are responding to what is going on with the technology, with the social media, with the information, excess of information, inappropriate information, how our education systems are dealing with it rather than saying that let's just ban it and then we have problem solved.
Just a quick final question on this, but of course there's some countries that are going forward anyway, and that's fragmenting the interior market yet even more, right? The single market that is very important for competitiveness. So should there be a common approach, or should it just be rather everyone does their own thing?
But as I said, I see that we need a common approach to the corporations, to the big corporations that are they are the ones who are designing these products. They are the ones who are marketing and selling those products. And there has to be responsibility on their side. So I think there has to be a very strong common approach from European side towards those corporations.
David, you work with business leaders in the Institute. I saw a study, I think a year ago, that said that 95% of pilot projects AI pilot projects in companies were not delivering results. So I wanted to ask whether you've seen this in interacting with business leaders, and how are companies trying to implement AI in their workflows?
Oh, absolutely. So I recently listened to the CEO of Siemens, and he said we have more AI pilots than Lufthansa has pilots. So lots of companies are doing lots of pilots, but that shouldn't distract from the fact that many companies are moving pretty fast in reinventing their business models, changing customer value propositions. And what our research shows, and our programs focus on, is that, as always with technology, it's not about technology, it's about how humans and organizations respond to technology. So the two big obstacles to faster AI adoption, and the kind of adoption that creates value for stakeholders, are data, the availability of data. And a lot of organizations' data is fragmented. People view control of data as a source of power, and so their incentive is not to share and to pool. And of course, the power of the technologies is that they find patterns in data, often data that was previously not merged. And the second one is people. Their concerns about what does it mean for me, what does it mean for my future, what does it mean for my product, my business line, and so on. So we're helping executives understand that they need to work holistically, they need to work on the data piece, they need to work on the human and organizational piece if they want to unlock the potential of AI.
On the other side, the employees, let's say, how do you see the future of the labor market moving? Of course, there's people scared to lose their jobs, but you were saying that perhaps they shouldn't. Why is that? Where are we moving to?
I don't have a crystal ball, so I cannot predict the future. In the past, like you said, with all technological change has always led to more and better jobs in the long run, but there will be a lot of change. Now, just a little bit of context here. We shouldn't forget that we live in rapidly aging populations, and we are more likely to run out of workers, I think, than we're likely to run out of work. So I'm personally less worried about the jobs, but it's the jobs themselves that will change substantially. I mean, most employers that we spoke to told us that AI was automating tasks, AI was creating new tasks. And this could be a good thing for jobs, for job quality in particular. In fact, one thing that we were surprised by when we asked workers is how positive they were about the impact of AI on their job quality, in terms of how much they enjoyed their jobs as a result of AI, impact on health and safety. So there are good things as well. But I think there are also big risks when it comes to the use of AI in the workplace. And one of these is algorithmic management. So algorithmic management, we've heard about it in the platform economy in particular, but it's already pervasive also in the traditional workplace. So these are tools that will give instructions to workers, tools that will monitor workers, tools that will evaluate workers. And these are very commonly used. Like 80% or more of companies in Europe already use such tools, although less intensively so than in the United States, for example, where it's over 90%, and they use many of these tools, and sometimes very intrusive tools. Like 50% of companies in the United States use tools that will monitor the content and the tone of conversations, emails, etc. And I think it's managing those transitions in terms of how the tasks will change, making sure workers have the skills to do those new tasks, and also managing the transition in terms of what it does to jobs, and making sure that it's a good thing for workers and employers and not a bad thing.
Can I add something to that? I think you're exactly right about this. The way I've been thinking about this that I think is helpful is, do we have jobs above the algorithm or below the algorithm? Are we creating jobs where humans are using AI to be more productive, to automate the parts of work that are tedious and not particularly productive? And we have plenty of examples of what that looks like. Or are we going to create a lot of jobs below the algorithm where technology basically controls humans and where we become the physical extensions of what the algorithm dictates? And those are choices that are being made as we sit here by business leaders, by investors, to some extent by policymakers, sometimes through the absence of policy. We can absolutely shape that future, but the clock is ticking because the technology is developing so fast.
Minister, from the government, as you market the education policy of Estonia, which are the skills you're trying to sort of put emphasis into to future-proof the workforce?
Yes, I think OECD already in 2019 skills survey showed that 2/3 of OECD member state workforce had literacy and numeracy rate below that of computers. And that was before AI was widespread in a human use. So that tells you something about not only the worry that we have, that the computers are much more capable, and not only in numeracy, but also in literacy, which means in understanding the text, in processing the text, in analyzing the text. Computers are so much better than humans already were back in 2019. And that tells you something about the education system. You know, what kind of skills levels education systems are giving. And our education systems have been for 200 years very much focused on what we call lower cognitive level processes, memorization, understanding, repetition. So once I learn something by heart, I try to understand what it is, and then I will retell and reapply this all the time. Like learning to ride a bike. So that's what I do. Like I learn one thing, and then I will reapply. And then we send out the kids from the school with this kind of knowledge. And then in life, what they really need is constant relearning. You have to relearn all the time, which means that you have to have analytical skills, systematic thinking skills, you have to have creative skills, ethical judgments. And this is where education systems are not very strong. So we have to get to the point where our education systems develop those higher order cognitive thinking skills on much early age. It used to be that this is taught at PhD level. You go to PhD and then you learn all this extra complicated analytical and systematic thinking skills. I think that this is already something on an upper secondary level. When they're 16, 17, 18, they should be producing quite complicated thinking processes and deep thinking processes. And now I'm getting to the AI. I think that without putting AI into the use in learning process, we are not going to get to this higher order thinking skills. So AI is here to push us, like really push us in education systems to get into the more higher order cognitive capacities than we have been before. So choose your education ministers wisely, because they really matter when it comes to the future job.
I'd like to ask you about that. Just after first I asked Stein and David, you've heard the minister's vision for education in a world of AI. What would be one thing each that you would, ask policymakers to do urgently?
I totally agree with skills. Worker consultation is something that's important as well. We find that where workers and employers talk together about what kind of future they want, we get better outcomes. But I think skills is also critical. We have 40% of firms in manufacturing and finance telling us that skills is a barrier to AI adoption. We have 50% of SMEs telling us the same. So skills is a key barrier. And at the same time, we know that workers who have been trained to work with AI also have better outcomes in terms of their performance, in terms of how much they enjoy their jobs, in terms of health and safety outcomes. So the skills are really, really critical. And I would echo some of the skills that you mentioned. From the surveys that we've done, we see a few, well, first of all, we see an increase in demand for high-skilled workers, and that's consistent with a lot of technological change we've seen in the past. And in terms of specific skills, we see the ability to interpret, analyze data becomes increasingly important. Digital skills, obviously, because in the end, these are digital tools, but also, like you say, the more human skills, like problem solving, creativity, these will also become increasingly important as we move forward. David?
Look, my ask is for folks here, right? We're in Spain, but we've been looking at data from France, from Germany, Poland, Belgium, Italy. I think everyone should learn from Estonia, and I'm not just saying this because you sit here. It in Europe the most advanced government when it comes to digital transformation. I think we underestimate that government itself has a role to play in role modeling what it looks like when we use AI to actually enhance the quality of services. I think it is about getting out in front. I completely agree with you that AI is not a challenge or a threat to developing these higher cognitive skills. It's an enabler of that. And we're seeing that. So that's now learning above the algorithm, if you will, as opposed to below. So I think, we know in Europe there are models where public and private sector leaders are doing the right things and are moving quickly. And I think all of Europe needs to do it for the reasons that we've been discussing.
So David says Estonia as an example. So let's learn a bit more about how Estonia is harnessing AI in their classrooms. Could you run us a bit through?
Yes, well, we are 100% digitally governed country, which means that anything related between the citizen and the government, all services are operated by data and by digital ID and by digital processes. So you don't really physically have to go anywhere in person. So even to vote, you can do it online, so through your digital ID. And now we see the next step in this development is to use the data even more smart and accelerate the processes of providing public services to the public with the help of AI. But for that, you need to upskill your workforce. And what was mentioned here, how the employers and labor market is already expecting schools to produce kids and young people with AI skills. It's already there. It's not in 10 years, it's now. So the children that are coming from high school, they are 18 years old, they are entering university. By 21, labor market expects them to come with a very clear knowledge and skills on AI. So, and until the education systems are debating and discussing and regulating, the labor market is going ahead. So what we did in Estonia, that we introduced AI into the learning process in upper secondary, so kids starting at the age of 16 study together with an AI tutors. We have an agreement with OpenAI to develop ChatGTP Edu Estonian version. It's specifically for Estonian curricula adjusted ChatGTP together with our scientists and our upper secondary school students, all of them, 20,000 of them, received the licenses. All our teachers received the licenses. And now we are in a first pilot year when they are developing their AI skills. And it's not only about AI literacy. We speak a lot about that you have to know what AI is. You have to also develop the learning process together with AI so that you know how AI accelerates and enhances your learning capacity. And that, I think that's very essential. So 2028 is the first generation of high school students in Estonia that will graduate with the ones that have been studying together with AI. And we are hoping that we will measure their skills in terms of the numeracy and literacy level that will be much higher than, that's our hope and expectation, much higher than the previous generations, because that's what the development in labor market is going to be, and in not only labor market, but in society in general.
Is this something, David, that you also have in your institute, courses on AI, and what are sort of the key worries that business leaders relate to you on its use?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think for business leaders, there are two challenges. One is their own familiarity and comfort level with AI. This is a room full of leaders. I hope all of you are using AI every single day. It's going to make your life and your work much easier, and you're learning a great deal. But then also, how do they actually engage the rest of the organization? How do they reimagine business models? And so, for us, we're an executive education-focused Swiss learning institute. And so, I'd say about a quarter of what we do right now is specifically focused on helping leaders seize the opportunities. But we're deploying AI across, all of our programs and all of our curricula. And I'll give you just one little illustration of what happens when you reimagine learning with AI. So many of you are probably familiar with the CASE method. It's a standard pedagogical tool in MBA programs, has made these programs very successful. And cases always have sort of hidden cues, and it's sort of a discovery journey that is very good for developing skills. But with AI, it's the easiest thing in the world to say, tell me what the professor is going to ask me about this case. Give me a couple of answers that are not obvious. So what are some of my colleagues now doing? They're teaching cases without assigning cases. You walk in, you say, today we're going to talk about what Estonia is doing with OpenAI. Take 10 minutes, get ready for the conversation, and then we have the conversation. So again, you flip it around, you think about how you use the technology's strength as opposed to getting paralyzed by the way it's threatening existing ways of doing things.
We're running out of time, so I'm going to ask my last question to each of you, which would be, which is your generative AI model that you use the most in your work, and how do you use it, starting with the minister?
Yeah, I use ChatGPT because we have this agreement with OpenAI and a cooperation with it, and I use it absolutely every day, many, many instances for getting knowledge, getting information, asking ChatGPT to write summaries of certain reports. If I have to read 150 pages and I don't have time, I will ask from ChatGPT what is the main questions there. So I'm using it very regularly, quite a lot.
Gemini and Claude. I found it helpful to move back and forth. Different models have different strength, and sometimes you can actually ask one to input information for the other, and you get good results. Technical writing, summaries, preparations for meetings, makes my life a lot easier, and I'm learning a lot.
Stein? ChatGPT, I use it, going back to the results of the surveys that I mentioned, it increases the quality of my work, or the enjoyment I have, my job quality. I use it more as a kind of an assistant, someone that I can bounce ideas off, somebody who can help me improve certain sentences. My job, in the end, is about writing, and so I have an assistant. It's not like ChatGPT will do the job for me, but it helps me do my job better, for sure.
Well, so ChatGPT wins, at least in this panel. Unfortunately, we're out of time, so we need to go forward. Thank you so much for coming to talk about the future of AI and skills. We had Steinbrücke, Senior Economist in Digital Skills and the Future of Work at the OECD, David Bach, President of the International Institute for Management Development, and Christina Kallas, Minister for Education of Estonia. Next up, my colleague Kate will be measuring the pulse before our interview with Executive Vice President of the European Commission for Prosperity and Industrial Strategy, Stéphane Séjourné. She will be with you after a brief stage change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Max, and thank you to all our speakers. That was definitely a panel that exercised our higher cognitive thinking. I very much enjoyed it. I hope you did too. We're grateful to have such a wide range of perspectives and voices and experiences on this stage. It's been really brilliant. We're moving into now a first of several exciting interviews we have lined up for you. My colleague Aitor Hernandez Morales will speak with Stéphane Séjourné, the European Commission Executive Vice President for Prosperity and Industrial Strategy.
And we will bring on a few audience members who submitted questions last night, so we will take some of the questions from all of you. Please join me in welcoming Aitor and Commissioner Sejourné to the stage.
Gracias, Kate, por la introducción. Hola de nuevo a todos. Me acompaña Stéphane Sejourné, el vicepresidente ejecutivo de la Comisión Europea para la Prosperidad y la Estrategia Industrial, exministro francés de Asuntos Europeos, que hoy en día está en el centro del debate sobre el futuro de la industria europea y en particular por su Industrial Accelerator Act, que vamos a discutir en unos momentos. También más tarde os aviso que tendremos algunas preguntas de la audiencia, pero primero queremos empezar con un tema de actualidad absoluto. Vicepresidente, como sabe, el presidente del gobierno español viajará a China este fin de semana. Será la cuarta visita en tantos años y evidentemente eso refleja una cercanía considerable entre Madrid y Pekín. De hecho, el gobierno español ha afirmado que tendríamos que estar acercándonos a nivel europeo cada vez más a China, especialmente dada la turbulencia en las relaciones transatlánticas. Le quería preguntar, ¿cómo encaja este esfuerzo con la visión que tiene la Comisión Europea sobre nuestras relaciones con Pekín? Y cuando hablamos de la ley de aceleración industrial, ¿cómo es que conseguimos encajar ese acercamiento con las consideraciones que tenemos acerca del dumping chino y nuestra misión de reforzar la industria europea?
Bueno, muchas gracias por la invitación. Todo el mundo me escucha, ¿no? Sí. Muchas gracias por la invitación y también, como viene después el presidente del gobierno, voy a ser muy prudente en mis respuestas. No, decir por primera cosa que la Unión Europea decidió desriesgar nuestra economía vis-à-vis China. No es el mismo objetivo que tuvieron los Estados Unidos sobre ese tema. Los Estados Unidos quieren descopiar completamente, desriesgar totalmente su economía. Entonces, creo que hay un camino entre inversiones chinas en Europa, las necesitamos inversiones extranjeras en Europa, y también tener inversiones de calidad y reducir las dependencias que tenemos en sectores estratégicos. Es lo que estamos intentando hacer con el acelerador industrial, que targeta exactamente los sectores estratégicos, las clean tech, los sectores como el automóvil y incentiva, digamos, las inversiones extranjeras de manera de calidad, con empleo europeo, con crecimiento económico detrás de esas inversiones. Entonces, hay una vía entre aislarse totalmente de China y tomar las inversiones y desriesgar nuestras economías. Creo que lo que estamos intentando es esa vía entre los dos, europea, que es el modelo europeo, que no es el modelo estadounidense, que no tampoco es el modelo chino de totalmente aislar su mercado interno, pero nosotros tenemos un ADN abierto, un ADN de libertad económica, pero también no injunios en la manera de que esas inversiones se hacen. Entonces, hay que hablar con China. Creo que todos los líderes desde hace muchos años ahora van a China. Creo que es una buena cosa de hablar y de seguir discutiendo con China.
Le quería preguntar porque también el acuerdo industrial, bueno, la ley industrial ha tenido cierto pushback, algunas críticas de personas que dicen que tenemos riesgo de alienar socios comerciales claves de la UE que en estos últimos meses han llegado a firmar tratados con nosotros. ¿Qué respondería a estas personas? O sea, ¿cómo considera que encajamos las dos acciones por parte de Bruselas?
Bueno, primero, cuando hay dinero público que haya sobre algunos sectores específicos que son estratégicos para Europa, sobre todo cuando vemos que los suministros pueden romperse de un día para el otro por razones geopolíticas, creo que cuando hay dinero político hay que encontrar la manera de crear también la demanda y de permitir a una industria europea de aprovechar de esos suministros. Lo hacen los Estados Unidos, China, India, todas las grandes potencias lo hacen, tienen una política industrial, porque de eso se trata en realidad, tener una política industrial europea y no 27 políticas industriales. Entonces, para mí el sentido de la historia en Europa es que sobre esos sectores en particular podamos tener producción en Europa. No solamente para producir, pero también para asegurar nuestro mercado interior y también por razones de seguridad económica sobre esos sectores. Lo vemos con la energía. Y lo que hicimos con el acelerador industrial es justamente hacer que todas las cleantech sean protegidas también. Y hay componentes estratégicos en todas las cleantech que necesitan una producción europea. Y no sé lo que va a pasar en 5 años, 10 años, 3, si hay un conflicto diplomático importante con la EU y con otras potencias. No sé qué puede pasar en términos militares. La responsabilidad hoy de un responsable político europeo es también adelantar cosas que no sabemos. Y como la geopolítica es complicada en esos tiempos, como tenemos muchas incertidumbres, necesitamos justamente de un punto de vista económico y de seguridad económica ir un poco más allá y hacer de esos sectores estratégicos una prioridad. Entonces, para mí no hay polémica porque el texto legislativo que propusimos en la Comisión es equilibrado. No es en todos los sectores de la economía, está muy focus en algunos y hay socios también, todos los países que firmaron un acuerdo de contratación pública con nosotros también están adentro del programa de Made in EU.
Está contemplado.
Sí.
Vale, perfecto. Le quiero preguntar sobre otro tema de actualidad. Como sabe perfectamente bien, la guerra en Irán ha causado que los precios energéticos suban considerablemente y España es uno de los países de la UE que ha suscrito una carta abierta pidiendo que la Comisión autorice un impuesto extraordinario a las empresas energéticas que naturalmente están consiguiendo unos beneficios sustanciales. ¿Considera que esta iniciativa es correcta? ¿La Comisión la ve con buenos ojos?
Ya la hemos
hecho en la época de Ucrania.
En la guerra de Ucrania. Hace parte de un paquete de flexibilidad que podemos dar a los Estados miembros. Habrá una reunión importante este lunes, del Colegio de Comisarios para evaluar el impacto económico en cada país. Claramente España resiste más. Lo dije realmente, miré los precios incluso del megawatt esta mañana en toda Europa y cuando veo que en Italia estamos a 147 de promedio y a 25 en España, creo que el hecho de haber producido una parte de la energía en el territorio español y tener soberanía de producción energética hace que hoy España resiste más a la crisis. Pero tenemos problemas y otros problemas también de presupuesto en otros países. Hablo de Francia, Italia, Alemania tiene también problemas con su industria. Y la Comisión siempre estuvo lista para ayudar en las crisis y siempre dimos las flexibilidades necesarias cuando había que darlas. Entonces, la discusión se va a hacer ahora con los Estados miembros. Lo digo también, hay una incertidumbre muy grande sobre en cuánto tiempo dura esa crisis y cambia hora por hora. Entonces tenemos que tener
La respuesta también tiene que cambiar.
También, la respuesta tiene que cambiar y tenemos que flexibilizar la flexibilidad que damos en función del impacto y de la duración de la crisis.
Le quiero preguntar muy brevemente sobre otro asunto que pasa este fin de semana, que son las elecciones en Hungría. Habrá visto que el vicepresidente estadounidense estuvo en Budapest esta semana y se quejó de la injerencia de los burócratas de Bruselas. ¿Tiene alguna respuesta?
No lo tomo para mí, ¿no? Mire, no voy a comentar la elección porque no se comenta en la comisión las elecciones. Pero dar un comentario. El primero es que cada elección nacional es una elección europea. Cada elección nacional ahora es una elección europea, porque cambia también la configuración del Consejo y cambia también las medidas que tomamos nosotros en la comisión, el mandato que tenemos nosotros comisarios cambia en función de las elecciones nacionales. Entonces, el vicepresidente de la Unión Europea, de la Comisión Europea que soy, no voy a comentar.
¿Y sobre los comentarios del vicepresidente americano?
Me parece siempre raro que un vicepresidente de la Comisión Europea no pueda comentar, pero que el vicepresidente de Estados Unidos vaya a comentar una elección y a hacer campaña.
Bien, hemos escogido algunos miembros del público que tienen preguntas para usted. Si le puedo pedir primero a doña Lola que pase al escenario.
Hola, buenas tardes. Yo soy Lola González.
Encantado.
Encantado. Mire, llevamos todo... Sin decir, por favor.
No, me quedo...
Que no. Llevamos todo el día
Estamos todos en pie.
oyendo hablar de, bueno, naturalmente, de política, de economía, pero a mí a lo largo del día me ha surgido una inquietud, una pregunta, y es referente al sector del automóvil. ¿No? Estamos viendo, al menos en España y creo que en otros países también, realmente una invasión de coches eléctricos chinos en nuestro mercado. Todos queremos ir al mercado eléctrico, todos queremos coche eléctrico, pero lo que no queremos es pagar individualmente los costes que tiene ir a un producto europeo. Entonces, ¿cómo piensan ustedes proteger, si es que hay que proteger, que no lo sé, la industria automovilística europea desde el punto de vista de los motores eléctricos para que se pueda competir en mejores condiciones que ahora con el mercado chino o con el mercado americano?
Bueno, primero 200 vehículos nuevos van a salir el año que viene. Entonces va a haber... Europeos, con precios diferentes y sé que en Cataluña veo... el presidente aquí en Cataluña también hay un vehículo Made in Europe que va a salir. Entonces 200 nuevos vehículos van a salir con nueva tecnología, con innovación.
Y con unos precios competentes.
Y con precios bastante competentes. Nosotros tenemos la responsabilidad de dar un cuadro reglamentario que permite eso. Entonces, por eso la Comisión Europea decidió incluso limitar las reglas y las opciones que hay para construir un vehículo, simplificar toda la administración para dar también capacidad de ganar en términos de competitividad sobre vehículos chiquitos, por 20.000 euros nuevos, que son los pequeños vehículos europeos, en contraparte también de producción en Europa. Entonces, dijimos simplificación reglamentaria, pero producción de mínimo de 70% de componentes en Europa para salvaguardar todas las pymes y toda la base industrial del automóvil.
Claro.
Y precios también que van en el sentido del consumidor. Digo una cifra porque es interesante en este momento de crisis energética. Este mes, la cantidad de vehículos eléctricos que se vendieron en 3 o 4 países, tengo la cifra, no en España, pero las vamos a tener, aumentaron para Alemania, Francia, Italia, que es difícil vender un vehículo eléctrico, de 40 a 60% el mes pasado, sin afectar el nivel de ventas. Entonces hay un efecto incluso crisis, donde las personas se dicen vamos a cambiar de vehículo, pero más eléctrico ahora, porque el carburante es... Entonces, para mí, la respuesta es simplificación, producción también europea, diversificación y capacidad también de tener nuevos vehículos con innovación, y es el trabajo de los constructores automóviles también de ser competitivos, y energía. Energía que es la clave también de la competitividad industrial.
Bueno, pues si es así, compraremos coches eléctricos europeos.
La consecuencia.
Muchas gracias.
Podemos aplaudir.
A ver, próximo. Florian.
Hola, soy Florian Nem de Axel Springer en Berlín. Político me pide pedirles que se sienten, por favor.
Bueno.
Adelante. Mi pregunta tiene que ver con materias primas críticas y raras. Aquí el cuello de botella no es la minería, es el refinado, la capacidad y el know-how industrial. Y aquí China tiene un monopolio, un peligroso, brutal monopolio. Y por eso la pregunta es, ¿qué hace nuestra Comisión Europea en estrategia, y sobre todo concreto, para atraer know-how y capacidad industrial para que el refinado sea en Europa o al menos en países de confianza no europeos? Muchas gracias.
Bueno, por ahí hay una paradoja siempre entre la gente que quiere vehículos eléctricos pero que no quiere extracción mineral y refinamiento, incluso processing de esa materia prima. Hay 17 materias primas importantes que son casi a 100% dependientes de China. Esas 17 materias primas, tenemos una estrategia europea para permitir la extracción en Europa, pero también la diversificación con nuevos socios. La idea para nosotros son, sobre esas 17 materias primas, reducir la dependencia a menos de 60% para un país, que es importante para nuestra seguridad económica, incluso si queremos ir hacia una economía más electrificada, necesitamos esa seguridad económica. Para eso, 47 proyectos fueron elegidos. Voy a presentar rápidamente en algunos meses otros más para completar los proyectos. Hay financiación, hay capacidad de refinamiento, hay reciclaje, porque también hay que guardar la materia prima en Europa y no que no se vaya al exterior. Y, importante también, ese cambio de rumbo necesita la implementación de nuevas plantas de refinamiento europeos. Para eso necesitamos también tener una discusión con China. Volvemos a tu pregunta primera, porque China generalmente baja los precios de una manera de vez en cuando un poco agresiva, digamos, pero baja los precios para impedir que las inversiones europeas sean rentables y competitivas, y evitar que nuestra estrategia de reducción de dependencia sea realmente operacional. Entonces necesitamos ahí ver con nuestros socios, pienso a Japón, pienso a Corea del Sur, que también consumen mucha de esa materia prima, para ver si ponemos un precio mínimo, digamos, en esas materias primas. Es una de las estrategias para asegurar que las inversiones europeas sean rentables y que podamos usar la materia prima europea dentro del procedimiento y dentro de la industria europea. Esa es la estrategia global. Va a ser implementada cada día. Ponemos 3.000 millones de euros en los 12 próximos meses en esa estrategia. Es una prioridad absoluta debido a la geopolítica. Y necesitará probablemente de implementar y de actualizar las diferentes materias primas porque las tecnologías cambian y también necesitamos cambiar, ajustarnos de estas materias primas.
Perfecto, claro.
Muchas gracias.
Pasamos a Eduard.
No.
No, sí, porque se nos ha acabado el tiempo, precisamente.
Pobre.
Nada, muchísimas gracias, vicepresidente, por su tiempo.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Y a continuación viene mi compañero Ryan Heath para una entrevista con el presidente de Cataluña, Salvador Illa. Gracias.
Hello, everyone. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Salvador Illa, the President of the government here in Catalonia. Welcome, Mr. President.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody.
Now, we were chatting backstage about how much we both love running. I know you can't run as much as you would like these days, temporarily. What is your favorite spot to go for a run in Barcelona or across Catalonia?
I normally run in where I live, 30 kilometers far away from Barcelona. And I like to run in the mountain, mainly.
Excellent. Well, let's get on to the serious stuff. It's a very different atmosphere today in government in Catalonia with your arrival. You lead a minority government here, and you're working closely with a minority government in Madrid. Do those constraints hold you back from delivering your full vision for Catalonia?
Well, politics today is mostly about being able to reach agreements. I'm running a minority government, but I have two agreements with two political parties, leftist political parties. I'm fully complying with the agreements I have reached with these parties, and that's politics today. I mean, I think that being able to reach agreements, respecting what the people of Catalonia in this case has decided in the last election, it's our duty. There are some times which is more difficult to reach an agreement, but...
Like the budget?
Like the budget, but we are working on it.
Okay.
We have agreed to reach an agreement in budget.
And what is the latest there? When do you think
hopefully
we will
in June,
unfreeze that?
And we also agreed to, until we finally reach this agreement, to approve some extra credits to keep running the country at full condition. So I'm comfortable with this minority government, and I think that's the sign of the time in politics today.
And then your greatest strength, in a way, can be your relationship with Prime Minister Sánchez. Relationship. What sort of are your thoughts there if the Sánchez government doesn't survive its full term? What is your plan in that situation?
Prime Minister Sánchez government is going to survive, believe me. 8 years, extraordinary economic records. This is not an opinion, these are facts. In international relations and in foreign policy, a very clear position that has been followed by many countries. So I have been honored to be part of this government back in 2020 during the pandemic, and I am also in favor of cooperation, not confrontation. And that's the word that presides the relationship of my government with the municipalities of Catalonia and with the government of Prime Minister Sánchez, cooperating. We agreed many points. We are governments in favor of generating prosperity and in favor of sharing this prosperity with all the whole of the society, and we find many cooperation points. I think that's strong.
And one of your big achievements is the financing deal, bringing 4.7 billion to Catalonia, which I think is about a 500 million euro improvement.
Being 20 billion to the autonomous governments of Spain. That's a key point.
But you're obviously satisfied with that deal. That's progress.
I think it's a deal that is it's a good deal for everybody. The financing of most of the Spanish autonomous governments had to be renovated, I think, 12 years ago. Nobody did it. Prime Minister Sánchez government has decided to do it. We have made a proposal which puts 20 billion euros at the hands of the autonomous governments. In the case of Catalonia, 4.7 billion. This is money for the health, the health system. This is money for the education system. This is money for the welfare state. It's good for everybody, and hopefully it's going to be approved during this year.
So when some representatives of the Barcelona business community, they call it clearly insufficient. Do you think they're playing a partisan game or an independence game when they say that? Or do they have some fair points about why they have that view?
I am for a pragmatic approach. Most of the people who say this did nothing when they could do something to improve the financing of the autonomous governments. This is a big step forward. If somebody has a better idea or a better solution, I'm ready to hear and to study these solutions. But just criticizing for criticizing as traditional and rhetorical politics, it's not something I'm going to follow up. I mean, I'm interested in real and possible solutions and viable solutions for everybody, and this is a real and a possible and a viable solution, not only for Catalonia, but for all the autonomous governments. Health policy depends on a better financing for the autonomous governments. Who's going to be against improving health policy? And if somebody says it's not a good solution, let's study your solution. Do you have any solution? Please put it on the table, and let's discuss it not through the newspapers, but around the table.
And do you have any red lines there? If any of the partners that you're working with here in the regional government, if they were to vote against this deal in Congress, would that affect the durability of the coalition here?
I don't like very much talking about red lines. My only red line is to have things done, and I think this is a compromise with the Catalan population, with the Spanish population, to improve financing, which is to improve health policy, which is to improve education policy. There is a concrete and specific proposal that doesn't hurt anybody, that improves all the regional, the autonomous governments. So let's try to get things done and to improve it.
Now, you've made housing and affordability a centerpiece of your policy program, and Mayor Colboni last night described it in really strong terms. He described the housing crisis as the greatest enemy of Europe and what we stand for. And that was a very interesting way of framing creating greater affordability as a way to block the rise of the far right. Do you agree that that is what can stop the rise of the far right, by keeping this laser focus on affordability questions?
It's one of the main points to stop the rise of the far right. Inequality must be addressed, and the single most important issue to confront inequality is housing. So this is a central piece of our policy as government of Catalonia. We cooperate strongly with all the municipalities, specifically with the municipality of Barcelona and also with the Spanish government. And we have two lines of action. The first one, to increase the supply of houses. How do we try to do it? With first constructing more houses, speeding the construction of more houses, and then putting the houses for the citizens that need a house, for example, allowing the municipalities who decide to do it to put tourist apartments, to forbid or to restrict tourist apartments, and to put these apartments for residential use.
And are you getting the cooperation you need? Because it's a big goal, 50,000 public housing units. That is a lot to be
We are
building.
finding a strong cooperation of the vast majority of municipalities of Catalonia and of the Spanish government, and we're going to do it. In 5 years, we're going to build 50,000 affordable houses for the Catalan people. Also, we have put money on to help rehabilitate houses, and then also, as the first line, increase the supply of houses. The second line is to regulate the market, taking advantage of the Spanish
But
housing
you mean rent controls and
rent
other
control, and specific help for specific parts of the population, young people or people that need some help to get a house. This is a central issue in policy. What kind of a country do we build if generating prosperity, as we are doing in Catalonia and in Spain, 3% of GDP increase last year, or 2.7%, sorry, last year, and 3% the previous year, if we are not able to provide a house for all the citizens of the people of Catalonia, I mean, something doesn't work. This is why we should clearly regulate the market and make a bold public policy on this issue.
I think you would have a very strong majority of anyone in this room or in the region supporting you on the policy aims. But the Catalan College of Architects says that only 2,000 new houses were approved in Barcelona overall last year, not just the public housing, but all. So to go from sort of 2,000 a year in the biggest city to something that is 3, 4, 5 times greater than that, are you really confident you can do that? Or who would be blocking you from getting there? Because it's a big
I'm really
goal.
confident we're going to do it. We are already doing this. I was yesterday with the mayor of Barcelona in some public events. This year he's going to produce only the city of Barcelona 1,000 houses. I mean, we are now, I've signed last week, 2 weeks ago, with 31 municipalities of Catalonia, also public housing and construction. I mean, we're going to do it. We are putting the machine on work, but we are going to do it.
Yeah. And you using some public-private partnerships as one of the mechanisms for
It's
making
the only
it
way
happen.
of doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, we are working with private companies. Everybody who wants to invest in affordable housing is welcome to Catalonia. Anyone who wants to speculate with housing is not welcome in Catalonia. So, but the ones who want to invest in affordable housing are welcome, and we are working with them, and there are very good companies to which we cooperate in this field.
So we know housing is important politically from a voter perspective. It also seems important from a business and macroeconomic perspective. You know, I'm not saying it is a zero-sum game, but sometimes it is a war between Barcelona and Madrid for having certain companies be headquartered, for winning certain talent. What's your pitch to a CEO who is trying to decide between Barcelona and Madrid, whether it's a new company or someone who's here now?
I'm not interested in wars with anybody.
Yeah, but you do want to keep business or grow business
I
here.
want the best thing for Madrid, for Andalusia, for the Basque Country, for everybody. What I want is Catalonia to eat economically Spain. And I have the right to say this. And the background of Catalonia during the last century was a leadership, economic leadership of Spain, and what we are trying to do, and what hopefully we are going to do this century. So here you are going to find a dynamic economy, a dynamic society. You're going to find lots of talents, a public university system with more than 30,000 graduate students this year, and a very good business environment.
Very international as well.
Very cosmopolitan environment, and government which is a pro-business government. We want to generate prosperity, but also we want to share this prosperity. And one of the main lessons of the economic policy of the Spanish government, of the Catalan government, is that sharing prosperity is not a burden for the economy, but it's a lever for the economy. This is also putting moral reasons, ethical reasons, political reasons apart even only from an economical point of view, sharing prosperity is a very good business for the economic performance.
Now, the region also has very long-standing, strong presence in Brussels, but it's a very different type of presence compared to previous governments. What's your message to Brussels?
We want to be a reliable partner for Brussels, for European institutions. I've been these last 2 months with the representative of the European Commission office here in Barcelona, Mr. Shapiro, I think he's in the room, inaugurating 3 hospitals that were reformed and refurbished with European funds. This is Europe. Yesterday, as the Vice President of the Commission, Mr. Sejourné, has said, we presented with the Mayor of Barcelona fully European-made electric car made by Cupra Raval. Raval is a neighborhood of Barcelona. This is Europe. Because the automotive industry has transformed thanks to European funds. So we want to be a reliable partner, and we want Europe not only to go there to ask for help or for money, but also to go there to offer our experience, our support to strengthen a successful political project that in the present circumstances is more necessary than ever.
President Illa, thank you very much for your time and for this conversation. A round of applause for the President.
Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, presidente del Gobierno, vicepresidente de la Comissió Europea, honorable president de la Generalitat de Catalunya, honorables consellers, conselleres, honorable president Aragonès, il·lustríssim alcalde de Barcelona, autoritats, amics i amigues. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude to the authorities, the distinguished guests, and the leaders gathered in this room. And especially want to thank two people, Adrián Jofre and Nacho Corredor, my partners and founders of Ibarlet, because thanks to their leadership and their conviction, we can say with confidence that today Barcelona has been the capital of the European Union. A gathering of this scale, a dialogue of this depth, does not happen by accident. It reflects a conviction that Europe demands a new way forward. At Barlet, we saw that the need of this conversation long before it became a formal priority. We understood that the complexity of our time requires more than just traditional advocacy. It requires a generational reunion. Now, I know most of you have been here following every panel since this morning. However, for those who maybe have just arrived, I want to present the essence of our day in 5 key conclusions. First, in terms of inequality and affordability. Housing stands out as the main problem for both Spanish and European citizens. Supported by our poll data, and also highlighted by Mayor Jaume Collboni and the Vice President of the European Commission, Teresa Rivera. As a second conclusion, I would say that Europe requires autonomy in its energy industry, a sentiment shared by the majority of the European public. This necessity was reinforced also by the CEO of Moeve and the chairwoman of Redeia. As a third conclusion, I would say the necessity for a robust European market, as mentioned also by Enrico Letta and, for example, also Dolors Montserrat. The fourth conclusion, I would say that security and defense are increasingly being viewed as a unified European issue. That's a change. Also highlighted by the European Commissioner Kubilius and our poll data. And the fifth and the last conclusion that I want to remark, and probably the most important, Europe's response to the current challenges must be collective. This point, evidenced by our data and all the debates today, could serve as a defining guideline for our strategy. These ambitious conclusions must be the roadmap of our new strategy as Europeans. And an ambition this large requires bold partners. In that sense, I want to thank again our partners at Politico for their trust. Their choice reflects also a changing landscape of our sector. And also many thanks to all our sponsors. You are the essential heartbeat of this dialogue. Let us carry these conclusions with us. Let's build not just for the next quarter, but for the next generation. Let us ensure that the pulse we felt here today resonates louder and stronger across the whole continent. Thank you, and hopefully see you again in the next European Pulse Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks very much, Jaume. And thanks for a fantastic partnership. It's really been excellent. And thanks to you all for being here for our first European Pulse Forum event. I've certainly loved it. I hope you found it as enjoyable as we have. And of course, this is just the start of what Politico is going to do in Spain. In the autumn, we'll be launching Madrid Playbook. And for anyone who doesn't know, Playbook started as a briefing for our founding editor, John Harris, in Washington in 2007. And it turned out that this email, setting out in detail and quite a lot of fun gossip woven into real policy detail, was a very enjoyable way for him to read in every morning and to know what was going to happen. And more people started to want to be added to the list, and Playbook was born. 10 years ago in Brussels, we didn't know whether this recipe would translate from Washington to Europe, but of course it did. And now we have Playbooks in London and in Paris and Berlin, and very soon in Madrid. And we couldn't be more thrilled to mark this occasion here with you all. Playbook only works, though, if it's useful to people in just the same way it was useful and entertaining and informative for John Harris back in Washington in 2007. So we want to hear from all of you as we get going, what you need, what you like, what you want more of, what you want less of. That is what is going to make it a really fantastic product for us, and that is why we do it. Before we move to the very important closing speech of the day, I'd like to thank our partners for making this summit possible. Our leading partner, Moeve, Presenting partners, Generalitat de Catalunya, Ajuntament de Barcelona, FPA, Redea, and Google, and our networking partner, the Cassia Foundation. Just as a brief housekeeping note for you all, once we've had the speech that's about to come, we'll welcome you here for a happy hour reception. So please go back to where you had lunch, and we will welcome you for drinks. The speaker, of course, needs no introduction. We are delighted to welcome Pedro Sánchez, the Prime Minister of Spain, to the stage.
Buenas tardes y, en primer lugar, quisiera dar las gracias al presidente, a mi querido amigo Salvador Illa, por supuesto también al presidente aragonés que nos acompaña en esta sesión, al vicepresidente ejecutivo de Prosperidad y Estrategia Industrial de la Comisión Europea, al delegado del Gobierno, al alcalde de Barcelona, a Jaume Collboni, al presidente de la Fundación de la Caixa, al CEO de Político, al Senior Executive Editor de Político, también, por supuesto, al presidente de BIM, Bartlett. En fin, veo amigos, amigas de distintas áreas, empresas, responsables institucionales, consellers también de la Generalitat. Señoras y señores, es un verdadero placer para mí poner punto y final a este estupendo foro sobre el futuro de Europa organizado por Político y por BIM Bartlett. O mejor dicho, yo diría que un punto y seguido, porque espero que esta sea la primera edición, como aquí se ha dicho por parte de los representantes de otras muchas que vengan en el futuro. Creo, además, que es una gran noticia el que por fin, un medio de comunicación del rigor y de la influencia, que por cierto todos leemos, al menos yo soy uno de los que lee ese playbook diario de Político, extienda su actividad a nuestro país, a España. Porque creo que, de alguna manera, también es importante tener esa visión del sur de Europa cuando tratamos temas europeos. Político es una referencia en la cobertura y el análisis de la política global, pero también, por supuesto, la política europea, y con su valor ayuda a construir una Europa mejor. Paso a la intervención y quisiera hacerlo además con una breve anécdota de un escritor argentino, Martín Caparrós, que escribe en su libro El hambre. Martín Caparrós cuenta que en una aldea remota conversaba con una persona muy pobre y le hizo una pregunta muy sencilla. Si pudiera pedir un deseo, cualquier cosa, ¿qué pediría? La respuesta de esta persona fue inmediata. Él pidió una vaca. Una vaca. Bueno, Caparrós insistió. Cualquier cosa, lo que usted quiera. Y la persona dudó brevemente y respondió: 2 vacas. 2 vacas. Nada más. Evidentemente aquel hombre estaba, sentado sobre una estera de rafia, bajo un techo de paja. Su horizonte era tan limitado que no sabía siquiera qué pedir, qué desear. Por tanto, no era falta de inteligencia, era la imposibilidad de imaginar un futuro diferente. ¿Por qué cuento esta anécdota? Porque yo creo que a la Europa de hoy le pasa algo semejante. La Europa de hoy se parece demasiado a ese hombre, porque solo sueña con tener 2 vacas. Pero creo que no debe ser nuestro caso. Lo más grave no es solo que soñemos en pequeño, es que no hay ninguna razón objetiva para hacerlo. La Unión Europea, y sin caer en autocomplacencias ni, por supuesto, los deberes pendientes que tenemos, y desde luego estudiaremos y leeremos las conclusiones de este importante foro, decía que la Unión Europea se asienta sobre los cimientos más sólidos de prosperidad, de estabilidad y de integración que ha conocido la historia. Por tanto, tenemos los recursos, tenemos las instituciones, tenemos el talento y tenemos los principios, los valores. Lo que nos falta es atrevernos a imaginar hasta dónde podríamos llegar o podemos llegar juntos. Y por eso quiero hoy hablarles precisamente de eso, de que nos atrevamos, de que recuperemos de alguna manera la ambición del europeísmo. No para gestionar lo que ya existe, eso se puede hacer. Vendrán crisis, no vendrán, pero se puede hacer. Gestionar no es la cuestión, o exclusivamente la cuestión, sino que tenemos que alcanzar lo que nos hace falta. Y eso es, en definitiva, lo que España defiende cada vez que va a Bruselas a aportar en esa construcción europea. El que Europa recupere y refuerce su lugar en el mundo desde la ambición y desde la valentía, con capacidad de soñar y de hacer realidad esos sueños. Por difícil que parezcan, como se atrevieron, por cierto, a hacer los fundadores de la hoy Unión Europea. La pregunta primera que habría que hacerse es ¿por qué España defiende esta Europa posible, esta Europa deseable? Bueno, primero porque somos plenamente conscientes de lo que está en juego. Para aquellos que a lo mejor no tengan un conocimiento de la historia española tan desarrollado o elaborado como podamos tener los españoles y españolas, nosotros fuimos un país que llegó tarde a la cita europea. Fuimos, junto con Portugal, una de las últimas democracias de la Europa occidental en incorporarnos a este gran proyecto que es Europa. Por aquel entonces, en 1986, aún luchábamos por consolidar nuestra libertad. Nuestra economía buscaba su lugar en un mundo cada vez más competitivo y nuestra sociedad seguía pagando el precio de décadas de aislamiento. Bueno, han pasado ya 4 décadas y hoy el panorama es radicalmente diferente. Somos una democracia consolidada, crecemos más que ninguna otra gran economía de la zona euro, con cifras, por cierto, récord desde el punto de vista del empleo, mejoramos los salarios, hemos reducido la desigualdad, que es el principal talón de Aquiles de cualquier sociedad, también la española, la pobreza también está en mínimos históricos, mientras es evidente que existe una atracción por parte de los inversores extranjeros hacia España, hacia Cataluña, muy evidente, como se está viendo en estos últimos años. Y lo hemos hecho, además, haciendo de la transición ecológica no un freno, sino un motor de competitividad y de desarrollo económico de nuestro país. Creo que, además, y antes lo comentaba con algunos de los patrocinadores de este importante foro, si algo hemos aprendido de las sucesivas crisis energéticas que nos vienen azotando a la clase media trabajadora europea, por supuesto también a los gobiernos que representan a esa clase media trabajadora, es que tras Ucrania e Irán, la seguridad y la prosperidad de nuestras sociedades pasa por electrificar nuestras economías y apostar, por tanto, por el impulso de las renovables. Solamente un dato para que seamos conscientes de, en estos difíciles años que llevamos en Europa, también en España, lo que hemos logrado conjuntamente. En 2018, es decir, antes de ayer, el 46% de la potencia instalada en España era renovable. El 46%. 7 años después, alcanza el 69%. Y gracias a ello, ¿qué es lo que ha ocurrido? Bueno, pues que el precio de la electricidad de nuestro país en el año 2025 fue un 35% inferior a Alemania y un 50% inferior a Italia. Solo en el año 2024, nuestras familias, las empresas españolas, también las catalanas, han ahorrado en conjunto 23.000 millones de euros. 23.000 millones de euros. No apelo a estas cifras para dar lecciones a nadie, pero sí para señalar un camino que puede ser útil para otros muchos socios que están sufriendo ahora mismo el embate de estas crisis energéticas que desde luego nos vienen de fuera y no son provocadas por los europeos. Por tanto, lo que quiero decir es que hay elementos del modelo español que funcionan, que se puede crecer y crear empleo estable, que se puede distribuir la riqueza y también proteger el medio ambiente sin renunciar a uno en beneficio de los otros. Yo creo que es un modelo de éxito que nunca hubiera sido posible en el caso de España, en el caso de Cataluña, sin el paraguas, sin nuestra pertenencia a Europa. Por eso somos muy conscientes de lo que está en juego. Cuando vemos lo que está sucediendo en Ucrania, cuando vemos lo que está sucediendo en Oriente Medio, cuando vemos también las guerras comerciales que unilateralmente se abren contra Europa. Sabemos lo que está en juego, que es la fortaleza del proyecto europeo. Los españoles lo sabemos y por eso, como antes se ha comentado, estamos entre los más europeístas Lo confirma una de las distintas encuestas publicada, por cierto, hoy. El 76% de los europeos cree en una forma de vida común europea que merece además la pena de ser defendida, el 76%, pero en el caso de los españoles esa cifra asciende al 81%. Y ese compromiso se vive con especial intensidad aquí, en Cataluña, con un presidente como Salvador Illa, por supuesto también el presidente aragonés hizo lo propio, el alcalde de Barcelona, Jaume Collboni, que encarnan esa vocación europeísta que también ha tenido la población y la sociedad catalana. Por tanto, defendemos desde Cataluña y desde España Europa porque ya no concebimos otra forma de ser, tampoco de estar en el mundo. Y precisamente por eso, ese modelo de la España de hoy, de la Cataluña de hoy, es el modelo de la Europa que también queremos para el resto de nuestros conciudadanos, ¿no? Más allá de los Pirineos. Porque yo creo que es fácil, además, ahora en estos tiempos, caer en la tentación de pensar que en un mundo cada vez más tensionado, la solución es replegarse. Que ante las guerras y los ataques, las violaciones flagrantes, además, que se hacen al derecho internacional, lo que debamos hacer es resignarnos, callarnos, mirar para otro lado. Que frente al uso del comercio o de la tecnología como armas contra, vamos a decir, supuestos socios, la respuesta sea levantar barreras. Y que ante el auge de las fuerzas reaccionarias debamos, bueno, pues asumir su marco de debate e incluso también las formas de hacer política que tienen esas fuerzas reaccionarias. Es fácil pensarlo. Yo diría que es además hasta lo más cómodo, pero es un inmenso error. Porque precisamente es la lucha contra esas fuerzas lo que está en el origen de lo que hoy es la Unión Europea. Porque fue precisamente el anhelo de una paz definitiva lo que nos hizo unirnos y avanzar. Fue la necesidad de la reconstrucción de ese proyecto europeo después, o de Europa después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, la que nos llevó a abrirnos al mundo. Y fue la amenaza de los reaccionarios la que nos empujó a construir sociedades mucho más cohesionadas, mucho más justas y mucho más democráticas. Por tanto, Europa no nació del repliegue, nació del coraje político de aportar a un mundo en transformación sus valores de paz, de democracia, de solidaridad y de justicia social. De la convicción de que, creando lo que Schuman llamó solidaridades de hecho, construíamos un futuro mejor. Bueno, Javier Solana, el anterior, uno de los altos representantes de la Unión Europea, hablaba precisamente de esa Europa como fuerza para el bien. Y yo creo que es algo que tenemos que mantener en mente ahora que estamos viendo lo que estamos viendo en muchos rincones del mundo y particularmente en los bordes de Europa. Bueno, las fuerzas reaccionarias repiten una y otra vez que Europa se está quedando atrás, que ha perdido el pulso del mundo e incluso yo creo que es algo bastante expandido en muchísima gente que no comparte ese ideario, que Europa ha perdido el pulso, que se está quedando atrás, pero si nos detenemos en esa frase, e insisto, sin caer en la autocomplacencia y siendo muy conscientes de que tenemos que hacer muchos deberes, si medir el éxito de un modelo es medir el bienestar de su gente, yo creo que Europa no es el problema, sinceramente. Es la referencia. Y no hay más que viajar fuera de Europa para ser conscientes de lo que estoy diciendo. Algunos datos que creo que además pueden consolidar esta afirmación que estoy haciendo. De los 20 países con mayor esperanza de vida del mundo, 15 están en Europa. 15 de 20. De las 31 democracias consolidadas del planeta, 20 son europeas. 20 de 31. Somos el continente donde más ciudadanos dicen gozar de buena o muy buena salud, donde la mortalidad infantil es la más baja, donde hay menor desigualdad, donde mejor se protege el medio ambiente. Y sí, también donde es más seguro salir a la calle. Y no hay más que viajar fuera de Europa para darse cuenta efectivamente de qué estoy hablando. Por todo ello, yo creo que los europeos somos, de forma consciente, los más satisfechos con nuestra vida. Si me permiten la expresión, it feels good to be European. Pero es que además Europa no solamente es bienestar para sus ciudadanos, es confianza, es predictibilidad, es estabilidad para con el resto del mundo en este tiempo tan incierto que vivimos. Un tiempo de guerras en lugares que no nos son lejanos ni tampoco ajenos, como es Gaza, como es Cisjordania, como es Irán, como es el Líbano, en la que Europa representa una esperanza para la paz. Por eso yo creo que un momento de retroceso en la solidaridad global, como es el actual, es importante que desde Europa sus líderes, al igual que esperan y desean sus ciudadanos, los ciudadanos europeos, mantengan un compromiso con la cooperación. Que no mire para otro lado, que no se ensimisme, sino que comparta, que se involucre, que trate de encontrar soluciones a los distintos desafíos globales que tiene ante sí la humanidad. Esa yo creo que debe ser la realidad, ¿no? En un periodo de desafíos y de barreras, por ejemplo, en el ámbito comercial, en el que Europa lo que tiene que hacer es seguir estando abierta y siendo un socio fiable. Un momento en el que el retroceso de la solidaridad global lo que tiene que hacer de Europa no solamente es rearmarse para hacer frente a sus problemas de seguridad y de defensa, sino también rearmarse en lo moral para poder contribuir al desarrollo estable y de paz en el conjunto del mundo. Esa, a mi juicio, es la realidad. Europa es el referente al que el mundo mira y es el actor que el mundo, yo creo, necesita ahora más que nunca. Durante décadas hemos sostenido este modelo apoyándonos en dos pilares externos. Uno es el de la arquitectura de seguridad garantizada por medio de nuestra participación en la OTAN y, por otro, un sistema económico abierto basado en cadenas globales, relaciones comerciales estables. Bueno, es evidente que ambos pilares ahora mismo están siendo fuertemente cuestionados. Europa, por tanto, lo que tiene que hacer es adaptarse. Y yo creo que ese debe ser nuestro sueño, que la Europa de hoy sea capaz de responder a las necesidades de hoy, pero también, sobre todo, a las necesidades del mañana, sin renunciar, por supuesto, a lo que somos, reafirmando nuestro modelo y construyendo, por tanto, un futuro mejor. Una Europa más integrada, más soberana, que decida por sí misma y que no tenga esa dependencia que tiene hoy de terceros actores, sino una voz propia en el ámbito internacional. Porque yo creo que en el mundo de hoy nuestra autonomía, y además quiero resaltarlo, abierta no es una opción, es una condición indispensable para nuestra supervivencia política, económica y también social. En fin, esta Europa de la que les hablo no se construye solo con sueños o declaraciones, se construye con visión, pero también con decisiones políticas de calado. Y por eso me gustaría apuntar tres prioridades que tampoco les van a resultar ajenas, pero que, desde luego, por parte del Gobierno de España estamos trabajando porque se materialicen en este mandato, en esta legislatura europea. La primera es evidente, lo que tenemos que hacer es avanzar en una verdadera política exterior y de seguridad y de defensa común. Creo que es importante la política de defensa, la política de seguridad, de la cual hablaré ahora, pero singularmente también la política exterior. Una política exterior común. Porque es tan importante la diplomacia como lo es también, por supuesto, la seguridad y la defensa, ¿no? Bueno, yo creo que habrán escuchado ustedes cuál es el planteamiento de España. Nosotros estamos listos para avanzar hacia un ejército europeo común, no en 10 años, no en 2 años, sino ya, mañana mismo, si me permiten la expresión coloquial. Y quienes creen que, por cierto, esta decisión es opcional se equivocan. En el mundo en el que estamos, hoy potencias medias que son las que componen la Unión Europea, solo tenemos una forma de hacernos valer, desde el punto de vista de la seguridad y la defensa, y es construir una defensa común y asumir juntos nuestras vulnerabilidades, o si no, lo que vamos a hacer es permitir que otros utilicen esas vulnerabilidades y esas debilidades contra nosotros. Para que la unión de la política exterior y de seguridad y de defensa sea una realidad, lo que debemos hacer es ese segundo pilar al que quiero hacer referencia, es crecer. Tenemos que crecer mucho más de lo que está creciendo Europa durante estos últimos 10, 15 años. Y eso tiene muchos matices, tiene muchos ángulos. A mí me gustaría centrar en mi intervención algunas de las cuestiones que seguro el ex primer ministro Letta ha planteado en su coloquio, en su diálogo con ustedes, y es el potenciar el mercado interior y también ganar en soberanía financiera como claves para reforzar esa competitividad, ¿no? Creo que es importante también financiar bienes públicos europeos, avanzar con instrumentos comunes de financiación. En definitiva, no me quiero tampoco extender, pero sí quiero garantizarles el compromiso del Gobierno de España porque estas sean decisiones que se tomen, que se materialicen durante este mandato, antes de que termine el año 2029, el mandato de la actual presidencia de la Comisión Europea y del Colegio de Comisarios. Una última cuestión que quizá, no sé si ha sido tan tratada como prioridad, como pilar fundamental para el presente y el futuro de Europa, es que no puede haber una Europa fuerte y competitiva si no es una Europa también cohesionada, ¿no? Y ese es el tercer pilar. Y además tiene que ser activo. Tenemos que construir y fortalecer el pilar social. Reforzar el pilar social es una condición indispensable para sostener nuestro proyecto comunitario, porque sin pilar social no habrá Europa. ¿Eso qué significa? Bueno, significa, por ejemplo, lo que estamos desde España proponiendo, que en las nuevas negociaciones del marco financiero plurianual vayamos, ahora que está de moda, los porcentajes en determinados gastos. Bueno, pues ¿por qué no un 2% de la renta nacional bruta disponible del presupuesto comunitario, ¿no? Creo que eso es un objetivo que deberíamos marcarnos y que deberíamos fijarnos. Y cuando hablamos del pilar social, desde luego, el acceso a la vivienda es probablemente no, junto con el empleo, la principal preocupación de nuestros conciudadanos. Solamente algún dato para corroborar esto que estoy diciendo y que además en esta ciudad, en la ciudad de Barcelona, junto con otros alcaldes y alcaldesas de otras ciudades europeas, el alcalde Colboni ha venido liderando durante estos últimos meses, estos últimos años. En los últimos 15 años, los precios de la vivienda han subido un 60% en compra, un 60%, y un 28% en alquiler. En ciudades como Lisboa, como Budapest o como Madrid, muchas familias destinan más del 70% de sus ingresos a la vivienda. Bueno, esto es absolutamente inaceptable y, por tanto, si es un problema europeo que están sufriendo todos los ciudadanos europeos, o la mayor parte de ellos, tenemos que poner en marcha a escala europea distintos planes de acciones. Yo creo que el Plan Europeo de Vivienda Asequible es un primer paso, pero creo que tenemos que ser mucho más concretos y que tenemos que ser mucho más ambiciosos con medidas claras que lleguen a la gente. Bueno, estas son nuestras prioridades, la forma de estructurar esa Europa que soñamos, con una política exterior de seguridad y de defensa común, un mercado y un marco financiero común, un pilar social central en tiempos de incertidumbre. No me quería extender mucho más en esta cuestión, pero sí hacerlo a partir de dos principios irrenunciables que quisiera compartir con ustedes para acabar ya esta intervención. La primera, como he dicho antes, es que la Unión Europea es un proyecto de apertura al mundo y así tiene que continuar siendo. Abierta al comercio, al talento, a las ideas. Cerrar Europa es simplemente empobrecerla en el presente y en el futuro. De ahí que el Gobierno de España, por supuesto, apueste y apoye los acuerdos con el Mercosur, reforzar los lazos con India, con el continente africano o también, ¿por qué no?, con Estados Unidos y con China. A este país voy a ir cuando termine esta intervención. También por una migración legal, segura, ordenada, que nos permita aprovechar las oportunidades y gestionar mejor nuestros desafíos. Y, en segundo lugar, una Europa que sea firme en la defensa del derecho internacional y de un orden global basado en reglas. No podemos quedarnos solamente con el lamento, la frustración. En fin, basta con mirar a Gaza para ver cuáles son las consecuencias de esta violación que se está haciendo del derecho internacional. Por eso, desde Europa también debemos ser claros, porque hay muchos países de ese llamado sur global que están mirando a Europa y que lo que quieren es que no cometamos esto de los dobles estándares, de la doble vara de medir en función de cuál sea el caso, si afecta más o menos a Europa. No permitamos una nueva Gaza en el Líbano, porque ante violaciones flagrantes del derecho internacional humanitario, Europa tiene que actuar con coherencia si queremos, además, también que el resto del mundo nos mire y nos apoye en el apoyo que estamos dando y prestando a Ucrania en su lucha por la libertad frente al invasor, en este caso la Rusia de Putin. Y por eso, ayer, el Gobierno de España y yo mismo planteé el que por coherencia y también por empatía, lo que tiene que hacer la Unión Europea es suspender su acuerdo de asociación con Israel, porque es evidente que está atropellando y violando muchos de los artículos de ese acuerdo de asociación, sobre todo aquellos vinculados con el respeto al derecho internacional y al derecho humanitario. En definitiva, señoras y señores, amigos y amigas, esta es la Europa que España defiende, una Europa autónoma que decide por sí misma, que protege a sus ciudadanos, pero que tampoco renuncia a ser un faro, un ejemplo en un mundo en transformación, una Europa que no espera, porque no necesitamos unanimidad para avanzar, necesitamos voluntad política. Y en ese sentido, España, por supuesto, está preparada para dar ese paso junto con otros muchos países europeos. Concluyo. Aquel hombre del relato de Martín Caparrós, con el cual he abierto esta intervención, había perdido la capacidad de soñar. Había perdido la capacidad de soñar. Europa no tiene ningún motivo para hacerlo. Si lo pensamos bien, no tiene ningún motivo para perder su capacidad de soñar. Nosotros sabemos que es posible. Hemos cultivado esa capacidad juntos durante décadas con esfuerzo y que también con muchísimo coraje. Los españoles, las españolas, los catalanes, catalanas, llegamos tarde a ese gran proyecto colectivo que era y es Europa. Llegamos con heridas que Europa nos ayudó a sanar. Y al hacerlo, creo que nos dio la oportunidad de transformarnos, de hacer nuestro sueño realidad. Por eso, creo que nuestra responsabilidad como catalanes, como españoles, es doble, si me permiten. Defender lo que tenemos y atrevernos a imaginar, a construir lo que aún podemos ser. Y a mí no me cabe duda de que el futuro que le espera a Europa, a España y a Cataluña es un futuro brillante. Nada más y muchas gracias.